there. Be quiet. Behind the wall. Be quiet. I am live on air. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good afternoon. Whatever coast you're on. Tommy Popsicles, it is good to see you. Emerson Lazia here. How are you? You doing well?
It's morning here still, so I will accept your good morning. I am doing well.
Wonderful, my friend. Wonderful. It is. It's good to have everyone with us today. What's up, DK Sim fam on the Dream Stream? I have returned from my adventures with my loving vaccinated parents. Producer Michael, good to have you here today. Andrew on the ones and twos. Tate on the ops team. Let's go. So we got lineups of locks, so we can share our lineups now. That is legal to do. So we have the Rams at the Bears. We'll dive into this. We got a lot of catching up to do, buddy. I haven't seen you in quite some time. But what'd you do with your lineup here?
I went with Reynolds in the captain spot for $8,400. Wanted to get someone a little bit lower priced so I could fill out the rest of my sheet with some nicely priced individuals. Then I went Tariq Cohen. Sorry, I pronounced his name.
It's okay. You always do this.
Tyler Higbee, Anthony Miller, Mitchell Trubisky, Robert Woods. So I actually feel pretty good about this lineup, and I know I say that pretty much every sim that I do.
You really do.
I don't know. This one, it feels good to me. It feels good.
But it's good that you feel good about your lineups. I love that about you and how confident you are.
Got to be confident.
Dude, is there a weird delay between us today? Yes, there is.
It seems like there is.
What is up? Is that Producer Michael and Andrew on the ones and twos? Is that my internet? Is that his? Should I log off and fix it again? Because this is going to be terrible for the next hour. I have no idea what's going on. Okay.
Let me pop out and I'll pop back in.
Okay, because then we're going to be stepping on each other, and like I've got a dog to debut, and you're going to ruin it with your delay.
I'm going to pop out and pop in.
Oh, my God. Bye, Tom. See you later, man. Great start to the Saturday, everyone. We do have 6 games on the slate today. So right now, Rams at the Bears with just Emerson, and who knows if Tommy Popsicles will ever come back. 49ers at the Chiefs. Kaufman's coming up. We'll hang out with Tom. Kaufman and Kenny at 4 o'clock. Rossi Brandon at 6. Rossi Jeff at 8. Jeff Lamarca. Big Saxy chiming in. Ooh, I hope he has pants on for 10 o'clock. Little Madden after dark. Should be a good time. We also have a lot of, I got a big announcement coming up. This is about what we're going to bring you here on the Dream Stream. So it's a big day on Tuesday. I can't get into the details here, but I can get into the details after the sim. As it appears, Mr. Miller has pulled in a reception. Anthony Miller. Yes. How are you? Are we back on the same page?
Hi, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. I will say something. I will pause. I will wait for the 5-second delay, and then you can reply.
Okay.
Oh, babe. All right, so halftime, I'm going to introduce everybody to Georgie Lazia. Georgie Lazia will be making her Dream Stream debut. I hope all of you ended up getting a lineup into the Georgie's Dream Stream debut contest. How many lineups did we get here? We ended up pulling in 131 entries. I know Tommy Popsicles has shared his with yours already, with you guys as on 3rd and 4 from the 44. That is a first down for the Bears. So I went Tyler Higbee in the captain spot, dude. Then I went Mitch Trubisky, Madden Mitch, A-Rob, who was, of course, super happy that he has the franchise tag now, Darrell Henderson Jr., Tariq Cohen, and then Mr. Montgomery.
I like having Higbee in your lineup and in my lineup, because I feel like Higbee is a guy who's sort of like a cheat code for the Rams. He's always making big plays at opportune times.
Oh, no, 1st and 10 from the 37. 6 minutes to play here. We're just a couple minutes in. Let me pop over to YouTube real quick and just see what's going on with everybody. Robbie Noble, it's good to have you here. Mockingjay, what's Shake and Do? DFS Queenie, CEH, Frank White, Luke Murphy, Mockingjay. Let's go. Mockingjay says, been waiting for you, bro. I wanted to get your thoughts on the football player carrying the gator on his back. Did you see that by any chance, Tommy?
Yes. Yes.
And what did you think of it?
Man, I would never do that, ever, in my life. Would never even attempt to do it. Not going to put myself in that position, ever, as long as I live.
So it was Wyatt Teller. So he was, he hunted an alligator. It was like 200 pounds. And, good thing, like, having spent much of my childhood and early life in Florida, those things are everywhere. There's like a bajillion of them. They're like overpopulated, which is why they have like a hunting season for them. So when you do hunt one of those things, not a piece of that gator goes to waste. Use the meat, use the skin, use everything. This guy destroys a mammoth beast of an alligator, and it is walking through these marshlands with this 200-pound dinosaur on his shoulders.
Insanity. I actually had gator bites once in my life. They were tasty.
Well, much like anything, you take it, you fry it, and it tastes really good. And I will say, little cliche, but it's true, it tastes like chicken.
It did. It really did. And you put some like spicy aioli or something on it. Delicious.
So good, bro. So good.
It's good stuff.
Broby One, the bearded. What's up, everybody? Monster, we see you. Frank White. Good afternoon, Sim fam. Good luck. What's up, Tom? What's up, Emerson? Hello, how are you? Good to have you guys here today. Over on Twitch, Heavy Kevy's here, CJ's here. Absolute pleasure to see everybody. What have you been up to this week? How have things been going?
Just banging out some Sims, banging out the pod Canadian, out Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get casts. Just living life. Oh, I did get a cyst removed.
Wait a minute. You cut out for just a quick second there. You said I had and then something removed. Seriously, your internet is crapping out, so I missed
that.
Cyst. What? Oh, a cyst. Okay, because I was going to start guessing what you had removed.
Yeah.
Well, where was it removed from? Can you share that area of the body?
It was removed from my head. I will give you more details once I leave this Zoom and rejoin.
Okay, Tommy. We wish you well. We've got under 4 minutes to play here in the first quarter. Hell of a start here to this Saturday. The 13th day of March in the year 2021. Tommy now expressing his frustration in Slack. He's a man who prides himself on perfection and overcoming adversity. So to see the frustration in his face through Zoom, my heart goes out to him. Maybe Kenny Ducey or even Brendan Glasheen could post a TikTok this afternoon in Tommy's honor. Maybe they could emulate the greatness of his internet. But on 2nd and 10, speaking of greatness, Matt and Mitch using his legs. Congratulations on your first rush for 6 yards. 3rd and 4 coming up here. What have you guys and gals been up to this weekend? El Paso says, I'm here for Georgie. Of course you are. That's the only reason all of you should be here. At halftime, I will break out our sweet little Georgia Peach. It has been an epic, epic week.
So I got this system from my head.
Oh, hey, what's up, dude?
It was pretty gnarly, dude. Are you into like the weird sort of like Dr. Pimple Popper scene? Is that your vibe?
You know, it's not 100% my vibe. Now, can I get into it? Can I watch it? Yes. It's not something I pursue because, as you know, I'm a lover of food, and that does not sit well with me. Those kind of videos when my stomach is filled with cereal or warm, salty meats.
Okay, that makes sense. So you don't want to see like a cysty-looking grape thing get cut out of my head right now?
I would not mind it if you wanted to text me, or if you post it on your socials or something. Like, I'll check it out. I'm going to support you. Like, I'm going to support.
I'll just do this like on the screen.
Oh, Jesus, bro. All right, put it away. Put it away. I don't want to see it. All right, dude. All right, dude. Oh my God. They were like,
it's one of those things where you feel it on your head, like, you know, for years and years and years, and it's slowly growing, and finally you're like, all right, this thing's freaking me out. I got to get this thing removed from my head. And then they take it out, and they're like, yeah, it's completely fine. The whole thing took like 20 minutes. All they did was, you know, numb me up. I was completely awake the whole time. Cut it out. They cut the thing open, and they were like, yeah, it's completely normal. Just a small little cyst. You're good to go. There you go. Got a few little stitches on my head, and I'm telling you, dude, it's like a grape-sized cyst. It was gnarly.
Man, I love grapes too, but you're kind of making me not love grapes by describing your cyst as a grape-sized cyst. You need to please stop. That video was gross, bro. They were digging inside your skull. I could see a piece of your brain.
Yeah. It's crazy how close your brain is to the surface. Like, you don't realize that until they cut your head open.
No, dude. It's like right there. It's like right inside. It's like right inside your skull.
Well, I was holding off getting it cut out of my head for the longest time because I didn't want to get a haircut, because I've worked, you know, so hard to grow out my hair after being a buzz cut guy for so long, as I've chronicled on these streams before. So I felt like I was going to have to shave my head to get this thing cut out. But my fiance Morgan's dermatologist, she was adamant that, like, nope, don't have to cut any hair out. We do a small incision. You're good to go. She promised me. So I said, all right, you know what? Let's do this thing. Cut the cyst out.
Yeah.
Here we are. I feel like 8 pounds lighter.
Do you? Is it different now, like combing your hair when you don't have like this grape-sized growth on your head?
So, to be honest, it's only been out for less than 24 hours. I got it out like probably 5 o'clock yesterday.
Oh, this is incredible. So, I can't believe you're here, dude.
Yeah, this
like,
is
you
very new, very, very fresh.
You should be on meds, like, you know, in bed right now. This is unbelievable, guys. What a historic performance. Yeah. What a historic throw by Mr. Mitch Trubisky to, yes, you guessed it, everybody, 10 Gid Jr. sipping on gin and juice, lay back. Dude, unbelievable that you are here. This is Michael Jordan's flu game. This is the kind of performance you are putting forward right now.
Yeah, people talk about Kurt Schilling's bloody sock. I'm working with a bloody scalp, okay?
Yeah. Wow. You're Greg Jennings. You were putting this sim on your back.
With a broken leg. No, the cool thing, I haven't gotten stitches in forever. And I didn't realize like the new stitch technology. Like I could shower as soon as possible. Like
what?
They were like, yeah, within you could go home and shower right now and shampoo your head, you'd be completely fine. Great. I didn't do that because I was still a little weary. But this morning, took a shower, everything's fine. My head didn't open up. I've just been taking some Advil. Other than that, I'm feeling good, man.
Wow, dude.
It was gnarly, though. The cyst was gnarly.
And you said you've been growing out your hair for quite some time?
Well, and not to repeat this story for people that heard it whenever I told
just give me the Cliff Notes version, because I did not know this.
Okay, so I'll give you a quick version of it. Buzzcut guy until about 2018, February of 18 or so. Buzzcut guy basically my whole life until then. So that was the first adult haircut I received, and I've kept it about this length since then. So, yeah. But it took a while to get to this point when you're a buzzcut guy. I mean, you keep your hair short, so you understand.
Yeah, and I have I've been through, especially this past year, and the way the pandemic has challenged us with basically taking care of ourselves and hygiene. We kind of want to throw a lot of it out the window, especially when we're not going outside a lot. So I've been through stages where I wanted to grow the hair out, but the challenge is you always get to that like awkward point where you either give in
Bingo.
and you cut the hair, or you have to battle your ass off through that stage. And it's like, I struggle and I become weak and I can never get through that stage. So I go back to the haircut to my barber, and he's like, I thought you said you were going to grow your hair out. And I said, I don't know, dude. Like, it's just becoming all kind of messy and gross. He said, all right, we cut it. And then I'm like, damn it, I should have kept going.
Dude,
but I gave up.
That's exactly what happened with me. My thing was I want to just grow it as much as I possibly can, because I had never grown out my hair in my whole life because I was a buzz cut guy. And I had a bunch of friends that were starting to lose their hair. So I'm like, I have hair still. I want to just grow this as long as I possibly can and see what happens. But then I had some sort of event I had to go to, and my mom was like, you can't go there looking the way you do right now. I was like very mid-awkward phase of the grown-out buzz cut, which is a bad look.
Yeah.
And so got it styled, as the kids say, and I've been about this length since. So
well, you look great, man.
That's the hair story.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that I have been caught up on your hair story. Someone mentioned earlier the reason your microwave has looked so small is because you've had that large growth on your head, which is now removed. So everything looks like normal size again. And AMAC on YouTube says you have to get past the shaggy stage, 2 to 3 weeks. That's AMAC. That's always been a struggle for me. Like, oh. And then people at work are like, what are you doing? And then my wife's like, what are you doing? Everyone's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm trying to grow my hair out. And I guess it's just not going to work for you. And everyone's just, beating you down, and no one's supporting you through a very important stage in your life. Anyone who has been at that point knows you need the most support ever when you are trying to grow your hair out and you reach the point of no return.
And a lot of people refuse to give that support because they're jealous. It's just pure jealousy.
Yeah.
They wish that they had the cojones to take that journey, and they don't. So they bring you down. Yeah. And then you end up cutting your hair for an event that is seemingly meaningless years later. I should have just gone to that event with the awkward phase. I should have just, went in there with a horrible top knot and just said, hey, we're trying something here. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. Hindsight, wish I never got the haircut. Wish I was still growing it.
Dude, me too, man. I would love to see you. You would look like Chris Farley.
I would be like 5 years in.
You'd be like Chris Farley in Wayne's World 2, where he was like a member of like the behind the stage crew, where he was letting people in. He had the long.
I love this.
He just had the long hair. Oh God, it was awesome. So we've reached the second quarter. I'm finally paying attention. And by the way, the touchdown for Ted Ginn Jr., 17th touchdown for him, 67th for Mitch. Anthony Miller was the one who had 3 catches, 57 yards after the first frame, everybody. And then just going back one more time to the grape-sized cyst you had removed, Andrew on the 1s and 2s truly believes you need to save it and make it into a sweet shark tooth-like necklace.
Okay, so unfortunately, I did want to save it, but the dermatologist said she had to cut it open to make sure everything was, A-okay with this cyst.
Oh, yeah.
So she cut it open right in front of me. That was sort of the gnarliest part. It sort of just like one little poke with the knife, and it sort of just oozed all out over the tray. Gnarly, gross stuff. But she took a look at all the goo and said it was good to go.
Just wonderful, wonderful stuff. That video, by the way, you should put on like your YouTube channel.
I was thinking about it. People are super into that stuff.
Yes,
like
I'm
telling
man.
You, Morgan loves Dr. Pimple Popper. It's one of her favorite shows. And I can't watch it. It's not for me. The only reason why I enjoy this video is because it's my own head and the cyst is being removed from my body. I can't watch other people's stuff like that. It's just so gross. I honestly, it was kind of messed up for me to just throw that into the Zoom just then. I gave you some warning. You said
you did. I mean, like, it's like anything. I'll try anything
how
once.
Gross it was.
No, dude, they were digging. It was like they had a shovel and they were digging into your skull.
You didn't even get to the part where they went in like round 2. She was like, well, no, there's still some fibers. So she gets in there and she gets like more clips.
What's it sound like when they're doing that to you?
Like it sounds like you're clipping like the tag off of a new hat or a new T-shirt, like those little plastic tags that you should cut. And if you pull when you're impatient, you make those little holes, I've learned over time, don't pull the tag out of the new T-shirt because you want to right away. Have some patience, get home, cut it out. Better for the shirt long term.
Those are words of wisdom right there for maybe a younger, more impatient generation. Well done. Seriously. We've all learned. And if you've done it once, you'll never do it again. You learn and you say, holy hell, I can't believe I just ripped a hole in my brand new shirt. Like, you just got home. You made the 25-minute drive from the mall, so you don't even want to go back. You're too lazy to do it. And so you're rocking a shirt now, or like, and you're going to have that hole in your bacon neck. Like, it's just terrible.
Awful. You're sitting there with your new Kevin Millar Red Sox jersey circa 05. And you're feeling good, and then the next time you go to put the shirt on, you notice there's a really small hole in it, and you're like, damn, should have just waited. Because I didn't even need to pull the tag out. I didn't even put the shirt on out in public. I hated the tag. I didn't want it to be there.
No one likes the tag. It's one of the most annoying parts of clothing, the tag. But for some reason,
put stickers.
Yep.
Get rid of tags.
So here we go. We got the Bears marching downfield. As Mitch, incomplete pass there. Mitch, 70% owned in the free showdown, 19% in the captain spot. His top target so far in this game, Anthony Miller, 28% owned. He's 3% in the captain spot. How about A-Rob, 47% owned, 10% there in the captain spot. As I open up the 2 contests we have here, and how is your lineup looking right now, Tommy?
Sorry, Emerson, my internet cut out again. Not to be so cliche here.
It's the most evergreen statement for this sim, you and me.
So let me throw this up here. I'm in 73rd.
Okay. Most excellent. Well done. I am currently sitting
the internet's going to be a challenge today, I guess.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. 100th place out of 131. I've got a big, beefy, it appears 26. No, check that. 16 points. Just incredible performance by my lineup right now. But as I go over to the free showdown here, $250 in total prizes up for grabs. 10,000 entries. Current first place roster, Mitch Trubisky in the captain spot. There's Woods, there's Henderson, there's Miller, there's Ginn, and then there's the Bears defense. So 51 points right now.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
And that is the Georgie's Dream Stream debut. Took a very quick trip. I got to see my parents in person for the first time in a year. It was like a year to the day as Mitch Trubisky takes a sack, 2nd and 17 coming up from the 45, inside 3 minutes here to play in the first half. So that was pretty cool to see my folks for the first time. As I mentioned at the top of the program, recently vaccinated, so I felt comfortable going out and seeing them, and I got to spend some time with them, scooped up a dog. My wife and I decided to grow the family a little bit. We got another Springer Spaniel puppy, which yesterday the introduction to Winnie was interesting, to say the least. Winnie's just 7.5 months old, and we're crazy. We're kind of like dog psycho people, which I'm sure all of you have been able to pick up by now. But we allowed both of them to sleep in the bed with us last night. So when I'm waking up at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning because someone is chewing on my toe or they are wrestling together, I immediately regret my decision. But we're just living that thing called life, Tommy. You know, I just go on.
What makes you happy?
In. Yeah, that's what it is. We're big bed dog in the bed people.
Yeah, but I feel like, and I don't personally own a dog. We didn't have a dog growing up, and
yeah. What about the chinchilla you were telling me about last week?
Most of the people. That's Morgan's family's
that's
dog,
right.
Boomer. They are big dog people, and basically everyone I know that is a dog person is like sleeps with their dog. Like it's almost like it comes with the territory, you know.
Mitch using his legs again. They're in the red zone, and 7-0 lead here for Chicago. So their defense is getting it done. No, Edmund, I did not get vaccinated, bro. They did. My parents got vaccinated. So I went down and I saw them. And it was really nice. As cannot break the tackle down at the 1. Bears in good position here. Power backs David Montgomery. That third down running back, they want to come out like a passing formation. Tariq Cohen. So if you have one of those two dudes in your lineup, could decide to keep it on the ground, dial down the middle here, and they will. And that is a ridiculously easy touchdown for Mr. Tariq Cohen.
You mentioned David Montgomery as the power back here. And I know that's kind of how it is in Madden world. But in real life, David Montgomery, every down back, that dude is a beast. I love him up in Chicago. Extremely fun to watch.
Montgomery, dude, he actually had
He's a
came
monster.
in and he's kind of saved some of my fantasy teams like this year, but before he was always a guy whose expectations he was supposed to be the man, but like I don't understand why he hasn't necessarily become the man in Chicago. It's always fallen short of expectations.
Right. He had a very slow start to this season. I think this is his second or third year in the league.
Out of Michigan State,
down the stretch,
no?
Absolute monster.
Yeah.
I thought it was one of the Carolina schools. Let's do a quick internet search. Hopefully that doesn't crash my Zoom here, as we are still spotty out here in St. Louis. Iowa State.
Okay, I was close.
Go Cyclones.
Just remember the Seneca Wallace days with them. I'm trying to find. There was an interesting. So a minute to play here. Rams do have all 3 timeouts. We know that the weapons that they have on offense, you would think they'd be able to score
Cyclones
quickly.
are always a tough out.
Here we go. This is funny. I'll never forget this graphic. this graphic here that they shared when he was with Iowa State, and he was a junior running back. And this is how they compared him. They were calling him the running back Frankenstein, right? And they said, and this is an ESPN graphic, the feet of Saquon Barkley, the vision of Le'Veon Bell, the strength of Zeke Elliott, and the athleticism of Sony Michel.
Is that real?
That is real. That is a, dude, 100% it is real.
Oh my God. That sounds like Tommy Heinsohn describing a third string center for the Celtics.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you what. The way David Montgomery plays with it, really grinds it out, picks up those like ginormous 2-3 yard gains. He would earn a lot of Tommy points. You know?
Tommy points. Big time. Big time.
But dude, I'll never forget this. I seriously, because
that is an aggressive graphic.
And you're basically saying he's the most perfect running back ever, and he's been far from that.
Yeah, but honestly, if you're giving a guy a description like that, like why wasn't he the #1 overall pick in the draft? Like, wow, just that's some hilarity right there. That's a producer on a broadcast just having fun. He's just like, I got assigned to Iowa State again this week. Yeah, we're gonna pretend like this guy's the greatest player of all time.
Yeah, and like I remember when Cohen got knocked out early this past season, everyone thought Montgomery would just all of a sudden launch into this like stratosphere, and that he would be this must start every week, and he kept kind of falling short. He'd be right floating around like 10 points a week. Now down the stretch, he had some great performances because they had like this weak schedule when it came to opposing running defenses, like rushing defenses. So then you're like, okay, I'm kind of seeing why he was touted so highly like for the past couple of years. And the other reason I know so much about him is because he has been disappointing me on my fantasy team for like a couple of years. But what's going to happen?
How when someone's on your fantasy team, you become an expert on that player.
Oh, dude, especially when they frustrate the hell out of you.
Yes.
Like, oh my God.
Yes. Yep. I feel the same way about Todd Gurley. I've been down that path with him so many times. I feel like Todd Gurley and I are like best friends.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you feel the same way. You know? Just feel great about that relationship you two have. You guys go way back.
Yep.
Almost 500 people watching now on the Dream Stream on YouTube. Thank you to everyone who's decided to like the video. If you got a like, you feel like using it, guys, let's go. Let's do it. I've got a pretty good reason for you to like the video here in just a moment. Babe, can I see Georgie real quick? Can you bring out the game? Hey, you got the stuff? Yeah, I got the stuff. She's very asleep. Well, as I mentioned, gotta wake them up.
That's a huge
wake
bummer.
up the gimp. Let's do this thing.
Come on.
Hand over the goods. Hand over the little potato.
Let's see the pup.
And the little peach.
Aww.
Look at this.
Wow.
Yes, I have sunglasses on.
That is a very cute dog.
I know. How you doing, Big Lips?
Wow. Hey, buddy.
How you doing?
Wow.
Huh? I love you. So she comes from a peach farm, hence the peach collar here, guys. Peaches. So I'm holding her.
Oh yeah.
Check this out. The ideal specimen.
I'm gonna pin your video.
The ears, absolute perfection. They're a little larger than I think they should be. So she's like Dumbo. But cool little chick. I like her. You know.
She's
you good?
Cute.
You go back to bed. Anywho, guys, this is Georgia. So she'll be making lots of appearances here on the Dream Stream moving forward. We are a little crazy. No human children, so we're just gonna keep doing this thing with the dogs. I know. Okay, well, that's it. Come, Heather, honey. Thank you.
Furry
One more
children.
time. One more time. Peace out, y'all. Peace out. Yeah, I know. I'm handing over like she's my child. So anywho, pretty excited about that. She is super sleepy, everybody. Really, really cool. Some of the conversations we've had over the first few days. Thanks, Luke. Appreciate it, guys. So that's it. Everyone have a good day. Oh, no, we're only at halftime. Okay. 14-0. 14-0. Bears leading right now. Tommy, your lineup.
Yes.
Yay or nay?
Oh, nay. Nay. Like a horse.
Who is disappointing you the most in your lineup?
Everyone. I'm in 48th. I guess that could be worse, but I just had really, really high expectations for this lineup. And I'm sitting here on a Saturday, still morning here in St. Louis, disappointed, to say the least.
BK says Dog is the best-looking announcer, 100%. And already her coming here and not saying a single word already makes her better than me. Yes, I will give that to Georgie. It's amazing. A little bit of work she has to do to become better than me. Although he's still the highest paid employee at DraftKings. Is what it is. No big deal at all. I'm up to 71 out of 130. Lineup check. All you beautiful men and women of the Dream Stream, share with me where your lineup is. Where are you at in whatever contest? I know if you're ever feeling frisky too, don't forget, we got tons of paid contests you can play in these things as well. And I'm sure Kaufman already has a contest set up for 49ers at the Chiefs at 2 o'clock. So you're going to be on him with that. Have you filled out a lineup already for that one? I'm not going to ask you what it is, but I didn't know if you already were on top of it.
Yes, I will be there, and I'm already in the contest.
Well, good stuff. Kaufman has challenged me over the past few days to some head-to-head in basketball. I've heard that he was big into that. I said, okay. Oh, we got an interception. Bears defense coming up big. The Rams on the opening possession of the second half. And Goff doing Goff-like things, being picked off. And now the Bears in business once again.
So, Emerson, you've gone down the path of the Kaufman head-to-heads?
Dude, and let me tell you what, like, I know that guy has a boatload of basketball knowledge. And you guys know me, all I do is put together, like, money-making lineups. This guy's destroyed me over the past 2 days. Slides into my text again today and says, hey, you want to go again? I said, first off, buddy, Venmo me $15. You're just like Kenny. You owe me money. You owe me $15. Kenny still owes me $20. I got to get his mom involved. Try to get $20 from her son, which Kenny and I will be on the noon sim tomorrow. So we're going to get to the bottom of this. And yeah, so I don't know if I'm going to do it because Kaufman's too good at these basketball head-to-heads.
Yeah, you know, I enjoy playing, but at the same time, I do feel like I am just I'm donating to his children's college fund.
Yeah, like forget that, bro. I'm not going to send your kids to college. Hell no. You send them yourself. Trying to steal my money.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he cheats.
That's what I feel like
he cheats. No, he's a cheater.
You think he's paying for one of those databases?
No. The only cheater I know is Kenny Ducey, and that comes to rock, paper, scissors, y'all. And we have video of it here on the Dream Stream. All of you know it.
Glash and I did a rocks, paper, scissors sim best of 5 situation. It was pretty epic. Went into overtime of that 5th match. And I ended up losing in epic fashion. I was up 2-0 and ended up falling apart. And I eventually will owe him a pizza on these sims. We're going to order the pizza live, have it delivered during the sim. So that'll happen at some point. We were supposed to do it one day, but then Glash was all flustered because he was shooting a TikTok earlier, you know. when he's in his TikTok production mode. He's off his game a bit, you know. His mind's elsewhere. But one of these days, we'll order that pizza, and he'll eat it on the stream.
Dude, I love pizza. Love food.
Pizza's great.
I'm questioning currently though. My guy Jose Garcia in the YouTube chat. He says, "Did he just kiss that dog on the mouth?" Yeah, dude. I kiss the dogs on the mouth. I sleep with my dogs. He thinks that's disgusting. It's all good, brother. It's all good. To each their own. I highly suggest you kissing your dog on the mouth and inviting your dog into bed.
I feel like the dog in bed thing is normal for dog owners. Like I hear that constantly.
Yeah, I've always done it since I was a kid. I remember spooning up next to all the dachshunds my parents owned. You know? And then smooch them on the lips. There you go. Mad Mitch showing up. Nice. Another touchdown. So
that was a hell of a move.
Yeah, it really was. Proving here for the Rams that karma is a Mitch. Extra point away from going up 21-0.
Wow.
17th rushing touchdown for Mitchie T. And that was set up following the 11th interception for the Bears defense in Madden 2021.
I really want to show you a picture of the cyst next to Morgan's engagement ring because she was at the dermo with me and we had her take the ring off and put it next to the cyst so we could show like the size of the cyst to people. But again, I've already shown you too much, but it's a pretty hilarious picture if you're down. Yeah. If you pretend like it's not a gross cyst and it's like just an oversized chickpea, it's not, you can handle it. All right, you ready for this?
Okay, yes. So, what is going on, dude? That is a grape. It looks like a grape. It looks like a grape with no skin on it. It's like if you skinned a grape. If you skinned a grape. If you skinned a grape, and then you put it next to the ring. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
No. Can you do
Gnarly.
like taxidermy stuff with assists, and then you could put that on a ring? That's like the size of a ring pop.
Oh, it's so big. It was so big.
Okay, I mean, like, are we allowed to show that to the DK Sim fan? I mean, it's a medical thing.
I feel like I would be like either sued or fired if I showed that on YouTube. So not going to do that.
Someone asking who just scored. It was Mitch Trubisky. That was set up by a Bears interception. So this is just a one-sided affair right now for the Bears. Trubisky business. That's what we got cooking today. What's up? Popping back over to Twitch here. CJ, what's up, dude? First time playing Fortnite. Good to see you. Is Reed Tees, did you know here today? Okay, so first time playing Fortnite also says, I need another Cohen rushing touchdown and a couple Eddie Pinheiro field goals. Oh, man. I love these sims sometimes with what they have us like rooting for. It's like, all right, I really need this fullback dive right now. I really need a couple fullback touchdowns. I need a couple field goals, maybe from like, the 40 to 50 range. And then Quan Chapo says, I just need a puppy.
I need a long catch here from a tight end 2.
You know what? Also, starting a serial OnlyFans account is a brilliant idea. That's a great idea. Just watching me eat cereal.
Hey, look, there's all sorts of weird out there, man. I'm sure there's a market for it.
Definitely is. Oh, God. Mo says, where is Josh Reynolds? By the way, what's up, Mo? Good to see you, dude.
Yeah, where is Josh Reynolds? I'd like to know that, as he is my captain.
I don't know which running back that is, Malcolm Brown, but I'll take it. Bass Pops, you seen the movie A Dog's Tale, Em? I don't know if I have. Here's a good one, and I want to throw this out to you.
Okay.
Batman asks Emerson, would you trade for Watson or draft the Clemson quarterback? I don't know if are we talking like in the Jaguars situation? I had my co-host at Ness and Sealy actually texted me the other day. She's like, have you thought about this? If you're the Jaguars or the Jets, would you trade that 1 or 2 overall pick for Deshaun Watson? And I said, all right, speaking from the Jaguars, yes, I would. You know what? Without hesitation, I said, yeah, I would. I'd take a guy, mid-20s. We know he's a bona fide stud. We know what he can do. We know Trevor Lawrence has, man, on the surface, looks like he's got everything. Looks like he could be the next great franchise quarterback. How many times have we seen that in the past, that if nothing is a guaranteed when these guys get to the NFL? It's not. We've seen flops before. And I don't think he will be one. I think chances are he's not going to be one, but it doesn't mean that he can get there and just completely flop. So my thing is this. To the Jags, would you want to trade for someone who doesn't necessarily want to play for you? You're not on his list. So I think it's completely out of the question. And I know Watson holds all the chips. Watson is in total control there in Houston. He is. But if I'm the Jets, I'm doing everything I can right now to do that. Yes. Weren't the Jets on his list too, Tommy? Yep. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes. Yes, no, they were. And if I'm either team, if he'd be willing to go there, yeah, I'd make that move for everything you just said. There's nothing guaranteed in this league. We don't know if Fields is going to be good. We don't know if Zach Wilson's going to be good. We don't know if Trevor Lawrence is going to be good. We think he's going to be good.
Yeah.
He's got every intangible and, has shown on the field everything we need to see to say, okay, this guy's probably going to be good in the NFL. But, maybe he just hit his athletic peak at 21 years old, and he can be on the decline. That happens sometimes. We see it in every sport where a guy is just absolutely dominant at the college level, and then they get to the pros, and it's just not what it was at the next level. So I would 100% trade for Watson with either one of those picks if I could, because he's a proven commodity. He's still young. He hasn't shown that any of the injuries he's sustained is going to impede on him continuing to be great. So that feels like a no-brainer to me.
Yeah, Mo says the Trevor Lawrence rookie contract is valuable, though. Yeah, it certainly is. But
Agreed.
knowing you get a guaranteed quarterback who just led the league in like passing yards and has done it with beaten up like weapons like consistently and played at that high level, and in an organization that has been totally inept and unable to take advantage of some of this like best years, and he's only 3-4 years like into the league here. Like, what are we doing?
No, the contract thing is a good point, but when you can get a guy like Deshaun Watson and you've been the Jacksonville Jaguars, who, greatest quarterback in the history of their franchise is Mark Brunell, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. You gotta take Deshaun Watson if you can get him.
Yeah. And then, Mockingjay 2020 makes a point here. So he says makes no sense for the Jets to get Watson. He will have less weapons than he did in Houston. But isn't that something you could fix?
It makes no sense for him to go to New York.
And that's on his wish list.
If you're going to use that argument. But we're saying, should the Jets do that? Yes. Like we're just talking from like the franchise's perspective. We're not talking from a Deshaun perspective.
I just think you have an opportunity. I know you're probably going to have to overpay for him, for sure, in order for Houston to cave in and give him up. But if you have an opportunity to grab an all-pro quarterback like that, again, who hasn't even hit his prime? What is he, 24, 25 for crying out loud?
It's insane. And the season he just had on such a bad team was insane. Like, people look at the record and they're like, oh, Deshaun Watson, like, of course he wants out. He just had a down year. No, like, he was – if they went 500, he probably would have gotten MVP votes. Like, he was that good.
Ken Freeman saying A-Rob doesn't have a single catch. And speaking of A-Rob in real life, the Bears had to franchise tag him. I know he's probably not like super happy about that, but you can't just let that guy walk away for nothing.
Hey, so I thought that you were saying A-Rod, and I thought you were going to talk about how A-Rod and J-Lo broke up.
Oh, we can definitely dive into that, man, because I was pretty fired up about that yesterday. I really was. And
I mean, I don't know the details. I just know that it happened, and that felt like one of those couples, those celebrity couples that had, quote-unquote, figured it out. And, hey, just goes to show you it's not always what it looks like, Emerson.
No. I mean, a 2-year engagement as the Rams nearing their first touchdown. Henderson on the carry. Second, a goal coming up from the 1. We're inside 7 minutes to play in regulation. So that crosses I'm on a flight back yesterday. That crosses my Twitter timeline. And it was the least shocking news. And I'm thinking, well, A-Rod was just using J-Lo for those third-row seats at the inauguration as as Goff connecting here with Mr. Robert Woods for the first touchdown, first points of the day coming in the fourth quarter for the LA Rams. They've got some work to do.
Goff stinks.
But this also kind of doesn't surprise me. I don't know if anyone is into Southern Charm or some of that reality television on Bravo. There's been some rumors for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, whoa. Hold on a second. Andrew on the 1s and 2s just dropping in a ridiculous bomb into the, what a bombshell report here. Apparently they're not done. According to TMZ, which has become more and more of a trusted source when it comes to these things. Remember, they broke the Michael Jackson news like a decade plus ago.
Yeah.
They said, we're not broken up. And there's no third party involved, because the story I was about to share was there have been rumblings for a while, and it popped up during the Southern Charm reunion. There is a woman on that show, Madison, who posed, there have been reports that A-Rod and Madison were maybe talking a little bit behind the scenes. Some nasty reports. But apparently now, according to this one, Lopez and A-Rod saying reports of their demise as a couple have been greatly exaggerated, because they're still fighting to stay together. TMZ has learned. Megan, this is a new report back there. Wait a second.
What does she think?
I've got my wife behind this green monster who says she now has other reports that are conflicting to this report.
Oh, who's her source?
We have conflicting reports. Babe, who is your source on this? Dumois, which I believe is an Instagram account. J-Lo is embarrassed.
She should be.
So she's letting this play out. Like she's going to be in charge of it.
Well, she...
Okay. So J-Lo, according to reports and some sources that my wife has, is J-Lo does not want the story to be that it was this Southern Charm reality star, Madison, who was the main reason they split. So J-Lo is trying
Look,
to.
J-Lo can think she's controlling this narrative all she wants, but we all know what happened, honey. You know, it's over. A-Rod was unfaithful with a reality star, and he ruined being with one of the most beautiful women on planet Earth, whom he bought a ring that was worth like $2 million or something ridiculous.
Yeah.
Look, A-Rod's stock about to go way back down. A-Rod was on the up and up, man. If you bought in on A-Rod in like 2000 and what, we'll call it, before he got with J-Lo, so whatever year that was, maybe right before he started doing television, A-Rod stock all-time low. People down on A-Rod. Guy gets a TV job, starts dating J-Lo, top of the world. A-Rod, A-lister over the last few years, and that dude is about to plummet. You're not going to see that guy on Shark Tank. You're going to stop seeing him making appearances on TV. He is going to go in the tubes. Sell on A-Rod. Sell, sell, sell.
Yep. Gotta say, Team J-Lo all the way on this one, y'all.
Oh, my God.
Team J-Lo.
I mean, it's not even close.
No.
A-Rod is a cheat, and he's a liar, and he was a Yankee. Get that dude out of here.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Tommy Popsicle's passionate.
People, you know what? Yeah. The whole A-Rod craze over the last few years, that has been peeing me off, man. Okay? Like, we all just are going to completely forget that this guy is one of the biggest cheaters in the history of sports. He got into a shouting match with the Yankees over contract stuff. I mean, this dude... overpaid, whiny liar that just needs to be out of my life. I'm kind of happy this happened. So now I don't need to pretend like A-Rod is this like cool dude anymore. Okay? I hate A-Rod, and I will now be even more impassioned about it because of this.
Hold up. Hey, oh my God, hell of a freaking touchdown, Robert Woods.
What a move.
Son of a gun. What a move. What a move! The Rams, hey, out of the woods right now? Wow, you thought he was down around the 15. Dude hits the spin cycle, says, get off me, bro. I don't care about your families or your feelings. I'm going to embarrass you. Get off me.
Oof. That was nice. Looks like A-Rod in his prime.
Turn Goff the lights. 7-point game. Under 4.5 to play in the fourth. Many of you in the chat getting hot and bothered over the J-Lo A-Rod gossip. Many of you saying, I need more attention to the plays. Well, there you go. How about them marbles? How about them apples, boys and girls? Because we have ourselves a 7-point game.
Talk about the sim.
Let's go.
Talk about the sim. Talk about the sim. Talk about the sim. Talk about
Let's
the sim.
Go. Ooh, I
sim.
love the Twitch fam though. The Twitch fam is a little more in. The Twitch fam is a little more into the hot TMZ gossip right now. So those are my gossip girls over on Twitch.
Twitch fam is yeah. The Twitch fam is very chic. That's
love
why.
that.
They get it. They're in the know.
Love that about them.
Yeah.
Peace of mind. When does the Fantasy Bachelor sim start? Oh, peace of mind. You cannot give us fantastic ideas like that. We will execute them. We will get after it, baby. Oh, Brad Wallace, what's up, dude? Good to have everybody here today. Almost 450 of you watching. Mitch Trubisky, there he is. Cuckoo-cuckoo, Mr. Robinson. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here. Finally. Hey, guys, love you, every single one of you over on YouTube. Can I get 13 of you right now to get Tommy and I and the whole DK Sim fam beyond the century mark in likes? We need 13 likes right now. Ooh, down to 11. 11 likes. Robbie Noble says, Robbie Noble says, LOL, Twitch, the Gossip Girls. Ooh, yeah, first time playing Fortnite. All this talk about A-Rod upset A-Rob. Woods now.
Out of here, man.
5 catches, 96 yards, and 2 touchdowns. So 4 shy of the 100-yard receiving bonus.
Oh, yeah, I got to get my wooden nickel ready. I have one out already.
Jordan Lindenbaum, chic equals enjoying shallow conversations about couple breakups like 15-year-old girls. Hell yeah. Like, as if, Jordan.
We're talking about A-Rod and J-Lo here. Come on.
Bro, this isn't just any other couple, man. This is power, bro.
It's one of the most successful, pop culture icons of all time, dating one of the biggest cheats in the history of baseball. Of course I'm interested.
Oh, man, what a day. What a day here.
I will rip A-Rod on my public platform. I'll rip him.
Oh, God. Everyone got to meet Georgie. Hopefully that brought everybody some good feelings, and then we brought everyone back down. We knocked you all back down to earth after that natural high of seeing a puppy. We said, let's talk some celebrity relationship hot gossip. We got up to 109
and
likes.
Emerson got to look at my cyst.
I feel like, okay, well, I'm going to throw this out to the DK Sim fam. Maybe like not here on the stream, but maybe like on your Instagram story or something. Like, would you guys and gals on the DK Sim fam, would you guys like to see this cyst? And I'm telling you, I've seen a picture of it. Imagine a grape, and there's no skin on it, so it looks like this jelly ball, and it is the size of a grape. Would you want Tommy to post that on his Instagram story?
Or if you do want it, guys, I'll DM it to you guys. DM's always open. Team DM's always open. Hit me on Twitter at your boy TC Fresh, BOI TC Fresh. Oh yeah. I will DM you a picture of my cyst.
Okay, so there you have it. If you guys want to see a picture of Tommy's cyst, find him on Instagram, find him on social media. His DMs are wide open. He wants
always
you to
open, baby.
He wants you to enter his DM box, and he will exchange with you for your time a picture of his grape-sized cyst.
I got to be honest, the last, half day or so, I just find myself talking about it nonstop. I'm like so excited about it. I feel like I need to cool down on it. After a few days, maybe it will stop being as like interesting or as cool to me. But I'm in cyst mode right now, I'm insistent.
Yeah, you are. Hey, I love it. Love that about you. So Chicago doing what they basically needed to do was continue to pick up first downs here. Find scoring territory, another first down inside the red zone. So you're looking at, worst case they should just be able to down this thing. Just run this clock out. Yeah, so victory formation. And this one appears to be heading for the exit. 21-14, now inside a minute to go. Tommy is going to stick around, guys, for the 2 o'clock sim. He's going to be joined by Adam Kaufman, who has spanked me 2 straight nights in NBA head-to-head showdowns. He's good at that stuff. 49ers at the Chiefs at 2 o'clock. So get your lineups filled out. I'm sure they'll talk a little more football and other things. And I'm going to start posting some pics now that we have announced the addition of Georgie. I'm going to start posting some pics on social media. It's time.
Wow. Welcome to the family.
As I always say, welcome to the DK Sim fam. You are one of us now, and you cannot leave.
That's how it works. Blood in, blood out.
And that's how it works there. So the Bears go up 21-0. The Rams make it interesting, at least, helping everyone out with your lineup, especially if you rostered Goff and Woods. Man, I had a terrible performance. Currently,
I came at 30th. I'm feeling good about it.
Really? Good for you. Robert Woods in the flex, nearly 27 points. That's not too shabby. So right now, if I had to ask you, Krusty Kaufman, player of the game, well, let me rip through some stats first. So 20 of 26 for Goff, 211 yards, 2 touchdowns and an interception. Trubisky was 16 of 23, 200 yards and 1 touchdown. So that's what we had through the air, everybody. As we got Tate going to be adding up scores for us, double checking all the stats. Montgomery on the ground, so there wasn't a whole lot going on there. 9 for 22. Trubisky, as always, I mean, he's a dangerous dude. So he had like 9 carries, I think it was, around like 63 yards, and he did have a touchdown.
He had that nice move right by the end zone.
Yeah, that was fancy. So yeah, 9 for 63 and a touchdown. Cohen had the one from like the 1 yard line, so 6 for 21 on the ground and a touchdown. Brown, 5 for 10 for the Rams. Henderson, 5 for 21. And then in the receiving department, a couple impressive performances here. Holy hell, I didn't realize Henderson had 8 catches for 60 yards.
He's becoming like a passing threat out of the backfield. It's fascinating.
So Woods ended up with 5 grabs, 95 yards, 2 touchdowns. I think I saw Jimmy Graham was also a PPR machine in this one. 7 catches. 7 catches for, I think I saw 47 yards.
Yeah. I think I got to go Robert Woods with the wooden nickel here.
Okay.
Huge day for the Rams receiver. And Tariq Cohen going to get my babysitter Billy, not my kid award. Just didn't really show. I know he got in the end zone, but not a lot of rushing yards, wasn't a factor catching the ball like he normally would be. So not my kid, not my problem.
Okay. So that's it. You've handed out all your awards.
Awards have been given out. Cyst has been removed. A-Rod has been shamed.
I'm giving all right, so here's what I'm doing. I'll go ahead and I'll give my own, and we can put this down so it's officially in the history books and the record books. My Krusty Kaufman player of the game, your cyst. Your cyst doing a fantastic job hanging in there for most of its life. And then my babysitter Billy, not my kid, I'm still single award will go to Alex Rodriguez. That's what I'm doing. So the cyst wins.
Amazing.
A-Rod is out.
Amazing.
But from the bottom of my heart, love you guys. It was good to see everybody here after a week hanging out with the doggo and the fam. Atomic Popsicles, enjoy the 2 o'clock sim. Thank you to Andrew on the 1s and 2s and producer Michael, and then Tate from the ops team. Oh, I need to read something for you guys. Hold on a second. I put this up here in the chat so I didn't screw anything up. Here we go. So on Tuesday, your boy here, yours truly, is going to be hosting the Sweats March to the Tournament show. So I want you to join us here on YouTube and Twitch on Tuesday for a special NCAA tournament preview show. We will give you the sportsbook perspective on which team is coming out of each region, who could be on upset alerts, and which spreads, totals, and props the public is putting their money on. So this is the Sweat March to the Tournament. It's going to air this Tuesday morning, 11 o'clock Eastern time. So that's going to be right here on the Dream Stream, YouTube, and Twitch. I'll be hosting. I'll be joined, I'm sure, by Julian Edlow and all of our hoop heads who know a lot about basketball and pay attention to the college basketball scene year-round. This is the time of year where I pretend to know that I know college basketball, and I'm just now paying attention to it. That's why we bring in other people. I'll ask the questions. They will deliver the answers. So I know Tommy's going to be watching it. He's going to be excited.
I'm in.
You know, maybe sitting there petting his pet cyst. So again, that's the Sweat March to the Tournament this Tuesday morning, 11 o'clock Eastern time. So wake up, kegs and eggs, and join us. We're going to have ourselves a hell of a time.
I'm in.
Thanks so much to everyone hanging out with us today. You and Kaufman coming up for 49ers and the Chiefs at 2 o'clock. I'm back here at noon tomorrow with Kenny. We're going to get to the bottom of all this drama between Kenny and his mom and how he owes me $20. I love you guys. Toodaloo.
Are you kidding me? Dream Stream on a Saturday? Let's go, baby. Welcoming him back for his second sim of this day, and I am joining you for my first. He is Tom Ace. Smells terrific. Tom Carroll, I'm Adam Kaufman. What's up, bud?
What is going on, buddy? Two great teams here in the 2 o'clock slate.
At least maybe in Simland, right? I mean,
Yeah.
what we have is a Super Bowl rematch of a couple years ago. We got the Chiefs and Niners.
Exactly.
Love it.
Although the Chiefs have been sliding a little bit this year. It's been weird.
Not great in Simland. As a matter of fact, sub 500 in the Madden 21 simulations since, of course, our post-tourney restart. So, yeah, I mean, not the best of the best, but you still have Mahomes, Kelsey, Hill, pay down guys like Robinson, Watkins. It's win or lose, I don't care. I mean, ultimately, I don't have a dog in the fight, in terms of the team. Individual guys in my lineup, I certainly do that I want to see perform, but you can go in a lot of different directions here, and Niners side as well behind, never mind Jimmy G, future Patriot, but obviously you have got Raheem Mostert, as we know what he is capable of here in Madden 21, and then Samuel, Bourne, some of the pay down options there, obviously George Kittle. So, like I said, a lot of ways you could go with it. What way did you go, however?
I went with Raheem Mostert in the captain spot because the last time I had a Niners sim, it was historic stuff from Raheem Mostert. I mean, just absolutely lit the world on fire. So I was not going to be left out of that party. Raheem Mostert got my captain spot, paid up for him. Happy about it. Then I got both tight ends, Kelsey and Kittle, Mahomes. And then my punt plays, in quotes, Robinson from the Chiefs and Anthony Sherman for $1,200. I couldn't decide which fullback I wanted, so I flipped a wooden nickel on it, landed on Sherman. He's good for a few more points per sim than Juszczyk, so there we go. Let's go.
Normally, I wouldn't root for any of you, quite frankly, that are listening, because I want my lineup to win. But if you were so bold as to play the Shermanator, I'm going to root for those Vulture TDs every time. I'm all about the Shermanator delivering. So best of luck to you, obviously. I was not so brash as to include him in my lineup. I've got, a little more balance. I didn't pay up for a Mostert in the captain spot. I went with Travis Kelce, who is not cheap by any stretch, but obviously not top tier. It looked like a good value opportunity in that slot. And obviously he does deliver in these sims. And then beyond that, I have Patrick Mahomes, I have Raheem Mostert, I have Kendrick Bourne, Demarcus Robinson, and Robbie Gould, who is, not a punt play in its most traditional sense. He is in a third of lineups and he was 4K, but, one of the pay down options anyhow.
You could call him a kick play.
I could call him a kick play. I like that. So we are underway. Virtual Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri. Thank you all for being here with us. He, again, is Tom Carroll. Adam Kaufman here. We have got just quite a crew. Producer Mike, who, if you don't know, is on the West Coast. So he started his day on the bright and early with that nooner in these first few sims of the day. He'll be doing the same tomorrow. We got Drew, our TD, who I worked with last night. So, switching it right on from overnight to bright and early here, going dayside. And of course, Cobra K, Tate, who I don't think we've had a single other member of Game Ops work a game in about 2 weeks. I think Tate has done every single game, and it's honestly, I'm concerned for his health at this point. We have a first down pickup for Kansas City from the 29 to the 47, and we are rip-roaring underway, baby.
Yeah, whenever you're on these streaks of working on these sims, you just got to sleep with the Zoom on, Like instead of sleeping at the office, you sleep on the Zoom.
Tate, for real though, I don't know if anyone else is aware of this, but I mean, what is the stretch right now, Tate, in terms of whether it's consecutive sims or like X out of Y? Like what's the number, right? There was a point in time where I think he worked 9 straight sims. He did all 6 the other day. All 6, all of them. Or was that yesterday, for all I remember? He did all 6 and then was on the docket for the next 3. Yeah, he's at 7 out of 9 right now. I mean, dude's
a beast.
This is some, Cal Ripken-like simulated numbers right here, the stretch that he is on. I mean, so if you're not going to smash the like for us, do it for Tate. Do it for Tate and his hashtag Team Always Here-ness that he is rocking right there with all of you.
I mean,
Brian
always
says you
here
gotta
to the
kaboom
max
that
there.
like button. I'm with it. With it.
7 of 9. That's
wild, man. I mean,
that's Herculean stuff.
I've certainly done 3 in a day many times. Maybe even once did 4 a long time ago in the Madden 20 days. But 7 out of 9, 6 in one day. I mean, you are right there with the people watching, man. It is, again, hashtag team always here. Like Killa, who says cough in the house early. Dang right, I'm here with you for this one and the early bird special coming up in a couple hours. It says, Cough, if I've watched every sim for the last week and a half, do I have too much time on my hands? I would never want to alienate members of our audience. But yes, you do. You definitely have too much time on your hands, and we are appreciative like you wouldn't believe that you are here with us, Killa, for that amount of time. Thank you so much to all of you that are chilling. Yeah, CEH says Cobra K again. Yeah, man. I mean, dude doesn't escape. 4th and 5 on the way from the 42 as we were a couple minutes into the opening quarter.
You know, there's nowhere else I'd rather be here on a Saturday. So I understand why Tate is here constantly. Here we go, 4th and 5, first quarter here.
Tell Morgan, there's nowhere else I'd rather be with Simland.
100%. She'd understand.
Cardi B.
Aggressive play call there by Andy Reid early.
Yeah, how about it? I like it. Worked out, too. 1st and 10 from the 33. Hit the like for the aggressive AI. Again, we are scoreless. There's a handoff. My guy, Cardi B of the Cardi B Card Shop says, sup, Freeze Pops. He says, Brother Koff, did you get your cards? So, we were on the other day. We were talking about the, card collecting boom that has obviously taken off again, talking extensively about it. Moose and I, Cardi B, got quite a collection. He said, I'm going to mail you guys some cards. Who do you want? I said, man, sign me up. Let's go. I mean, you want to be that generous, that gratuitous with your memorabilia? I am in. I appreciate you. As nice pickup there out to the 11 and just continuing this dominant Chiefs drive right here off that catch. Good to see it. Good to see it. Right there.
Cardi B. I mean, look who you're talking to. I mean, I have proclaimed my love for the hobby. Show me some love. I want some stuff.
Right? Yeah.
Send me some cards. What are we doing here?
So, but to answer your question, Cardi B, because Cardi says, did you get the cards, Koff? Well, so as you should have, you sent them to the DK office. Here's the thing. I haven't been to the DK office in months. And I won't be, at least in the immediate future. So while I cannot wait to grab them, it's going to be a little bit before I get in there and do that.
What did he send you?
I don't know. I mean, I requested, because he said, who do you want? I mean, ultimately, I don't know what's in the package. But I said, surprisingly enough, as we got a touchdown here to cap a methodical drive, my captain, Travis Kelce, flex, baby, flex. About to be 7-0 Chiefs. I said, my card, I mean, I was an extensive card collector growing up, as many people of my generation were. But I probably stopped, late in high school, just as I was kind of getting ready to go off to college, which unfortunately aligned perfectly with Tom Brady's career.
There you go.
I said, I don't think I have a single Tom Brady card. I really don't. So
there you go.
So that's who I requested. 158th passing touchdown for Patrick Mahomes in Madden 21. Good God. For
there
Travis Kelce, by the way, that is number 35 of those 158 for Mahomes.
Tom Brady cards are a great investment. So that's good. That's good call by you.
See Rossi's cat there hanging out. There was one comment I wanted to make sure that I read. Justin Lilly says, first time, this is awesome. Justin, welcome, man. Thanks for being here with us. Appreciate you. Thanks for joining up with the DK Sim fam. Hopefully, you have received your introductory pamphlet and membership badge, ID number, and all of the different things that you need in order to be part of this illustrious but exclusive, yet always welcoming group. Obviously,
the onboarding process,
chat, which really just takes you to another level altogether.
Love it.
So Cardi B, I got you, baby. Tate says, hey, if there's anything wrong with your lineups and stats, you sure as hell know who to blame.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Tate's owning it, baby.
the great players get all the love. They also get all the blame. That's how it works. They also get all the money.
Cardi B says you should message him. There you go. There you go.
I told him, I said, drop me your handle. I'll send you a note.
Find him on the gram, the Cardi B card shop. 7-0 KC, halfway through the opening quarter. I do have a question for the people. And yes, I see Urban Conrad welcoming Justin. Everybody please welcome Justin. Say hello, Justin. What's your favorite color? Do you have a favorite team, a favorite player? Do you come here to Simland often? All of the important questions, or at least hi and thanks for being here with us. I do have a question for all of you, maybe most especially you, because you were on the last sim. I know Emerson was.
Okay.
And you guys have probably heard I have taken him now in a couple of NBA head-to-heads. Was this at all a talking point during the last
He brought
sim?
that up. Yeah, so he did bring that up, that he is now in the fold on the head-to-heads here.
Yeah. Is he showing weakness? Is he prepared to quit, or is he gonna keep trying?
He said that he wants you to send him $15.
And he texted me that too, and I said, "How dare you treat me like Ducey?" Insisting that I Venmo you for no reason. No, sir. Not going to happen.
Yeah,
Micah
I
says
don't
he doesn't want to pay for my kid's college.
I don't know where he was going with that. Look, I'm happy to contribute.
Derek, I see your comment. I guess my question is this: would you prefer the Madden game commentators over live interactive commentators who don't necessarily offer as much play-by-play, but other colorful things? Alana says the SimFam starter pack includes sweatpants, a YouTube app, and one freeze pop.
Multiple freeze pops.
He's going to have to give out at least one per person. Fantasy Hawk says, how bad you spank him, Cough? Actually, it was pretty close. I don't know, got him by 10 or 15 points, something like that.
He said you spanked him.
I did 2 nights ago. I think yesterday was closer.
He's just getting his feet wet.
Killa says, Cough, I have a Nomar Garcia Parra and Drew Bledsoe card in a can unopened. I'm going to gift it to you. I need that Boston crap out of my collection. Hey, I'll take all the Boston crap, baby. I love you. Killa, you're the best. Shoot me a message.
You got to frame that thing.
Shoot me a message on the Twitter. Adam M. Kaufman, where you can find me. Final minute of this opening quarter. It says, and a laminated sign. No. Only Christian gets those. Postroute.substack.com. Subscribe. Executive Session says, all right there, Koff, send me the NBA head-to-head. I want some smoke. Send it over. Anyone who wants to go tonight, or any other night for that matter, just send it. Send it over. DK-A Kaufman. A-K-A-U-F-M-A-N. Happy to play. There we go. Touchdown. Let's even this sucker up from one tight end to the other. Travis Kelce, George Kittle, couple of touchdowns. If you are Tommy Carroll, you're feeling great.
Anything you can do, I can do better. That's right. Tight end stack, baby. Let's go. Nice ball from Jimmy G.
That's the 20th touchdown from George Kittle. Seven all. So let's see, where do things stand in our Mad Matinee? The Where's Jimmy G Going free roll. 140 entries, which, by the way...
Where is he going?
That's I just want to take a moment to appreciate the DK Sim fam. 140 entries into this contest, and I know it was set at 200, so we didn't max it out. I don't care about that. I am appreciative of the 140 because I only created this contest like 2 hours ago, and you guys flocked to it, as you always do. So thank you so much for getting as many people in here and making this thing as competitive as possible. That is great, and the one for the 4 o'clock, the next sim, the early bird special, is available to you in the DK Sim Fam Friends League lobby. So you can jump into that free roll as well. The Duke, 51-50s in front by about 3 points with Kittle in his captain spot. Mahomes, Hill, Kelsey, Pettis, and Gold. I am 74th, which is perfectly mediocre in this contest. How about you?
I am in 20th.
Oh, excellent.
So I'm feeling hot right now. Yeah. I'm feeling good.
That's what I like to hear. There he
is. Feeling
Tommy
loose.
Freeze Pops, only about 10, 12 points off the lead. Very good.
Not bad. Not bad. Me and Cardi B card shopper boys now.
Nice. That's what I like to hear.
I'm all in. I'm all in.
There you go.
I mean, I think I've talked about it with you, Kaufman, where I've gotten into the Brady rookie market. I don't know if you saw this. A Brady rookie card the other day went for like
1.3
million, over $1 million.
Yeah, I think it was 1.3.
So, feeling pretty good about my assets right now.
Well, I mean, that was not a run-of-the-mill card, though. That had a
exactly.
Piece of a jersey in it, and it was autographed. And do you
have
have
an autograph?
Never mind like signed cards or something. Do you have any signed Brady anything?
No, unfortunately, I don't. But I do have something that's even better than that. So when Patriots training camp used to be at Bryant when I was a kid, down in Rhode Island, my parents live about 8 minutes away from Bryant College at the time, now Bryant University, and it was the training camp, upgrade. It was the training camp after they won the Super Bowl. So this is August of 02.
02, yeah.
Something like that. And August of 02. And it was before they moved training camp up to Foxborough. It's their last training camp at Bryant. And after every practice, Brady would sign autographs. Usually it would go by position groups, like a certain day of the week would be linebackers, O-linemen, whatever. But Brady would always go every day and sign like 5 or 10 just down the line.
Sure.
And obviously I wanted Tom Brady's autograph.
Who wouldn't?
I'm going into 5th grade. Brady's my idol. And I am standing there with a notepad, just a plain, legal pad and a pen. And I am screaming at the top of my lungs, "My name's Tom too! My name's Tom too!" Just screaming. And the people around me are probably getting so mad. I didn't care, however old you are when you're going into 5th grade. I'm going nuts. I think I was 10. And Brady didn't sign my legal pad, but he looked right at me, smiled, and winked, and kept running. And me and my brother looked at each other, and we were like, "Oh my God, he looked at me!"
So what you have right there is a memory.
My life was made. I don't need his autograph. I received a smile and a wink as 10-year-old Tom yelled at him, "My name's Tom too."
I had similar kind of experience. Yours is more special, more organic because it was, amongst the people. Mine was in more of a media setting. But when I was at the Super Bowl a few years ago, and it's it's media night, and so everybody's in there, both teams are in there, and for anyone that doesn't know, who hasn't watched on TV or experienced it yourself, in normal times, non-pandemic times, it's so crowded at these events, as it's expected to be, and the players expect that. Incomplete pass, 7-all still, and so the quarterback podiums in particular, or just any star, but certainly the quarterbacks are, if not stars in general, stars at the Super Bowl at the very least. And Brady is a whole other level. We all know that. So
Of course.
his podium was, I mean, you're talking, and this is, he has to sit there for a full hour, answering questions to anyone that is just able, right? I mean, if you can even get through. And so people will line up well before he's even sitting there. And the whole hour, it's 10 people deep, and it doesn't move. And if it does move, it's somebody sneaking out through the cracks and someone else just wiggling their way in there. I mean, it is a mob scene at all times, because these are not purely football questions. It's, you'll have the TMZs of the world, or, foreign press, whatever it may be. I mean, people asking anything that you can even come up with, they will ask. And I was doing a thing for DraftKings where, I don't know if you remember this, but Martellus Bennett, when he was on the team, had done a pretty good artist, and of course does children's books and that sort of things, but he can draw in his own right. And so he had done a bunch of illustrations, some of them, very comical, of his teammates. And there was one of Brady, and it was basically just a drawing of a goat, And I was going around to various players, Belichick included, and asking them what they thought of Bennett's drawing of them for this thing that we were putting together, which does exist, by the way, out there on YouTube somewhere. It popped up randomly on my suggested videos the other day, so I know it's still there if anybody wants to Google around for this thing. I'd post the link if, one, I could find it, and two, you could even do that in the YouTube chat, but it's out there. And so I was able to, at the last second, he had 2 minutes left at the podium, I think, out of that hour. And like you, I'm off to the side. I'm way out of what I thought was out of even hearing range, but definitely shouting distance, and not couldn't touch him if I tried. It's like, Tom! Well, that's what you need to do, right? Tommy! Tom! One of those. And finally looks over at me like, what do you think of this? And I'm holding up the iPad where I have the image pulled up. What's that? Marty drew this. What do you think? Marty B? Marty drew that? Yeah, what do you think? And I don't even remember what he said. It's that seems about right, or something like that. And same kind of thing though. He just looks at you and gives you that smile, and you feel like you've shared a moment.
That's it. That's all you need. Those pearly whites.
Yeah.
Quick wink. Few people can pull off the wink. Brady's one of them.
He can. We were talking about this yesterday. Did you see the Rob Gronkowski FaceTime prank? That new TikTok fad that's going around that I'm surprised Glash hasn't tried on people yet, now that he's a
I did
TikToker.
not see this.
There's this new TikTok, well, maybe it's not new, but new to me. There's this new TikTok fad where you FaceTime somebody, and then once they pick up, say, "I'm busy, why are you calling me?" Just trying to confuse them, basically.
Oh, I've seen that. I have seen this.
And so...
Not from Gronk, but I've seen other celebrities do this.
So Gronk did that to Brady. Poor 43-year-old gullible Tom Brady. And I mean, if you think the idea is funny, it's pretty funny. If you think the whole thing is stupid, you'll think it's stupid. But Brady does pick up. He's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And of course, Gronk being Gronk, it was, and the whole thing's 30 seconds. Probably takes longer to explain it than to watch it. But Gronk was, he was like, what do you want? I'm busy." Like, what? You called me. What do you want? I called you? No, you called me. No, you called me. And then there's this 10-second pause where Brady is just trying to figure out what in the world is happening, and says, "Oh, okay, I called you." and then Gronk's, "I gotcha." Poor Tom.
That's not fair. That's not nice. Why would he put Tom in that position?
Neil wants to know who scored. 7-all, both quarterbacks with the touchdowns to the tight ends, respectively, Travis Kelce and George Kittle.
That's not nice to Tom.
It's kind of silly, though.
I will watch that, if anyone's wondering. Because my name is Tom, too. Producer Andrew let us know that he lied to Jeremy Shock told him that he was going to Miami to get an autograph back in the day.
I am surprised Vlad doesn't start doing that to people.
Yeah, because that's easy.
That's so easy. Hit that like, folks. 3rd and 3, about 3 minutes left, second quarter here. 15-yard line, 7-all game. It's the Niners ball. Looking for more points. Let's get to 150 likes. One tiny push will get us there. We're basically there right now. Garoppolo drops back. Laser to the left, completes a pass for a 10-yard gain. 1st and goal on the way from the 5.
Lana K saying,
Debo.
I love the TikTok when you play the Sunday Night Football music and your husband comes running in the room. I don't know if you've seen that. Those are pretty funny.
I actually haven't, no. That sounds good, though. I like the idea, but I've not seen it.
It's pretty good.
Here we go. 1st and goal from the 5. Not yet. 2-minute warning. Crown Sports LA.
Almost.
Debo MIA. Well, you got him on that last catch. I am still not doing well. 79. Brooklyn Bum 70 is in front now by less than a point. Freeze Pops has climbed to 13th.
Yes.
Garoppolo.
Kittle.
Touchdown. Kittle again? Yes, sir. Second
Let's
of the
go.
day.
That's good for your boy. I'll take it.
I appreciate
So,
Derek's sarcasm.
Cough.
Yeah. I was just going to read this from Derek.
You were mentioning that Jimmy G.
What's that now?
Sorry, go ahead. I think we have a delay.
Yeah, I think so. Derek just says sarcastically, I imagine, I wish I knew more about Cam Newton, his contract, his arm, his health, and anything Patriots related. That would really help me out. Thanks. Obviously, we spent a lot of time on that yesterday. Rightfully so, as Cam did, sign a new deal. And there is some relevance to this, Sim, that we might talk about with Jimmy Garoppolo. But you were saying.
That was going to be my question, actually, because you made a joke earlier about Jimmy G being the future quarterback of the Patriots. And then Cam Newton gets that contract yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to you now is, does that mean
does that close the door?
The Patriots are off the list for Jimmy G?
I don't think so. I really don't. Now, if you had told me, so I was certainly skeptical when the contract came out and all you heard initially was 1 year, $14 million. Knowing full well it wasn't going to be a $14 million guarantee. But the question was, obviously, what's the base? What are the incentives? What are the bonuses? Things along those lines that, really would further tell the story of how they're approaching the contract situation. Or quarterback situation, I should say. And so once we found out that Cam's guarantee is only, I think, $3.5 million out of the 14, and the rest obviously very incentive-laden and performance bonuses, game bonuses, being on the roster at certain points, things along those lines. I absolutely believe they are adding another quarterback. I'm not so sure that Jarrett Stidham will be on the roster. I'm also, and I said this to Moose last night, I'm not even sold that Cam is going to be on the roster come week 1. 3.5, when they have so much salary cap space available, if they can upgrade that position, I think they'd eat that money. I really do. I think right now Cam is a placeholder. I think he is a way of, and as some others have said, as you enter free agency, at least you have a guy you can point to. Like right now, that chair was basically empty, prior to Cam coming in. So at least now you can say to prospective free agents, whether it's Hunter Henry or Kenny Golladay or any of these other guys the Patriots could pursue, and you can say, all right, we've got someone there. This at the very least we have someone there, and someone who's certainly a popular player among his peers around the league, regardless of how you feel about his talent. He could be something of a recruitment tool. I don't know. But at $3.5 million guaranteed, I certainly believe, and to me it's not even a belief, it's common sense, that doesn't preclude them from adding another quarterback. Whether that is signing someone, I really don't know who that would be, because You know, I do think Bill Belichick loves Cam Newton, and he would bring him back over, let's say, Andy Dalton, Jameis Winston, Ryan Fitzpatrick, available free agent quarterbacks. Now, if they could come draft night or another time trade for Jimmy Garoppolo, I still firmly believe the Pats would do that. I really do. Marcus Mariota, maybe there as well. But I certainly think the Jimmy G thing is very, very real. If, in fact, the Niners move on from him, which is no guarantee. We don't know what they'll do if they don't want him back, if they can't, I don't know, swing a trade for a Kirk Cousins, for a Sam Darnold, or if they're just going to hand the reins to Beathard or Mullins or something like that. But baseline, at the very, very least, I think you have Cam and the Patriots draft a quarterback. And not only that, draft one pretty high. Whether it's Trey Lance, whether it's trading up for Justin Fields, whether it's getting Mac Jones, somebody like that. It's not going to be Wilson. It's certainly not going to be Lawrence. But, one of those other middle of the pack, upper echelon quarterbacks, not 1, 2, but 3, 4, 5, something like that. I think that's what's going to happen. That is my outlook on that position right now. But, I've rambled. So what do you think?
The only thing I take away from that I hadn't thought about before is the recruitment tool thing, because you are right. Cam Newton is an extremely popular and respected player amongst his peers. And I know he's gotten a lot of criticism from the media and from fans for the way he played this past season, because, look, he didn't play all that great post-COVID. And, whether that's fair or unfair, that criticism is a different story for a different day. But the dudes he played in the league with, the guys he came up in the league with, the guys that are veterans right now, they all respect the hell out of that guy. As we see a touchdown here from Travis Kelce, the tight ends are just going at it.
Tight end day. Each starting tight end, each tight end won with 2 touchdowns.
National Tight End Day here on the sim. I hadn't even considered it, but you get Cam Newton in the fold, he could go to a guy like Galladay and say, hey, man, let's do this thing. Let's go work. Let's go prove people wrong, right? Let's go show that we're winners here. You go to a guy, Hunter Henry, same way. That he's in the same age range as Cam. He's younger, but, had success in the league about around the same time as Cam Newton did. So I love that. That's a great call. That's helping me feel more positive about it, because if he is the starter week 1, I will be upset. I am one of those people that maybe gave him unfair criticism, and maybe I'm too harsh on him for the way that he looked after dealing with COVID early in the season. It just wasn't good, man. It wasn't good. He doesn't look like he can play the game anymore.
Herb says, don't take this as a shot at you, Koff, but Pats have been irrelevant since Brady left, and it's probably going to be like that for a while. I mean, they just re-signed Cam. So, obviously, there are 2 sides to this wooden nickel here, Herb, right? There's, in New England, where the Patriots are anything but irrelevant, that's common sense, right? It's the team of the area. But on a national level, I get what you're saying. I mean, they're not as relevant by any stretch as, truly contending teams, or teams with giant question marks like, what's going to happen with Russ? What's going to happen with Watson? What's going to happen at the QB position in New Orleans? Obviously, you've got the Chiefs, you got Green Bay, you got the Bills, you got the, there are a lot of, more pertinent NFL stories. No doubt about it. But I wouldn't go so far as to call the Patriots irrelevant. You're still talking about the team that is tied with the Steelers for the most Super Bowl championships in NFL history, and a team that, still has, you could say arguably, I believe it to be matter of fact, the greatest NFL coach of all time. So long as that, not just that, but so long as that remains fact, and you have $60 million in salary cap space to burn potentially and come on back and have a resurgent year in a division that is still, even if you don't believe it's up for grabs, even if you don't think, like Moose was saying yesterday, he thinks the Bills are going to regress. Let's say you don't believe that. You still have the Patriots if they bounce back, and it wouldn't take much of a bounce back. I mean, the close games they lost last year with Cam coming off of COVID, like Tom talked about, not playing well, having nothing around him, which they can add to this year, all the defensive players who opted out, who project to return. It wouldn't take much to lift the Patriots from 7-9 to a 10 or 11 win team. It just wouldn't. It wouldn't take a whole lot, if we're being honest with ourselves. And short of the Jets or Dolphins adding Deshaun Watson, Patriots are right there in the mix for at least a wild card spot. They are. And I mean, does anyone really think, and this is me who has said, I don't know how many times on the Dream Stream that I didn't want the Patriots to bring back Cam Newton. That, like Tom just said, if Cam Newton's the quarterback week 1, I'm going to be disappointed. I've said that so many times. I can say in the same breath, though, that I think Cam would be better year 2 in New England than he was in year 1. I absolutely believe that. Mm-hmm. Now, how much better is a question, for sure. But with a traditional offseason, or more so, mini camps, preseason, OTAs, second year in the program, knowing the playbook, knowing teammates, knowing the coaching staff, not having COVID, I absolutely believe Cam will be better than he was last year. Now, how good will he be like what he was the first 2 weeks of the season? Probably not, okay? But he's not going to throw for 8 touchdowns in 15 games either.
So brutal when you say it out loud like that. Yeah, and look, the most important thing, I think, for Cam being better in year 2 is just having better talent around him.
Yeah.
It's really hard when a guy who's on the back 9 of his career to, have these Herculean efforts that are going to be, the catalyst of winning games by himself. He just can't do that anymore. He needs help, as all these quarterbacks do. Hell, Tom Brady needs help around him at this age now. Look what he did without talent in his last year in New England. Mm-hmm. Goes to Tampa. Look what he does with all this talent around him. That when you're at a certain point in your career, you need the help, and Cam didn't have it. And I'm not putting all of the blame on the Pats for how Cam looked. I'm putting a lot of it on Cam too. But it's closer to 50-50 than I think people probably realize. And the fact that they have all this cap room, if they want Cam to work, and if that is the plan, then they need to get guys in the fold here that can make that happen. Getting Trent Brown back helps, getting that extra layer of protection on the offensive line. Mm-hmm. That dude was a beast when he was in New England the last time around. I think he's still got a lot left in the tank. Here's something I was thinking about yesterday.
Joe Tooney and other members of the offensive line won't help, so they do have more work to do than just Trent.
Right, 100%. I love Joe Tooney. So the thing I was thinking about yesterday was, okay, you bring in Cam Newton for a year. Does that mean that the Patriots believe Trey Lance is the guy? Because a lot of people are making that NFL comp. Mm-hmm. Trey Lance has sort of a Cam Newton build, Cam Newton skill set. Do they believe Trey Lance is going to be our guy? We need to do anything we can to get up into the draft and get him. Or maybe they feel comfortable that he's going to land there at 15. What they did is they went out and they got him an expensive tutor for a year. They'll give him the Alex Smith, Patrick Mahomes treatment. Sit behind Cam, learn everything, learn this system, because Lance is a guy that tracks to be sort of a project. And then year 2 in the pros, Cam, thanks for the 2 years. You helped tutor this young stud. Here's the keys to the Ferrari, and then go.
And honestly,
maybe that's the move.
As much as Cam would like to get paid, and prove that he's one of the 32, as he has said a number of times, and be an NFL starter for the next few years, and not have his reality be what it is, which is really Patriots or bust right now. I mean, no one else. I'm not saying he couldn't get a job somewhere else, but nowhere else was going to give him an opportunity to start. So unless he was content going somewhere as a backup, this was it. It was really New England or bust. Even in saying that, I feel like he would be a good guy and okay with mentoring the next generation like you're talking about. And accepting that it may only be a couple years in New England. And hopefully, at least if he does go out and perform well, he can earn himself some money on the open market a year from now. I absolutely believe that's something that's in play for Cam. I do. I mean, do you remember?
And
I talked about
Cam
this
is
yesterday.
a guy.
I was
go
gonna
ahead.
say, do you remember what people were talking about on a national level of what Cam's contract to extend him in New England would have looked like, based just on the first 2-3 weeks last year? People were getting ready to hand that man $100 million deals.
Yeah.
Not an exaggeration. Go read the articles. They're out.
Right.
And then obviously COVID, and he just underperformed, crashed and burned, call it whatever you want. He fell behind on the highway, as he put it, and everyone stormed ahead, and he never caught up. But, I mean, we're not that far removed from people thinking like, oh man, Cam's back. So I'm curious to see what next year looks like. I am. Now, it's not something, again, it would have been my choice.
I remember.
But I'm interested.
After that Seattle game, Cam was the front runner for comeback player of the year.
Yep.
Belichick was the front runner for coach of the year. And everyone was talking about how McDaniels is a genius for how he has implemented Cam Newton. Him and Cam are going to help Julian Edelman have another, portion of his career that was going to be a post-Brady renaissance. I mean, we had all sorts of stuff being talked about. Look at all this innovation. Cam Newton looks like he's running the Tebow Florida offense out there. I mean, it was pandemonium after the loss in Seattle, when Seattle was still considered like this juggernaut in the NFC. And that's one of the great things with the NFL. This is why I love it. Brady was awful.
Yeah,
Patriots made the right move.
Man.
Yeah, the NFL, not for long league, and that's why I love it, because we can overreact and have fun week to week. Like, every single week matters so much.
2nd and goal from the 4, halfway through the 3rd. Can the Chiefs take a lead? Not yet. That ball almost picked, should have been for that matter.
Chef Duke on YouTube saying, majority of Pats fans hate this re-signing. And Duke, I am one of them. I'm just trying to look at the glass half full here. I really am. I guess what I'm trying to tell myself is, at the price they're getting him at, because it's such an incentive-based contract, gives them more flexibility. I like this recruiting tool thing. Mahomes running it in here for a touchdown. I like this recruiting tool thing that Koff said. I'm now going to use that as a part of my positivity train. And I like the idea of him hopefully being a mentor for one of these young quarterbacks that the Patriots hopefully use their first-round pick on.
Our guy Jared brings up something that truly I don't think can be overstated, which is, when Cam's wide receiver 1 is a wide receiver 3 and his tight ends are special teams players, all he had was a good set of running backs. It was not set up well for Cam. It wasn't. He had nothing around
And they
him.
weren't healthy, those running backs.
No, they weren't.
They weren't healthy this season.
You're right about that. I mean, White missed time. Of course, the tragic passing of his father and his mother in that car accident as well. Yeah, and obviously Michelle missed time with an injury. Harris was, took them forever to even really give him an opportunity. And, once they did.
And then he was banged up. He's good, though.
Right.
He's very good.
Burkhead obviously went down. And that was significant. I mean, it really was just the perfect storm of crap last year in New England. And they still managed to go 7-9. I mean, maybe
it was awful.
Maybe that's as Tommy said, that's us taking the glass half full. But we're what choice do we have? sit and just root on Brady to win number 8?
Yeah, exactly. Look, I love Brady and I will root for Brady no matter what. But I'd much rather the Patriots be a really good team.
Yeah.
I think it's important for us Brady lovers who are still rooting for Brady openly to also put out there that we want the Patriots to do well as well. We haven't fully moved on.
Still talking Pats? Well, we're responding to a question about them, but yes. But let's circle it back to this.
We were prompted.
See you later, Raheem. Go, 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 go. That's a big boy touchdown, Raheem Mostert. Oh, 76-yard score. Congrats to all the many who captained him, including the man with his arms raised to the rafters, Tom Carroll.
Yes, Raheem the Stream, getting it done. I might be looking at
You're in first place right now. Are you even aware of
very
that?
high contest? Yes, yes, I just saw it.
You are.
Is that pre or post Mostert?
Doesn't matter. He's your captain. No one's going to overtake you.
Wow.
Free
I have
spot
screenshotted it.
Lead on the competition. Have you ever won one of these things, or do we have something special maybe brewing here?
Never, ever, ever. Wow.
That's 154 for Mostert right now. And
this is special, guys.
Touchdown. That's right, Robbie Noble.
I have
sitting in second place. You better sit there.
That's right. You're behind me. You will stay behind me.
But
if they keep throwing to these tight ends, I feel pretty good, Cuff.
Circling back to this, something more relevant to this sim here, and these Niners who have just evened the game at 21. Great sim, by the way. I don't know how the nooner was, but our Madden Matinee is off to a rip-roaring start. 42 points halfway through the third. LFG, man, let's go. What do you think? How does this play out with Garoppolo? Is he going to be the Niners quarterback week one? Or is, after all of this, after all the, kind of public back and forth and obviously endorsement on the part of Shanahan or Lynch, is he going to be back?
I believe so. I think the Niners, at least they should, look at last year and say, okay, like we talked about with the Pats, everything sort of went wrong for them from a luck standpoint. Almost all of their good players were injured at one point or another up in San Francisco on both sides of the ball. So it was just a disaster for them from an injury standpoint. And they still were competitive. And they still almost won a lot of games that they lost. And they won, 6 games? I mean, to have the season they had from a luck standpoint and still be competitive, they know they have something going on up there from a roster standpoint. And Jimmy G wasn't healthy last year. And I know health has been a huge issue for him his whole career. But I think they need to look what they have within and say, Jimmy G has won games here. He's done a lot of winning as a quarterback. If you look at his career record as a starter, it's pretty startling. The guy rarely loses. So I think they got to give it another go here with Garoppolo. And if he's fully healthy this year and they don't like what they see, then you move off of him. I think you got to give him one solid year here.
Like you said, it's just a matter of keeping him healthy. Tom Brady says it all the time. What's the most important statistic for a quarterback? Wins and losses.
Health.
And Garoppolo, it's a good number. He's just missed about half the games since he's become a starter.
He's 24-8 as a starter in this league.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy good.
And I do think he's more than a game manager. He gets this game manager label because he's not flashy, and he's not. But I do think he's more than a game manager. I mean, there's an element of intellect that comes into play. He's got a high football IQ. He makes the right decisions. He makes crucial plays at the right time. And I know people are always going to point to the fourth quarter of that Super Bowl loss, and that's fine. That's the biggest stage. You should point to it. But I think there's a decent sized sample outside of that game as well that has shown he knows what he's doing out there on the field.
Totally. I totally agree with you. I think Jimmy G, it's just easy to say, oh yeah, Jimmy G, he kind of stinks. Oh, Niners, their defense and run the ball team. But it ignores the fact that he's helped them get in a position to be one of the better teams in the NFC since he's been there. And it also ignores the fact that, look, you need to have a guy who has talent to have the record that he's had. Like 24-8, that's tangible evidence that this guy's a really good quarterback. Like Alex Smith is a game manager, and he's fine, right? His record as a starter was never anywhere close to 24-8. Like, look at the other people we call game managers. Their win-loss records are much closer to 500 or below. Jimmy G is 24-8 and got a team to a freaking Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I love that guy.
Example outside of that game is not great, Koff. You can win with him, but I don't know if you can win because of him. Well, honestly, I mean, I'm not saying Jordan or anyone else that believes the same, that Jimmy Garoppolo is special. I don't think we've seen enough of him that we can be convinced of that. But to just call him, an average game manager, I think is a dig in the other direction. So to say that you can win with him, but I don't know if you can win because of him, I think that's fair. But I guess my question is this. How many quarterbacks in the NFL, truly, how many quarterbacks in the NFL do you believe currently you can win because of? I mean, it's not a big list. I mean, what, at most, is it 10 guys? Is it even that high?
Oh, it's less than that. It's got to be less than that. I'm just thinking out loud, it's Rodgers, it's Mahomes, it's Watson probably.
It's Brady, it's
Russell Wilson.
Maybe you want to put Josh Allen there now,
but
and I'd be okay
do we think Brady even at this age? I guess.
I think you still have to include Brady in that mix, and I'm comfortable.
Yeah.
With it.
Look, I love Brady. I'm trying to be fair.
Sure. Someone says James Farrell says Dak. I'm okay putting Dak obviously in there. He's certainly paid like it. But those are your high-end, your elite to borderline elite quarterbacks, as producer Michael puts it. We reached the quarter break, 21 all still. Each team 7 points in each quarter. But Garoppolo's not elite. I'm not saying Garoppolo's elite, but I think it's too early to write him off. He's not 30 yet, right? I mean, how old is he? 27, 28? Let's see.
He's got good football if he can stay healthy.
29. So he'll turn 30 during next season. So all right, a little older than I thought. So will he ever be elite? Probably not, or at least not in the not without being in the absolute perfect situation. But he's I don't think he's average either. I don't. Hill 8 for 109, so he's hit the bonus. Tough go if you faded him, like me. Couple touchdowns.
Jordan Lindenbaum putting Kyler in that conversation.
And Kittle. I think Kyler. I don't know that I'm ready to put Kyler in that conversation. I do believe Kyler will be in that conversation. I don't know that I'm ready to put him there now.
He's just not consistent enough yet to be in that conversation.
Well, and, I heard someone say this, I think it was our guy Mayo the other day, that, like Kyler can run, obviously. Great footwork. I mean, he can move. He can get out of the pocket. He can pick up yards on the ground. But when he's not, how confident are you even to say that Kyler can throw the ball all that well? I don't think that's necessarily there yet. And, I mean, Hopkins certainly made him look good a number of times last year, and some of that was Kyler. But I'm not totally convinced that Kyler can be a strong pocket presence yet. And at some point in time, especially with injuries, your legs are going to go away as you get older. I mean, look at how people's tune of, the Madden cover guy, Lamar Jackson. Look at how people's opinions of him, even just in the last year since the MVP winning season, have changed when he's not moving as well on the ground. Not a great guy in the pocket. You'll notice we didn't include him on our list because I don't think you do right now, even despite him being MVP a couple of years ago. I don't think a lot of people would say he is one of those quarterbacks you can win because of yet, because the Ravens haven't. They have underachieved in the playoffs after very good regular seasons.
Yeah, it's maybe we were remiss because Lamar does have that talent. We've seen him completely take over games. maybe this was just sort of a slump year after the MVP season, and he still had a good year. They weren't MVP numbers, but he still was good. So Lamar certainly is someone that needs to be considered when putting that list. Can win because of list. He's in there.
Oh, I'm not saying he can't get to that list. I just wouldn't put him on there right now.
Yeah. I think the argument can be made. The dude is such a freak athlete. And, I mean, that MVP season, they were winning because of Lamar. There's no question.
For sure.
He, like Kyler, will most likely be like a shoo-in for that conversation in that list at some point in the near future.
Nice to have a good, intelligent football conversation. Not just the two of us, obviously, but with everyone in the chat. A lot of good commentary there in the DraftKings conference room. We appreciate all of you. Hopefully our production and ops crew is enjoying it as well. Producer Mike, Drew, our technical director, Cobra K, Tate working 7 out of 9, probably not going anywhere. I bet he's going 8 for 10 with the next one if I had to speculate. All right, there's a nice bomb out to about the 30 and caught at the 27. Garoppolo making it rain out there. Debo, 48-yard pickup. Give that man his bike.
I'm now in second. Let's see what's going on here. I'm losing by 0.3.
Oof.
He has Kittle in the captain spot. I have most hurt. So let's see a little Raheem the Stream down here. Help me get my first dub ever. Ever.
John says, in all fairness, Jackson has no receivers. Also true. Not a lot around Lamar. And obviously Hollywood, everyone was expecting him to have this huge year last year. Didn't happen.
Yeah, I think Lamar's weapons aren't as good as we thought. J.K. Dobbins is a good player. Mark Andrews is a good tight end. Outside of that, I'm not overly impressed with that receiving core and the other pieces there in Baltimore. Come on, most hurt.
Raheem.
Yes. No.
Tate says he misspoke earlier. This is number 8. So what is that? 8 of 9 instead of 7 of 9 there, Tate? Tate, I'm gonna put in a call.
Damn.
You're working too hard. Too hard, too much simulated football for you. We're gonna need to give you a break.
He's going to become a part of the simulation.
I think Tate is he is in the game. You know who's in the game? Kendrick Bourne. That's the Bourne identity right there.
All right, let's see how that helps me or hurts
Niners
me.
back in front, baby.
Bumps me down to third.
Robbie Noble saying, move over.
Hate that so much.
But
let's see who he has.
The Bourne touchdown isn't there yet, so you might drop even more. You got to wait a sec. That's going to help me. Yeah, I just jumped about 40 spots.
He doesn't have Bourne.
Okay, looks like you're still sitting third. Couple points off the lead.
That's a bummer.
I went from the 80s to the 40s with Bourne finally getting on the board. He had a goose egg before that. Now he's got a quick 8.1. Robbie Noble said, LOL, am I winning? That's the most humble brag I've ever seen.
Makes me sad
because
I want this so bad. Just rubs it in my face.
Come on, Tate. Just throw in. Let's see. Mostert. Noble's got Mostert in the captain spot too. Yeah, you need. Here, Tate. Just give the Shermanator 2 catches for 10 yards for Tommy. That ought to do the trick. Just throw him in. A Sherman vulture here would be enormous. Enormous. Jimmy Garoppolo, by the way, tying his Madden 21 sim high in a game. Very cool. 28-24. 5.5 to go in the fourth. It feels like the offense ain't done yet, folks. Ball to the 46, 1st and 10 on the way. Nice pickup for Sammy Watkins. 3rd catch for him.
So, Koff, I was looking at the schedule for next week, and two firsts for me.
What's that?
I have, actually 3 firsts for me.
Whoa.
First and foremost.
1 week.
First and foremost, on Monday, I will be in the one chair for the first time ever.
Whoa,
for Madden After Dark. Yep. So that'll be fun.
Who are you with?
And that's the second part that's a first for me. I will be with Christian DeAndrea.
Nice.
So first time in the one chair with Christian, fellow Rhode Islander. So
boy, good luck controlling that guy.
Pumped about that.
That's awesome.
Secondly, third, next Saturday, going to be doing 2 sims to close out the night with Matt Lamarca. First time 2 of us will be working together.
Oh, man.
So, yeah, lots of good first-time stuff happening next week.
And who says you can't make new memories in Simland?
Pretty pumped. Big week for your boy.
John looking for a shout-out to Andy B. What's up, Andy? Thanks for chilling out with us. Thanks for hanging. Well, good for you, man. That'll be a good time. I have to tune in for some of that.
I am pumped. Gonna have to get a second screen up. Get all my extra info.
Pay attention to these sims, you're saying?
Maybe.
Mahomes 329, so among a few in the bonus here today. Obviously, Mostert is there. Hill is there.
All right, go down.
EH.
Okay.
Stop.
That's good.
8
I need like a nice, like, let's see, 5-yard gain here to set up my Shermanator.
I'm a robot sent from the future.
Here we go.
Second
go down at about the 1 here, boys.
Mahomes going to keep it himself. What's he going to do with it?
Nope.
Touchdown! Kansas City in front again. 3rd of the day for Travis Kelce.
Okay, let's see.
Wow. 3 TDs for Kelce. Patrick Mahomes, 3 in his own right to take him to 335 passing.
So Noble has Kelce. Let's see if I at least jump whatever this guy's name is.
J.C. Marr? I don't think so. That's lifting me into the top 25, though. Coming out strong late. Here we go.
Yeah, I think, yep. Okay, so there's a new second place JC Mart 2, as you mentioned. I'm looking at the app here.
Okay.
I'm still in 3rd. Robbie Noble, just over a 2-point lead over me. So
I'll tell you this, I am happy with the play of my captain today. Kelce, up into the 40s.
He's having a day. He's putting on a show to show Kittle, hey, not yet, young fella.
So Noble in the leading lineup by 2 points over J.C. Martin. Of course, percentage points behind that individual, our own Tommy Freeze Pops. Big game for Mahomes with the 3 passing touchdowns, the passing bonus, a rushing TD. That's a Bundy, folks. That is a Bundy for Patrick Mahomes. He has about 35 points in the flex, delivering the 75% ownership.
A lot of interesting players to think about for the Krusty Koff winner here.
Mm-hmm. First and 10 from the 25. Chiefs have taken a 3-point lead. Tate says, you would think after doing 8 straight sims, I would know how to make a good lineup, but apparently not yet. Number 9 on the row for Tate. Road ahead of us an hour from now. Kendrick Bourne with a catch. That'll help me out a little bit.
I finished 30th in the last contest, too.
You're
getting the hang of this thing.
You're going to do better than that today, man. I don't know if you're going to get to number 1, but you're going to
Yeah, it doesn't seem that way.
It's not a lot of differentiation for you, obviously. What you need.
Well, I do have Sherman in there.
I mean, you need a combination of Robinson and Kittle, realistically.
I'll take the Raheem catch over the middle there.
Yeah, that helps.
Just for padding.
Just for posterity.
Looks good when your big ticket guys have big numbers.
Mocking Jay says, Koff, is there ever a day you draft Dort of the Thunder? I've drafted him a few times, actually.
Oh, Lou Dort?
Yeah, it's only when the Thunder are really shorthanded. And then he winds up in a good spot. Pettis.
Remember during the bubble when there was a brief moment in time where Lou Dort was the best player in the NBA?
Yeah, it was like a game. It was, in fact, a brief time.
That was pretty cool.
Can I get into the top 20? That'd be nice. Noah wants overtime. You know what? If ever there were a game that deserved it as we hit the 2-minute warning, it would be this one. Hey guys, wondering, can you give my wife Carly a shout? Just to say that I love her and she's the best by my side. Please, thanks guys, keep up the great commentary. Well, Nomad Traveler and friend Hope Hold on Pain Ends says...
what a name.
Yeah, this is a lot there. To his wife Carly, he loves you. You are the best by his side. And thanks for watching The Sims. I added that part.
Carly, I love you.
Carly. Tom loves you as well. Don't tell Morgan.
No, she's okay.
Okay, she's fine. She gets it. 1st and 10.
No, Jimmy G. No.
Starfighter says, I want overtime. I already have 110 points. I can't believe I'm not in the money anywhere. This is so weird. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've got 130 points, and I'm 17. Like, and I looked at my lineup. Do I have any weak spots? Not really. I've got a pretty good build going. Just not nearly as good as the people in front of me.
I'm in 10th now. It's not good. The free fall has begun.
Well, at least you should have taken a screen grab when you were...
Oh, I did.
Oh, you did? Look at me, guys.
Look at that. Forever.
Yeah,
that will exist.
You got it. Third and 7 from the 9. Are we going to get overtime? Doesn't look like it. Touchdown, San Francisco. Kittle again. Holy cow, this tight end day.
Yes.
That's going to help you, my
good.
friend.
Let's see if that helps me jump up here.
Not going to help me any. I just moved into the top 20.
Oh.
I don't have Kittle. George Kittle.
Come on, Tate.
That's 3 touchdowns for Kittle today.
All right, we're in 6th.
That's a big boy jump.
It's big time. Oh, and now I just fell back. I'm in 7th. And now I'm in 6th again.
New leader. Sorry,
oh,
no.
Things are changing.
We got a new leader. It's OSU fan 3872. Good luck.
Wow, OSU fan. Are you an Ohio State fan, or are you an Oklahoma State fan, or are you an Oregon State fan?
And
because one of those 3 are my least favorite fan bases in sports.
And also, are you even with us listening?
And if you are listening, please drop it in the YouTube chat. I will not say which of those 3 I dislike the most, unless you are in one of those 3. Then I'll lay into you.
You know what's wild to me? Jimmy Garoppolo, folks, has thrown for 4 touchdowns. He has a Bundy. He has almost 30 fantasy points. To be precise, he's got 26 and change because he hasn't hit the passing bonus. But he has 4 touchdowns. The first lineup that you can find him in is 9th in our free roll. He is not even with a 26-plus point day and 4 touchdowns included. Jimmy Garoppolo is not in the top 8 lineups. That's crazy to me, the offense we've got today.
It's been insane. And honestly, Jimmy G having the day he's had, even with all of this crazy offense around, maybe makes him the Krusty Koff winner, right? Because, I mean, the ownership on Jimmy G is going to be much lower.
Yeah, it's only 15
than a lot of these other guys.
15% owned, and he's got the 26-plus points. But I don't know. Do you feel compelled to go with somebody in the eventual winning lineup? That's another question that, for you to consider. No, I don't.
Yeah.
Especially because that lineup is not mine.
Gonna have to see the final stats on this one.
Somebody asked
that's really what it is.
Somebody asked if anyone stacked both tight ends. A lot of people, actually. A number of people have both tight ends in their lineup, including the two of us.
Oh, I'm in 5th.
Steven says, you missed all the offense talking Brady.
Come on, somehow.
Steven, get out of here. I mean, don't get me wrong. There was plenty of Patriots and Brady-related talk, but I would not say it has fully monopolized the game. I think we have given this offense due.
Say 20% of the game.
4 points.
Hey, in our defense, we were prompted.
Yeah, we were prompted. So there. Big boy throw to the end zone, incomplete. 11 seconds left after the Hail Mary. They can try again. Fidelis asking about details for the anniversary, by the way. Of course, a couple weeks away, March 28th is the 1-year anniversary of Simland. And no, I don't have details to provide you just yet. But I can tell you there are literally dozens of satellite contests available to you in the DK lobby. Worth checking out. Mahomes, another throw to the end zone on courts. He threw it
too much.
From the 37, he threw it too
Here we
far.
go. Dude's a beast. Here we go. A Robinson touchdown here would be incredible.
With one timeout available, and it doesn't matter now, but before, I don't know why the approach was 3 straight Hail Marys here.
I was curious of that, but he made it to the end zone every single time.
Yeah, but it's just a low percentage play, obviously. I'm not worried about his arm. He's got that insane arm strength. Let's try one more time. This one into traffic, tipped and incomplete. It's going to bring us
not enough mustard.
66 points, the Devils' numbers. And a win on the road for virtual San Francisco.
That was
quite a sim.
Slog.
Yeah.
Just back and forth.
Yeah.
Heavyweight battle.
Absolutely. So, Tommy,
let's see some numbers here.
Top 5, barring any stat adjustments here, which is, it's a good place to be with a 144-point lineup. OSU fan, projected winner by about half a point with 151.33. Hopefully, people, you stack this game for your classic lineups. Wow. Mahomes, 347, 3 touchdown passes. He ran for 1 as well. Garoppolo, 266, and the Bundy with 4 touchdown passes in his own right. We will look at the rushing and receiving numbers. Mostert, 14 for 155, a touchdown, also a fumble. You had Mahomes go 2 for 5. Edwards-Helaire, who had a score. He went just 32 on the ground. I think he had a score. Did CEH get in there in the end zone? No, he didn't. Tyreek Hill, 9 for 115. Robinson, 6 for 71. Kittle, 6 for 59, 3 touchdowns. Kelsey, 6 for 45, 3 touchdowns. Pettis, 5 for 77. Watkins, 4 for 74. Samuel, 3 for 73. Crazy numbers all around, man. Crazy numbers in this one. Of course, a touchdown for Bourne as well. He only had 2 catches for 35 yards. So, who are you going to go with for the Krusty Koff player of the game?
I'm going with Jimmy G.
Like
lowest ownership of all these big number guys from this one. Balled out 4 tuds. Can't ignore that. Mm-hmm. And for the babysitter Billy, we're going CEH. Non-factor in both the rushing and passing game here.
Yeah, you only had 8 points.
Rest of the studs sort of showed up. CEH decided to take this one off. That's fine. Sometimes you need a day off.
Yeah, just a wild game, wild finish. 35,
awesome.
31. That was pretty exciting. Want to remind folks, by the way, you can join us here on YouTube and Twitch next Tuesday, really this coming Tuesday, a couple days away. Special NCAA tournament preview show coming your way for the Sweat. We will give you the sportsbook perspective on which team is going to come out of each region. Of course, once we have all those details after Selection Sunday tomorrow, who could be on upset alert, which spreads, totals, props the public is putting its money on. So you should be aware of all of these things. The Sweat March to the Tournament airs Tuesday, 11 a.m. Eastern, right here on the Dream Stream. Make sure you tune in. Many of the faces and names and voices you are already familiar with will be part of that program. Should be a good watch. And then, of course, after that hour, you will be right on to your regular Tuesday and 6 Madden simulations to work the rest of your Dream Stream throughout the day. So a good time. Our thanks here to producer Mike and, of course, Drew, our technical director, Cobra K, Tate, all three of them sticking around for the next sim. I will be back with you as well. Kenny Ducey will join me. Texans and Seahawks. You think there'll be some quarterback talk in that one? That's coming up about 45 minutes from now for the early bird special. Tommy here, done for the day. He's got other responsibilities, but he will return to the Dream Stream and Simland tomorrow. It's a one-fer with Jason Rossi, 6 o'clock tomorrow. So you got it for the happy hour sim. Should be a good time. Pleasure, buddy. This was fun.
Always a good time, buddy. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, folks. Get in the free roll. Jump into the DK SimFam Friends League lobby and jump on in and get those lineups in. I'm going to go do that right now. See you in a bit. What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome on back. Good to see you. Of course, this right here is the final game of the early classic on the heels of what was a thriller that we just experienced between the Chiefs and Niners. Hopefully this one will be just as good, and we will have plenty to talk about, certainly at the QB position between the Seahawks and Texans. He is Kenny Ducey. I'm Adam Kaufman. Kenneth, how are you?
I'm fantastic. You know what I had this morning?
Eggs Benedict, a little Eggs
right.
Benny action.
Just they're still digesting. I just had them probably about 20 minutes ago. I got my coffee. I have a story up on the DK playbook this morning. Watched that Michigan-Ohio State game. It was tremendous. Great weekend so far. Great night of hoops last night. Great day of Sims yesterday.
Sure.
It's always good to be with you. So very excited for this one. And we have a lot to talk about here with both quarterbacks, where they're going to be playing next year. It seems like they might just be playing where they play right now.
Yeah, much to get into there. And it's funny that you put it that way, because this free roll here, if lineups have locked, let's see, let's try and remember what I call this thing. I'm going to tell you, hang on. The old early bird special.
Is this an early bird game? It's 4:00.
Yeah, it's the early bird special right here. For the elderly, the elderly folks.
Hey,
it's going to be so funny when Watson and Wilson both stay put free roll. So what's your lineup looking like? And then I'll give you mine.
So I am just trying to navigate here, but I remember for a fact that I have both quarterbacks in. My captain is Will Fuller. So I'm stacking up Will Fuller in the captain with Deshaun Watson, and then I have in the flex Wilson, Metcalf, and then I have David Johnson in there as well for the Texans, and then Jacob Hollister is rounding out my lineup at $1,000. Just hoping for a vulture touchdown or something. But I really like that core five right there.
So we certainly have some overlap as expected. I think most people, in fact, now that I can look at ownership percentages, I know most people have both QBs. In fact, Deshaun Watson, our smaller, more modest free roll, is owned in 81% of lineups. Russell Wilson, 87%. You have both. I have both. I do not have either one captained, although Wilson is a popular captain at about 23% ownership. I have Brandon Cooks in the captain spot. See what happens there. He is in a quarter of lineups, about 7.5.
Like you love Brandon Cooks. Why is that?
I do. Well, he was a Patriot.
Why?
But aside from that, I like him in Simland. Greg Olson, Randall Cobb is a punt play, kind of, sort of, certainly at $4,400. And Seahawks DST, who I just always, as much as I do like the Texans offense, I'm just always compelled to play that Seahawks DST at 7.5 points per sim.
Yeah, they do force fumbles. They do score touchdowns. I'm with you there. We've talked about that. We've seen the Seahawks defense in action before. And I'm really looking forward to watching this one. I do think that both offenses are going to have a fun day out there. We know that the Seahawks passing defense is somewhat suspect. So we'll see.
Thank you all for being with us. 8 minutes on the board. Virtual CenturyLink Field with Kenny Ducey. I'm Adam Kaufman. Our production and game ops crew back again to finish off the early classic. It's producer Mike, Drew, our technical director, and Cobra K, Tate, working, get this, Kenny, his 9th straight sim. He was around for all 6 yesterday and the first 3 today. Tate, are we actually letting you go after this one, or are you just going to keep blowing through the day again? Because I mean,
he was there.
Like, you've come this far, why stop, right? Just do it forever. About 30 into this opening quarter here, and a completion.
Oh.
Good enough for a first. 14-yard pickup. Deshaun Watson on his first pass, and a 1st and 10 on the way from the 40 after my captain, Brandon Cooks, comes up with that catch.
And this is what I like to call the first catch curse. The guy who starts hot never does anything really after the first drive. So think Brandon Cooks Nation, you're on red alert right now. First catch curse.
Brian says, Ducey and Koff, am I in heaven? No, it's Iowa. 1st and 10 from the 40.
What do you mean it's Iowa? It's Seattle.
it's true. That would have been more appropriate. So Tate here, 9 straight sims, as mentioned. He says, though, after this one, he is off until Thursday. So he is certainly making the most of his time. Give him that. Second and 12 from the 38. Robbie Noble says, Cobra K, Tate the Great.
So, did you see my TikTok?
I didn't know you had joined the fold. You're a TikToker now?
No. I just did a TikTok though.
And
I was with my friend.
Is it on your Twitter? Do I need to actually be part of TikTok to see it?
I tweeted it out, yeah. I was with my friend. We were talking about how the coaches, we were watching college basketball. We were just like making fun of the coaches, and I was mimicking them because they were like, they always just pull their masks down to yell. And I'm like, what's the point of wearing them? Anyway, so he was like, you should do a TikTok. And I was like, no, I'm not doing a TikTok. And then I was like, yeah, I could do it.
Drew said he enjoyed it.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Drew. The problem for me is I'm really good in front of a big audience. Like
that's what the Sinful says all the time.
But I could do that in front of Drew's asking if I was not yelling. I was mouthing words, which made it more fun. But I'm really good in front of a big audience. Like if I'm, when I used to do the radio in college or or even just doing any sort of broadcasting, or just, being at like a party with a bunch of people, like, but when it's like, hey, one person wants to see me do this. Oh, he's not going to break it. I get really nervous. I was really nervous doing that. So it took a lot of, I had to like put aside, a lot of nerves to actually pull that acting performance off. So
I'm just pulling it up now. College basketball coaches ripping their masks off TL, a compilation. And is it all? You
don't have to listen to the words.
So it's just music. There's no
there's no audio. It's just
okay.
me.
So all right. So I'll view it volume down then. We don't need to have that on top of us. Plus, I'm sure there are some sort of licensing rights and that sort of thing. But I'll watch. I'll enjoy, and this is pretty good. Here's what I will say though. Is this your first TikTok?
Yeah.
So you have, I don't know if you know this, you have right now about 8,000 views on this. And,
yeah, I know, I noticed that.
And you only put this up a few hours ago. You really need to rub this in Glash's face.
Yeah, I think that was way more successful than any of his, yeah.
Incredible amount of effort into his TikToks. He's doing them basically daily. And I mean, I don't think is he even getting 500 views, let alone 8,000? I mean, you need to just ram this down his throat. You should text it to him. You should tweet it to him. You should Facebook it, TikTok it, Instagram it, all that. Like, make sure he sees this and knows that you have just walked into his game ever so casually, put all the attention on you, mic dropped, and jumped on out of there.
Kinda, yeah. I kinda did. I kinda outshined Glash. But we'll see.
Effortlessly. You outshined him without even talking. We don't even hear from you. And you annihilated the number of views that he has on his TikTok. I mean, you need to more people are watching this just for the chance to see you than to even hear Glash and all of his funny voices. I think, I mean, really, you need to.
Hey, I don't look. Glash's TikToks are good. They're good.
Field goal's good.
I like them for what they are. He definitely is very creative, but I'm just trying to bring something different to the table with mine. I'm not like, hey, who I'm betting on today.
Sure. No, you got, 173 likes, retweets into the 30s. Bukes is trying to give you a hard time, but I wouldn't listen to any of that. I would reject that altogether. Emerson seems to be offering his support, which is always nice. You know what? I'm gonna retweet this right now.
Thank you.
I'm gonna retweet this.
You don't even follow me. I actually just posted it on my Instagram.
One step at a time in our relationship, Kenneth.
Thank you. I do think it's funny that like they just the
I have not
retweeted. Just so in the way.
I haven't retweeted any of Glash's either.
Oh, that's great. I love that.
So you need to make sure.
That's another thing I can mention.
Yeah, you need to make sure that you let him know that. Card Shop says, I'm going to make a Ducey TikTok card. There you go.
Do it. I will say I might need to do a follow-up because I was watching a lot last night, and I definitely was like, oh, there's a lot of things that I didn't do that I should do, like when they clap, like I need to do more clapping, you know, like when the referees, when they don't get a call right and there's like, like, hey, that's what I'm talking about.
7.6 at the time of the retweet. Let's see if this adds any.
We'll see.
Any help, any clout?
So far, nothing.
No, I mean it's not. You know what? Here's the other thing too.
Right. Or hold on. Or when the when they're like when a call goes wrong and they go.
Now remember, people, I can see you. Our crew can see
I know.
you.
I'm doing it for your entertainment.
And I appreciate that. But it's good if you want to save that for the first quarter break and show the people. I understand. Steve says that Emerson was complaining earlier about all the head-to-head money he was losing to me. I mean, he's lost $10 to me. We've done 2 $5 head-to-heads. And yes, he's
Noble
down.
retweeted me. Wow, I feel special.
Yeah. He is down, that's true. But, I mean, in fairness, I told him he would be. So it's not like he didn't know what was going to happen. I'm going to see if I sent him tonight's contest just right before the sim. So we'll see if he opts to put a lineup in or even responds to the text for that matter. Closing in on 200 likes. I barely told you guys during the last sim to smash the like, so hit us, would you? Hit that like button. Just massage the thing. Put it in a good place. I mean, Kenny's coming in fresh off the Eggs Benny and a viral TikTok. I'm sitting here living that life.
Man. It's a good day.
Kidding me? This is what movies are made on. Ross's Fat Cat says Koff's going to start doing movie reviews on TikTok now. Listen, there are just some things that I'm not even going to say I'm too old for, because there are plenty of people my age or older that do them. TikTok being a prime example. But I just I feel like I am extended enough. You know what I mean? Like I don't need to further overextend myself by having TikTok. I barely use the gram as it is. I have an account, and I pretty much just look at people's stories. I don't even post or look at, even like scroll the feed, the wall to look at people's pictures. I just look at the stories at the top, scroll through a ton of those, and then close it.
I will say I love being on TikTok, just like watching TikToks. But I never thought I would ever, do an actual TikTok.
Now, though, I mean, now that you've tasted greatness, how do you pull away?
Thanks for the like, Mo. I think that's someone from the DK fan. What do you mean, how do I pull away?
How do you pull away? I mean, you've done one. You're going to back away now? I mean, after this sensation, you're pretty much at. I mean, you're almost at 8K now. You're at 7.9 and climbing. If we don't get this thing to 10,000 views by the end of this sim, I feel like we've failed. We've failed Kenny.
My TikTok also would be one of Glash's better ones, I feel like. Oh no, never mind. He's got plenty that are in the thousands.
Glash does?
He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 that have cracked 1,000.
Any that have cracked 1,500 or 2,000?
No, I'm talking about views on TikTok. Oh, you want to get the TikTok views up too? He's got one that got to 5,000. That's it.
So he got one that got to 5,000 on TikTok?
Yeah.
What are your views on TikTok? Because I guess I only know your
only
Twitter.
Like 200.
So it's Twitter where you're making a killing. TikTok is just sort of a casual appearance right here.
The TikTok, yeah, I mean, I just put it on TikTok because it was, it was like a TikTok, but I was like, I'm going to put this on Twitter, and that's where it's going to do well,
So I sent Emerson the contest. He just texted back, "Stop it! You're abusing me." Is there a what's a good reply for that? I'm just here to have a good time.
What did he say again?
He said, "Stop it, you're abusing me," which is true. I've beaten him twice. Once pretty handedly. The other one was closer.
How about just be like, it's not abuse if you actually win once?
I'm gonna say, don't quit now while you're so far behind. And then I'm gonna drag down Drew in the process. I'm gonna say Drew lost 13 straight before he won. This is where Drew goes, "Hey!" It's true though. But you know what? He's rebounded. He's doing well. We have our fun nightly battles. 3-0 after the Fairbairn field goal to this point. Now people are just talking TikTok and no, I've never used TikTok to try the ripple filter to find ghosts at the house. I don't know.
Oh, that is a thing. You can do the ripple filter. Yeah,
I don't know anything about TikTok.
I saw someone did it on their tattoos.
On Twitter. Steven says I need to keep playing Emerson until he has to give me his Peloton to get even. Go buy one, right? Johnson 6 for 41 through one quarter, which is pretty good.
30 points today for RJ Barrett. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to Rowan James and the rest of the New York Knicks fans that are just out there every single night, every single day, getting their hearts broken, living and dying with this team. Huge win today. Shout out to the fam. Big one.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
That's all I'll say.
That's what it's all about. Guys, if you haven't seen Kenny's TikTok, by the way, make sure you go to @KennyDucey on Twitter, or of course, follow him on TikTok. I couldn't begin to tell you how to do that because, again, not my space.
Well, thank you for all the love. Appreciate it.
If you'd like to plug yourself, though, this is a good forum to do it. Perhaps you have a laminated billboard that people can subscribe to a website. Is there a postroute.substack.com?
I have. Hey, whoa, where are we going back to the game? I got my business card right here.
Well, next time. Halftime.
I pulled out a business card because every time I do a sim with Christian, he talks the whole quarter, but then when it's time to do the quarter break, he doesn't talk, and he just goes.
I do love it.
Yeah.
Noah Moon says, "Cough, you're next on TikTok." I doubt it.
The Jets made a big move.
Seems unlikely, but go on.
They re-signed wide receiver Vincent Smith. Oh, what a huge move.
Raise your hand, everyone, if you've heard of Vincent Smith.
Jeff Smith, Vincent Smith. All the Smiths, man.
So why don't we, in the interest of talking just a little football here, why not, right?
Yeah.
And hit that like. Let's get to 200. North of 300 people watching on this Saturday, and that's just YouTube. Never mind the thousands more across all our other platforms, including Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. 4th and 4. Punt on the way here for the Texans. Low-scoring affair, albeit, again, relatively early. Let's start, though, on the Houston side. Now, David Culley, new head coach, just in a terrible position. First opportunity as a head coach, has a quarterback who wants out, and now all he needs to do is answer question after question about the future of the quarterback position for Houston.
I know, I feel bad for him. I think everyone does too.
It's a tough break. Not to mention the fact that he is really, he's just, he's like a puppet, right? I mean, he's just speaking for management right now, digging his heels in on their behalf that he's our quarterback, he's our future, he's not going anywhere. And then meanwhile, you have Deshaun Watson saying all the same things on the other side, except the exact opposite in that he's dug in saying, I'm leaving, I'm not playing. And, he's really done everything but openly threatened to hold out. Free agency is upon us. The draft is not far away. Which way is this going to go?
I think that he gets dealt. I think that he gets dealt before the right before the draft, or right on draft night. I think that is when we're going to get a clearer view of what's going on. Because I think that right now everything's kind of come to a standstill because we had like a few moves that really had. I think that these upcoming moves are so predicated on the draft, like the Texans moving Deshaun Watson. I think ideally. Well, first of all, let me back all the way up. Okay, let's back all the way up. Let's start talking about the fact that the Dolphins have the third pick, the Jets have the second pick. That's correct, right? I'm not wrong about the Dolphins. Okay, so those two teams have draft positions that are going to be primed to pick up a quarterback. There are teams out there with needs at quarterback. I think that what's going to end up happening is that, again, as the draft gets near, workouts are completed, the combine's completed. There are going to be those teams that have holes at quarterback are going to start looking at Zach Wilson and Justin Fields, and I think that they're going to evaluate whether or not they want them, and then also just in general, you're going to see potentially a team like the Texans say, well, hey, if we're going to get rid of Deshaun, we want the second or third pick. I think that Deshaun Watson at this point, or Russell Wilson, I think that they're going to the Jets or the Dolphins, and that's it, and nothing else. Because to me, there's no quarterback out there, like whether you want to talk about Teddy Bridgewater, Drew Lock, Jarrett Stidham, whatever. None of these guys are good enough where they're going to be the replacement for Deshaun Watson or Russell Wilson, right? So to me, if they're going to get rid, if the Texans are going to get rid of Deshaun Watson, they want one of the top 3 picks back, because then they'll be like, hey, we can draft someone good. We'll be right back in a couple of years. But they're not going to accept one of these trash young quarterbacks, So I think that's why we're waiting towards I think that towards the draft it's going to become a lot more clear, and I think that Deshaun, maybe goes to the Dolphins or the Jets. I mean, I don't want to say the Jets because people will accuse me of being a homer, but
yes, there's no way to avoid that conversation, but if you genuinely believe that the Jets are the more likely landing spot, I'm sure there are some people out there that agree with you. The fact, though, that Watson, 3rd and goal here from the 7, again, 3-0 for now, incomplete. Watson requesting this trade less than 6 months after signing the 4-year, $156 million extension through 2025. I mean, how much changed in 6 months? Truly. I mean, Bill O'Brien was already well on his way to burning this thing to the ground. 6 months ago, I'm trying to remember. I mean, I assume 6 months ago, D-Hop was gone at that point, right? So, I mean,
yes.
He definitely was. So, I mean, the season was underway at that point. So, what changed? Naturally, it's hard to reject someone waving $156 million over 4 years in your face. But how does it spiral so dramatically in 6 months' time? It has to be bigger than, obviously, I wasn't consulted in the hiring of Nick Caserio, which I know is what seemingly prompted a lot of this, but it's got to be bigger than that.
By the way, speaking of rewinding, I got to go back to the chat. I forgot that I asked Tate, is there any message you want to get across to the people? And he said, hit the like button and go enter contest. So you heard it from Tate himself. I think that really what it comes down to is that players are very self-aware. And I think that the players on the Texans realized, first of all, that the DeAndre Hopkins thing, I think that's separate, right? That's separate from what I'm talking about with regards to Deshaun Watson. But I do think that, Deshaun and J.J. Watt, they can see the writing on the wall, right? They can see that this is a rebuild, and players in their primes or towards the end of their primes, in J.J. Watt's case, don't want to be on a team that's rebuilding. You want to go somewhere where you're going to be appreciated, somewhere where you can win. And so, anyway, I do think that is what the case is. I think that that's the same thing with Russell Wilson, right? Like, I think that we give the Seahawks organization too much credit. I think Russell Wilson knows that organization is not what it once was. I don't know if that he can win a Super Bowl there, right? Like, I think that he believes that he can't because of the defensive liability, the coaching, the decisions that are being made from a personnel perspective, from a game plan perspective. I think he sees a lot of issues. And, like, the NFL is becoming like the NBA in the sense that players can, it's a player-controlled league now. And you could just say, hey, you're not going to get me help. Bye. I want to go somewhere else. So I do think that that it's just a matter of the team going through a rebuild.
Totally fair. We can spend more time, obviously, on the Seattle side in the second half. Just to kind of continue on, though, or wrap anyway, with Houston. One thing that I did find interesting about Culley's press conference the other day, saying it says from this ESPN article, when asked if Watson was committed to the Texans the same way Culley, says the team is committed to the quarterback, Culley says yes, he is. And I don't know. I realize there's a part of it that it's what is he supposed to say, but as that ball kicked into the end zone, swole of a touchback. But I don't know. It feels a little bold for him to say, on Watson's behalf, when clearly he's not, that, yeah, he's as committed to us as we are to him. If that were the case, none of this would be a story.
Carlos Hyde is the guy that I totally forgot to roster in this. I always roster him in the Seahawks Sims, but for some reason, I didn't today.
Yeah,
this is a tough one because I feel like you like I really wanted to captain Ross or Watson, but like it was difficult to do it money wise, and then of course I picked the wrong person. I mean, no touchdowns yet, so everything could change. Will Fuller could catch a bomb, and then we'll see what happens. Oh, Russ. You talking to Emerson?
At the moment, no. We went back and forth a couple of times, but not. We'll see if he opts to make a lineup tonight or not. If anyone,
you know what I want to? I'll do a contest with you.
All right. I think I sent you one.
Yeah, it might have been the other night, but I wasn't feeling it.
Retease, did you know, getting involved now and hits Emerson on Twitter. Says, "Don't be a coward, Emerson. Double it up."
It's kind of a coward thing.
Yeah, I think I did shoot you an invite. So yeah, make a
for
lineup.
when?
Today.
Okay.
You tend to be in my little mass head-to-head.
And I appreciate that you continue to send them to me because I never answer you.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That 101 stoppage. Another timeout here after the completion.
So we're almost in field goal range here. If the Texans can get a stop on these three downs, then I think that they could maybe get the ball back with some time to score. I would love to see a touchdown, though. Like, just at some point, right? Like, a touchdown would be great.
Got a 1st and 10 on the way here. We are late in the opening half. About a minute to go. 3-3 game. Not the most compelling of sims. Nothing like what we saw in the previous one. No doubt about that. First and 10 from the 24. Final 30 seconds. Russ. Banging his way off a couple defenders. Finds his way about halfway to what he needs. 2nd and 5.
So they're just going to settle for 3 here. 6-3 half. Come on, man.
Well, maybe. Timeout.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Out of the 163 entries in this early bird specialty, it's going to be so funny when Watson and Wilson both stay put free roll. I am barely cracking the top 100, so not so great right now. Got W. Frazier in front by about 3 points at the moment. There's the field goal, and congrats. If you have Jason Myers, he's got a pair.
We've got both kickers.
Yeah.
All the people doing anything.
And stack them kickers. And good on you.
All right. Well,
There's about 16% owned in the larger free roll.
you following any college hoops?
Not closely. Not, I'll get into it more so when the big tournament gets here. Not to say, obviously, the conference tourneys aren't fun. They certainly are. But no, not, I don't know. I feel like the more removed from college I have gotten over the years, the more removed I've gotten from college basketball. I've never been a huge college football fan, even when I was in college. But college basketball I was much more into in my younger years. Love the tourney. Always pay attention to the tourney. But in terms of regular season conference tournaments, not as closely.
I've got some serious cramming to do for our show on Tuesday. We got an hour-long show coming up. The Sweat should be good. Going to be on there with Julian Edlow. We're previewing March Madness. We're going to preview every bracket, every region. People are calling the regions the bracket now. We're going to preview every region.
Yeah.
Should be interesting. Could have some teams excluded.
Mm-hmm. No Duke.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're not sure yet. That's the thing.
Well, I guess that's true. Duke could be part of it. No Duke in the conference tournament.
I don't know how they're going to do it. Like, I don't know if they're going to just say you're out, or they're going to make them forfeit their first round, and then you have a 16 seed, I guess, advancing.
Right.
We'll see, man. I don't know what's going to happen. But I do know we're going to have a show on Tuesday breaking down.
Tuesday, 11 a.m. Eastern. That is the Sweat, the march to the tournament. Should be a good time. Like you said, you, Jules, others, be part of it. And a lot of information coming fast and furious for the people leading into a full Dream Stream day of Sims.
Yeah. Will Fuller, speaking of fast and furious, making me furious with a drop, no catches. He is, I think, like the only receiver who's just done absolutely nothing in this game.
No one has done anything.
Duke Johnson had a catch for -2 yards. I guess that. But at least he got 0.8 out of that, right?
I mean, you don't really have anyone doing a lot in general. Obviously, like Wilson is the only guy even in double figures. He has about 11 points in the flex. Philip Dorsett, making for a good punt play at $4,800 and in about a third of lineups, has almost 9 points to his credit, 3 for 58.
Sorry, Obi-Wan just DM'd me while we're doing our sim on Twitter. I didn't realize he had a Twitter.
Yeah, me either.
Showing me his Top Shot collection. Let's see here.
Obi-Wan.
See what Obi-Wan's got. Very cool.
Second half starting, you're going to share with the class? Let the people know what you're looking at least?
Is that a Miles Turner... Yeah, Miles Turner Series 1. That's not bad. Yeah, Series 1 is where it's at, man.
You've picked up about 1,000 views on Twitter, by the way.
Thanks.
8.4 now. Keep at it, people. Keep viewing Ducey's TikTok. And tell Glass you're doing so.
Yeah, let's tag Glass and say, great TikTok by Kenny.
Make sure he knows.
Sorry, I was just
Sure.
checking out this collection. So who's going to score the first touchdown in this cough? Let's make predictions. Who do you think?
Russell Wilson rushing touchdown.
Okay. I'm going to say Randall Cobb.
Ooh. Well, my lineup likes it, so hopefully...
My lineup does not like it, and that's why I think it's going to happen. Randall Cobb.
All right, it's a fun game. What do the people have? Mike, Drew, Tate, all feel free to jump in. First touchdown of this game. It's inevitable we're going to get one. Who's going to be, what is it?
Michael said Chris Carson. Let's see if that comes true.
Okay.
Well, it certainly could be someone on the Seahawks. If it's going to be someone on the Seahawks, it's going to be Greg Olsen.
Drew's with me. Also says a Wilson rush.
All right, you're all picking Seahawks, so I'm going to pick a Seahawk, and then when the Texans get the ball...
Yeah, we can pivot and go to the other side.
Yeah.
CEH says nobody. Matt says DK. Tate says give me some fills. Bills fan says the announcers are way better in the game, which, I mean, thank you, but it really wouldn't take much right now. Olsen, please, says Kyler. Seahawks defense will score the first touchdown, says Nina. I almost went with that. That felt like too bold a call, but I like that Nina's doing it. Carlos Hyde for Nick. Dorsett, El Bongo. 2nd and 14 from midfield here. About 25 likes away from 200. Hit that like button. See if we can get there by the midpoint of the stream day, huh?
Yeah, it'd be good.
It would be nice. And, you know, we don't promote it nearly enough, but do us a solid. Hit the subscribe button on the DK YouTube page. About 12,000 new people have subscribed to that channel since these Sims began 1 year ago. Up to 120,000 subscribers. Let's keep on piling on there. There's Russ. Taken off and had an opening, but instead ran right into a defender. Not ideal.
Russ. What are you doing, man?
Third and 14 from the 48. Here's Russ. He's got time. He's got space. Some pressure coming his way. Got rid of it. Completed pass. 8-yard pickup. Got a 4th and 6 coming up.
So here we go. It's time. Randall Cobb, first touchdown. It's coming. I mean, are we going to go the whole game without touchdowns, Koff?
I'm trying to think if I've ever seen a sim that had nothing but field goals.
Yeah, I feel
I'm
like
sure
we might, man.
It's probably happened, but I don't know that I was on the call for it. And I don't think that's going to happen here, by the way. We still have about 13 game minutes left. I don't think that's going to happen today. All right, well, let's pick a Texan then, since they have the ball. It doesn't mean that our Seattle predictions won't come to fruition, but for the sake of jumping in on the Texans side, I will say... Well, he's not on my squad, but I'm going to say Will Fuller. Mike says Fells.
Well, I already said the Texan when the Seahawks had the ball, so I get extra
Right.
points.
I'm sure you heard the report just yesterday or the day before from ESPN that there seems to be more and more smoke to the Wilson stuff. That Russell Wilson may really want out and Seattle may really be contemplating it. Now,
I think that is absolutely true. I totally believe that.
But where does it end? Like, I mean, regardless of what you think or what you believe, certainly I've said I don't believe that this ends with him leaving. I really just don't. I would be so surprised. I would be. Do you think he gets moved? And obviously, the Cowboys expectedly are off the table. So if we're just to follow the breadcrumbs of his wish list, you have the Saints, you have the Bears,
Right.
and you have, who is the other one? The Raiders. Those three.
Michael says he thinks he stays. I think that, again, this is where I'm at with this. Like, these teams moving these quarterbacks need to have a better option out there. And for right now, that's like take Wilson or Fields at 2 or 3, but that means trading with one of the Jets or the Dolphins. And like, to me, that is what's making it worth it. You're going to be able to get like a pretty good quarterback prospect back in return for one of these two guys because of how good they are. So I just feel like there's no reason not to trade. I mean, but again, that's just me as a GM. Like, I'm not trading them unless I want them to one of those two teams. But yeah, I don't know, man. I honestly don't. I don't know what to make of it, because like, I don't know if they're going to trade Russell Wilson to like the who needs a quarterback right now, like the Dolphins I already was talking about, but
well, I mean, it's really just about the three teams.
Bears, right?
I mean, it's
the Bears,
the
yeah.
three teams that are supposedly on his list.
What are they going to get back from the Bears that really they need? Like, it makes it worth it.
I don't know what it would be.
That's my point, man. I just don't get it.
And I also don't think that this situation, and this certainly has not been reported to the contrary, I don't think this situation is just at this, like, seemingly breaking point that the Texans and Deshaun Watson are at. I think Russell Wilson is perfectly comfortable going back. He has not demanded a trade, which is all the more reason why I believe this is not going to happen. He's not, at least, openly trying to force his way out, even through the media for that matter. And the Seahawks, regardless of whether they're listening to offers or accepting calls or what have you, they are not seemingly aggressively trying to move him. So I think there's, it's certainly an uncomfortable offseason, but I just don't think he's going anywhere. I think that between the two, there's no doubt that Watson is more likely to move. I think most people would agree with that, but I really don't think Russ is going anywhere.
It's just not a good situation for Russ. That's where I'm at right now. Like, I don't think he's going to win there. Do you?
I think he's got a better chance of winning there than he does Chicago or Vegas. Obviously, I think he could win with the Saints. I think he could win right away. But, I mean, that would be the top choice for me if I'm him. But we've talked about this before. I don't think just financially is sort of fudgeable.
Oh, none of us were. Oh, Bobby Wagner did it! Yeah.
Are we wrong? Are we wrong? Still 6-3.
Oh man!
Not today, Deshaun.
That is why you take the Seahawks defense, because Bobby Wagner does that to people, man. This is what he does. Oh, man, Bobby Wagner.
That's great. That is great. All right, safety territory. Remember, even if they get it, that does not count as a touchdown because it's a safety. 1st and 10 from the 5. It's a run, and a good one at that, out to the first down mark. Man, oh man. 40-second fumble recovery for the Seahawks. Emerson's baby gap shirt. Are his sim ribs okay? LOL. He was clocked by Wagner. X Factor lit for Russ. Low score in sim. Gonna have just 9 points in all likelihood through 3 quarters.
I feel like we need we need some sort of argument. This
You and
sim
I, the two of us?
was so boring. I feel like, well, the product on the field right now is boring. I feel like we need to talk about.
We gotta spice it up.
Anything, yeah.
We could try and play in your next TikTok.
We could.
I'm not sure that's any more compelling, but we could.
Well, what would you do if you were me?
I wouldn't. I'd quit.
You wish you wouldn't do a TikTok?
No, I'd walk away. Stop while you're ahead. Let that thing live on in the ether. You could be like a true Hollywood story. Have people wondering 5 years from now, what if he had kept going? What could have been? Or did he quit at the right time? Did he leave when he was on top like he should have? Was there more left in the tank? You know, I think there are a lot of questions left unanswered, and maybe that's a good thing in this case. Quarter end. I'm open to ideas, though. People out there in the chat,
I'm open to
probably
ideas as
feel
well.
like that,
Let me know.
that you know Kenny pretty well at this point. What should the next TikTok move be for him?
I got plenty of time. I got a phone. You know, I could do another TikTok. Just you guys tell me what you think you like.
Alex says Kenny's idea of a good time, quote, "We need an argument." LOL. You don't say that to the girlfriend, do you? That hey,
no.
Let's spice things up a little bit. I think we should have a fight.
Things are getting a little dull around here. Let's do that. No, I don't do that.
Let's just have a quick battle, the two of us.
Yeah, why not, right?
Center ourselves. It'll be great. You're gonna love it, hon.
Yep. No.
We're going at a good clip here, though.
We are. Not in this game, but I mean, Russell Wilson has hit the rushing bonus. We could talk about that. He's up to 116 yards on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
78 passing yards. I mean, he
has
has more rushing yards than passing yards. Isn't that insane?
10 points.
Russell Wilson has more rushing yards than passing yards. And I think that is like not an insane thing to say about Kyler Murray or Lamar Jackson, right? Or just Lamar Jackson, really. But to say it about Russell Wilson in a sim is kind of weird.
That's crazy. You think that's crazy for Russ?
That he has more rushing yards than... Yeah, I do think that's a little crazy.
Stop the Wilson run, says Bills fan. Just quit. All right, 2nd and inches from the 37. 8 minutes put up the board. A whole lot of scrambling along that line. My goodness. Fake handoff. Russ keeps it. Will he take off himself? Why not? It's worked so well today. First down out toward midfield. Gets to the 44. 7 more yards for Russ. 1st and 10 coming. How about this? Mars Brightburn. Deuce is low-key the most favorite commentator.
Appreciate that.
I wanted to read that because you've believed in the past that I have ignored the pro-Ducey comments in the chat.
That's right. You have. Thank you. Thank you for reading a pro-Ducey comment. Did you do what you said you were going to do?
I did.
And just read the
every
pro-Ducey
pro-Ducey comment that we received, we read. All of them. Both of them.
Very cool.
We made sure to read them. No question. 2nd and 10. There you go.
Oh!
Yardage for Russ.
Oh, we
DK
almost
Metcalf
got
had
it.
a broken free, man. 32-yard pickup.
So close, man. So close to our first touchdown of the day.
I kind of
Whoever has... Me too. Whoever has the first touchdown in the captain spot is going to
win this sim.
Jet up. Yeah. I have Will Fuller in my captain spot. The one what's giving me hope, Koff, is I don't know why I feel this way, but I low key feel like Jacob Hollister is going to catch a touchdown. I have a feeling.
I think that's personal bias right there.
No, I'm telling you, I have a feeling.
You are talking yourself into that happening.
My feelings can be right.
Well, I feel like we just saw a touchdown from Tyler Lockett. First of the day for either team. And it's about to be a 10-point lead for Seattle. Congrats, Tyler Lockett owners. And if you have Russ. Like most everyone does. How about PhD in all caps calling for a Lockett TD in the seconds before the throw?
I love when that happens in the chat. I really do.
19th touchdown at Sim Land for Lockett. Steve says, Kenny is the best announcer on the streams. Signed, Kenny's mom.
Oh, thank you. My mom would say that.
I saw the Twitter interaction. Does your mom listen to the Sims often?
Never.
Never, ever?
She watches The Sweat every week with my dad. They always watch the shows. But in terms of The Sims, no, never watched The Sims. Nor do I want them to watch The Sims.
Do they give you notes after the fact on the shows? Do they say this segment was really good, this argument was good, what's wrong with that Bukes guy? Why is he so mean to you?
My dad does, yes, but they both talk about Bukes all the time. They're like, "What? He doesn't seem like a nice person."
Did you say you're right? He's not.
I just say, well, I don't really know what to think about him. Because I don't.
He is someone who is just really invested in his shtick. That's what you can tell your parents.
I guess so.
He treats everyone with equal disdain. It's not just you.
Hope so.
I mean, really, you should hear the way he talks to Glash, the poor guy.
Yeah, that is somewhere where I have sympathy for Glash. Sympathy for the Glashel.
Just the one spot.
Yeah.
Seconds here into the or minute and a half.
Glash and I are friends.
Into the fourth quarter.
There's Wolf Fuller finally making a catch.
Mockingjay. You hear this, Tate? Mockingjay says, not trying to be one of those people, but am I the only one seeing Seattle hasn't been given the fumble recovery points yet?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You hear me?
You know what I just did? Hold on. Hold on.
Did you mute me? You wouldn't be the first.
No, I hit the wrong button on my microphone, so it was adjusting. It was a different light. I think I was adjusting the headphone volume, and I wanted to make sure I didn't just turn off my microphone completely.
I mean, we can't be sure Tate hasn't fallen asleep after all the activity from the last sim, where he just had to be on the nose every 2 seconds with, yardage and scoring plays and 70 points in the sim, and now this being the 9th straight sim that he's working over the course of these 2 days. And to get no touchdowns until the fourth quarter, I wouldn't blame him if he just took a little nap. I would get it. I really would.
Tate, are you there, Tate? Tate, are you awake? Tate.
Mike says, # give Tate a break.
Tate. Tate. Oh, yeah, he said, was good, Deuce. He's there. He's awake, everybody.
He's up, guys. Tate, turn on your microphone. Just talk to us. We'll all talk it through. 4th and 8 coming from the 24. Texans going for it because really, what choice do they have? Watson drops back. He's going to run. Picks up the first and gets out of the way. A slide before Bobby Wagner can knock his head off. Like that poor little bird in Dumb and Dumber. Guys, again, smash the like for Tate.
That is what Tate suggested.
Sims? I can't even get over it. What's that?
I said that is what Tate suggested.
Yep. And he wants everyone to know. He's posted it in the chat. The fumble is fixed.
Wait, guys.
1,000 times.
I just read some of the best news that I may have ever read in my life.
You're receiving a TikTok sponsorship.
Not quite.
You've been hired.
I am reading here on TMZ 30 Mile Zone that A-Rod and J-Lo are not broken up.
Oh, they're not broken up.
He said on video today they stopped him in the street, and there was a report from TMZ this morning that they were not broken up, and he says that he and J-Lo are still. I'm gonna see. Hold on. I'm gonna listen to what he said.
What are the exact words, Ducey? A lot of people want to know. I mean, if those two kids can't make it, what hope do the rest of us have? What's the deal? Because
he said, "I'm not." They said, "Are you single?"
The wedding was postponed multiple times, Ducey. What is it?
So what happened was they stopped him. They were asking, "Oh, is it true? Are you guys? What's going on? Are you guys really like? Are you broken up? Are you working on things?" And then the woman said, "Are you single now?" And he turned around and he did his little fingers like to finger wag, and he said, "No, I'm not single."
That doesn't mean he's with J-Lo.
Interesting.
Is it?
And then they stopped him again.
I don't feel like you provided me any new information.
And then they said, "It's safe to say you and Jennifer are working on things." Hold on.
You just trying.
And J-Lo called A-Rod while he was being filmed by TMZ. She FaceTimed A-Rod while he was getting into the car.
Okay, and?
So it appears, and she said, and I think I thought I heard a babe in there. So I don't think that they broke up. I think that everything is fine. Maybe not fine, but
babe. What does that mean?
He does.
I don't feel like we learned anything there.
A-Rod and J-Lo told TMZ Saturday morning, "We are working through some things." Our A-Rod and J-Lo sources told TMZ Friday was a bad day. From what we can gather, it appears they had some sort of blowout fight. It's unclear if one or the other said the relationship is over in the heat of the moment. But if that was said, they're taking it back now. Wow.
I don't
and
feel
they
like
also said that they told us on Saturday that it did not involve a third person, that they're just going through some issues.
Listen, who isn't in the midst of a pandemic?
Exactly. All right. Okay. It's a better day now.
Rossi's Fat Cat says, "Cough, would you watch a sitcom about two buddy cops in Canada called Deuce and the Moose?" I mean, you kidding me? I'd buy the DVD.
I would sign up for it. I would act in it.
I'd buy it just out of loyalty, and it wouldn't even need to get unwrapped out of the cellophane or whatever. It could just live on the wall. Just be happy to have it. Happy to support the cause and donate. Starfighter says, "But she's my Bronx girl. She always told me she was coming back to the block." Well, listen, I'm pretty sure she's still Jenny from the block. I don't think that has changed. I mean, it's changed a lot, but... 2nd and 10. Approaching the 2-minute warning. Is this the slowest the quarterback has ever... He just jogged to the first down line. He was out for a casual roll.
Not even... Oh, my God. Who was that running? Was that Matt Ryan? Was that Matt Ryan with the ball? I could have sworn that was Matt Ryan. No wonder no one's traded for him yet. Look at him run.
PhD says, too bad for Jose Canseco. He was shooting his shot yesterday. Was Jose up on Twitter trying to make a move on J-Lo? Because I would
no, because he said Canseco said like in January that they were
there was that thing where he was trying to like
A-Rod's gonna break up with J-Lo.
Yeah,
he hates A-Rod, so
yeah. Oh, for sure he does.
But it seems like they're not broken up. At least not yet. Love is not dead after all.
Listen, I mean, I get Canseco's disdain for A-Rod. Unlike Canseco, I mean, has anyone in Major League Baseball history been more, vilified, been more of the enemy, been more of the poster for what is wrong with baseball, professional sports, whatever, to then rebound in such an incredible way to become just this fan favorite and an ambassador of the sport again, the way that Alex Rodriguez has? I mean, it's incredible. Another touchdown, by the way, to narrow this gap. Darren Fells that time.
Fells. Yeah, but you don't see. Yeah, look, just because A-Rod, was able to, resurrect his career, why does that, why does he need to be vilified for that? By Jose Canseco. Jose Canseco could have done it too. He could have been a nicer person.
Sure.
But he wasn't. He's not a nice person.
I don't know what Jordan's talking about here, but Jordan says, I told you all this would last the rest of the sim. At the 523 mark, this sim is earning a dislike. This is public service announcement to Jordan and anybody else. And if you guys want to hit the thumbs up, you want to hit the thumbs down, cool, whatever. The algorithm doesn't care. Obviously, we prefer the likes to the dislikes, but do what you're going to, you do you. My question is this, though, for Jordan in this particular case. Unless you intend to pull back the dislike for a like or for just ambivalence later on, you are fully aware that disliking a sim is not disliking a sim. It is disliking the entire dream stream. By giving a thumbs down, you are thumbs downing the entire 6 Madden simulations and everyone and everything that has come along with it. You could see 5 great games, 1 lousy one, or not enjoy a conversation. And
it's really not nice.
I don't even care about what's nice and what's not. It's not even practical. You can give a thumbs down if you're just unhappy with the product, and hey, that stinks. We'll try and earn your respect, I suppose. But to dislike an individual sim representing an entire 12-hour stream, it's just ludicrous. It doesn't even make sense to me. I don't get it. I've never understood it.
Me neither. We're aligned there.
It's like you're doing something to prove it to yourself. Because these are anonymous likes and dislikes.
Yeah.
Although it'd be fun to be able to see who did what. I wish you could scroll over the thumbs down and see who those are all attached to. Find out Ducey disliked it. Well, what the hell, Kenny?
I bet you could figure it out on I bet you could figure it out if you went to the back end of YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, no one's going to go to that trouble. Lisa says, you guys aren't being very nice, Adam. Robbie Noble says, I hold the record for most likes. He probably does, because I don't think he's ever missed a sim. And he's guaranteed liked all of them. So, I mean, he's at least tied. Worst case scenario. Jared says, the sim's there for you, Jordan. 42-7. 13-10 game, about a minute and a half left here in the fourth.
Let's give out some awards here, Koff.
You're already ready?
I mean, they're taking a knee, aren't they?
Okay.
No, they're not anymore. All right, we'll wait for them.
Doesn't look like the victory formation just yet, but
well, it was the last play was taking a knee.
Jordan says, yes, Cop, I know. Stop with the dislike spamming. I know it helps the algorithm, and the fact that a top 5 wide receiver squad can't score on the worst secondary in the league is bewildering to me. So we can both be bewildered. That's fair. I mean, I can't control what the AI does and doesn't do. That's kind of the whole point of this thing, as you and everyone else knows. 2,000 of these things, ballpark. Some of them won't be great. This, case in point, 13-10 final is what we're looking at for Seattle here. So, who stands out to you? You going to give Darren Fells the love with the Krusty Koff player of the game? Can't hear you, Kenny. Did you do something to your mic again?
Don't say that. I don't want my hand to be tipped here.
Okay. I apologize greatly.
It's like when you tell, your son or daughter to not do something, and you're like, well, now I don't. Now that the kids are like, well, now I don't want to do it.
Well, now he's going to tell me to do it.
I was gonna pick Darren Fells. I was gonna feel great about it, and now you're like, oh, we want to pick Darren Fells, so now I kind of don't want to pick Darren Fells. And
now you're being the defiant child.
Boy, I don't know what I'm gonna do here. Okay, I'm gonna say. I think I'm going to say DK Metcalf is not my kid today.
Okay. Babysitter Billy Award.
2 catches for DK Metcalf, one of the most owned players in the he was 11.7% captained.
Mm-hmm.
He was 42.9% owned. There were other guys, Will Fuller had a worse day. The Johnson and Johnson, even Greg Olsen. But for me, at that price, at that captainship, and right at 43% the free showdown, terrible game from DK Metcalf. On the other hand, I'm looking at I'm not looking at the right ownership numbers. I was looking at our free roll. He was 44% owned in the free showdown and 11.9% captained. And compared that with, Greg Olsen, we know has bad games sometimes. Like, that's not surprising, but that was a very disappointing game from Metcalf. I will say Darren Fells is my player of the game. $6,400, 37.5% ownership. Not very popular, and 26.5 fantasy points here with the receiving bonus. He scored the only touchdown for the Texans. He had 7 catches. He tried his hardest to get the Texans on the board, and you have to commend that.
Well, way to go, Tate, for finishing top 4, by the way, in his final sim until Thursday. After 9 straight of these things, finishes in a good spot, albeit about 6 points off the lead, but nevertheless, significantly better than many of us, including me. 102 out of 163. For Scotty J in front with Fells in the captain spot, Wilson, Watson, Metcalf, Dorsett, and the Seahawks DSTs. And how about that? A leading or projected winning lineup with both the Krusty Koff and Babysitter Billy Award winners. Now that is something.
Yeah. We need. I think there might be a point where we either need to change the names or we need to add another award.
What are you looking to do?
We could add an award for the biggest play of the game. We could add an award for the best comment of the game.
Well, I know Rossi likes to give out the chat VP sometimes if he has a favorite comment among the people.
Okay. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
Yeah. 3 likes away from 200. Do it for Tate. Don't disappoint before you get out of here. And a reminder, Kenny talked about this earlier, but want to mention it again. Make sure you join us right here on YouTube, Twitch as well. Tuesday, a special NCAA tournament preview show. We will give you the sportsbook perspective on which team is coming out of each region. As we know, it's all, in the same area. It's all Indianapolis. But nevertheless, here in the pandemic year, it is a different situation. But the show is going to attack things just the same. Tell you who could be on upset alert, which spreads, totals, prop bets the public is putting its money on. Everything that you want to know. The Sweat. It's called March to the Tournament, and it airs 11 a.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday, right here again, YouTube and Twitch. Kenny, among others, will be part of it, so you want to make sure you tune in, get those insights. And also important to know from our production crew, I inevitably would have forgotten about this. Not that it really would have mattered going into the Sims, but depending on your clock tomorrow, we do lose an hour of sleep tonight, folks. Springing ahead. So go to bed an hour early if you're trying to get those 8 hours or 4 hours or whatever it is, because you're going to be one short, and that's a bummer. Don't like that. Here's what's coming up the rest of this Dream Stream day. You got Jason Rossi.
Who am I?
Coming on in.
Who am I?
Who are you? Oh, yeah, there you go. At Kenny Ducey. Subscribe to Ad Kenny. I love it. Yeah, keep doing
That's
it.
what he
That's
does.
pretty good. That's a good Christian. I like that. I wish I could tell you Christian's coming up later on so he could properly react to this, but he's not. Hopefully somebody can flip this out and show him anyway. He'll be on tomorrow at noon, so at least you can tell him about it. Rossi and Tom's coming on back. No, I'm sorry. I'm looking ahead to tomorrow. Rossi will be with Brandon Cristal.
You're a mess right now.
And Jason Rossi for Packers and Dolphins in about 50 minutes, 45 to pregame here for the happy hour sim. 8 o'clock, prime time, Falcons and Eagles. It'll be Rossi and Geoff Ulrich. How fitting that Moose will be on for the Falcons, the Queens football team there. And then 10 o'clock, Madden After Dark. It'll be Moose and Lamarca working together. So who knows? Maybe some good card collecting talk here on a Saturday night. Titans and Washington, they will be together, and maybe I'll pop into the chat and say hello at some point. But Ducey, pleasure, buddy.
Oh, great being with you as always, Koff. It was a fun sim today. We had just about everything in this sim except for touchdowns. We had me muting my microphone. Yeah. We had talk about Glash, I think we talked about everybody who does sims, which is always a good time. So
yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully they were watching, but pleasure being with you.
All right, catch Kenny tomorrow early on. I will be with you for the 2 and the 4 tomorrow once again. Both those with Moose. Should be a good time. In the meantime, thanks to Mike, thanks to Drew, thanks especially above all else to Tate. Wow.
Tate.
9 straight.
The Tate VP.
Hats off, man. Yeah, Tate's the MVP of this one. Where are you people with the likes? Couple more for Tate before you get out of here.
Look, let me just say this. Tate did 9 straight sims. And the only he could have asked for people in the chat to shout him out. He could have asked for more money. He could have asked for a break. He could have asked for any of these things, right?
Anything.
You know what? The only thing that Tate asked for is like the stream and play contests. You already did one. If you're watching this sim, you already played in a contest. So like the stream, because this man worked 9 straight sims. That's all it is here. I'll show you with your. You just go. And that's it. That's all you have to do.
I got to tell you how to hit the like button. See, and you thought Geoff couldn't be replaced. He did it.
And DraftKings sent me this mouse, right? Because I use all my USB ports for all my stuff.
Sure.
So I needed a mouse. And I'm sure they were like, well, there's something that was worthless. Why did we send that kid a mouse? What's he gonna do with why do we need to send him a mouse? I don't know why. Why? Because I'm explaining how to click the like button. There we go. Hard-earned money right there.
They call him props. Kenny Props Ducey. Talk to you guys tomorrow.
go, baby. I got something in my eye. I'm so excited for the night. It's Saturday night. How we doing, Dream Streamers? I'm Jason Rossi. With me, my tag team partner for the 6 o'clock, 4 o'clock his time. He's going to get lambasted with snow sooner or later. It's Brandon Cristal. Brandon, what's up, dude?
What's going on? This is signing bonus Saturday. Ooh. As everybody's getting their salaries for 2021.
That's right.
Signing bonuses. It's the Bears. It's players with the Saints have been getting it all week. It's going to keep happening because teams have to be salary cap compliant by Wednesday at 4 Eastern, 2 o'clock. So just seeing, Bears, Khalil Mack, Eddie Jackson, Cody Whitehair all had their salaries converted to bonuses. You're kicking the can down the road and hoping that the salary cap will jump. We can get into all that. And then I'm doing good. I'm spending more time on DK Sportsbook, doing what they call in the biz, chasing money. Because last night I went with the Colorado Quad, as somebody dubbed it, where I bet Colorado State, Nuggets, Avalanche, all to just win, just money line. 3 of the 4 hit. Colorado State came up short. And so then did a little college hoops parlay this morning. I have more fun parlaying at lower amounts just to see what you can get. There's all these cool odds boosts. So Wichita State hosed me. Thus now I am chasing more money by putting a new 5-team parlay together. So we'll see. You may hear me yelling at the Longhorns.
We know why.
For no reason. Be like, hey, what's going on? But
this is the reason why I want to drive up to New Hampshire. This is what I do. Because Massachusetts, dudes, get your stuff together.
It's coming. It
will. One day. It'll be a glorious day. Buckets of money
getting legalized. So I did set a lineup earlier. So
what are we looking at, BK?
Don't love it. Went with my almost always rule of captaining Devin Funchess when the Packers play.
Yep.
He had a huge game his last game out against Houston. I think I saw he had 9 catches, 100 and something yards.
Yeah, like 40 points. Yeah, he was nuts.
39 points. So that seems unlikely, but it allows you to be able to afford the likes of Devontae Adams and Aaron Rodgers. So I usually go with that trio when I'm playing the Packers. And so, I've been in a split mood lately. So I went Breida. Oh, no, I guess I dropped in Lazard. That was the best value. So then Breida, Grant, Lazard. So 2 Dolphins, 4 Packers.
So I went what am I doing? I have 4 Dolphins in here. Let's see what happens, though. Captain Gesicki, Breida's in there. I went with Sheehan, however you say his name, because honestly...
Adam Sheehan is how I say it. You can say it however you want. You can call him Sheehan, but it's
I'm going to call him Money today because he was $2,200, and that's exactly as much I had left. Tua's in there for no reason. Aaron Rodgers and Devin Funchess. So we'll see. Right. I like your lineup a lot more than I like mine, I can tell you that. But these games get wacky, dude.
Last night I did the one sim. It's like I got 1 today, 1 last night, 2 tomorrow night with Flash, but the 2 late games. But we did Man After Dark last night, and I finished here I can tell you, I think I finished 170 something, and he finished right there with me or right behind me.
Tough.
I finished 144th out of 185, and he was somewhere in that same ballpark. Anyway.
Yeah, dude. Well, I've been absolutely brutal.
I did much worse, so I didn't think I could get into his contest. It said it was full, but I realized I think I clicked on a different contest.
Okay.
So I got into the $250 free showdown since you, like me, are not a full-time employee, so we could do that every time if we wanted.
Yes, sir.
I said I was going to donate my $25 if I won. Anyway, I finished in 7,800th place out of 10,000. So.
You donated to DraftKings. The freebie.
Well, it was free. I donated my effort.
Stupid Cash Zay says exotic Fanta Russ, and that's a polar beverage. Where you see you all here, Herb, Sean.
No one can see that, by the way, right?
They saw it before.
No.
I think they did. They were.
No, I think you holding it up.
Oh yeah. That's just I want to.
Yes, I will confirm that it is polar watermelon sparkling.
Watermelon lemonade.
I've got an Arnold Palmer half and half. With a lot
Look
more
at you.
sugar than you need.
That's all right. It's all right. That's why, BK, it's a one and done for you. You're going to start full and empty.
Exactly. Then convert my makeshift studio back into our little theater room and hunker down and hopefully get the snow going so we can just watch some movies for the next 2 days. Before Monday, my week gets really busy with free agency.
I was going to say, and then it gets wild. There's 2 on a 1st and 10 from the 34, searching, looking, going to run here. Takes off, takes a hit, gets out of bounds. There it is.
That's the thing, and somebody tweeted that. we're all victim, whether we like it or not, and I work for the Broncos radio flagship, of tweeting things that sound a little over the top, like we're, trying to curry favor with the organization. And sometimes somebody asks us, hey, throw us a little love there. And so I'm not going to pretend like I'm above that. But somebody earlier pointed out, like, as all these teams are making all these moves to get under the cap, the Broncos have managed their cap really well. And so I'm not having to chase down which vets might get converted to signing bonuses. Now, I do think they're still working to try to get Justin Simmons' deal done and figure out what they're doing with Von Miller. And both of those moves will allow them cap space that will allow them to sign not only Shelby Harris back potentially, but a corner. And another one hit the market today in Casey Hayward.
Saw that. They'll fumble here by Tua. Pick it up.
Go score. No, what?
I think it's, I don't know, Tua might have touched him. He had a finger on him.
Man, they're not even reviewing that. I mean, he's standing up when the ball was knocked out.
Took him like a minute to get there, too. So Rodgers takes over here at the 44. Looking, searching, has a receiver. It's caught. Is that our guy?
Funches!
Funches. Tons of fun.
Hey, you and I were talking about Funches last week, right? Because we did the Green Bay game. We were talking about his salary. Did you see where he just gave back $750,000?
He said, here you go. I'll play.
Yeah, he's like, I want to play. I want to try to win a Super Bowl. Don't cut me.
Yeah.
I get that. They may have paid him last year, too. Like, he got to keep the signing bonus.
Yes.
Is usually how that goes. So
that's what I was finding out this week as you were talking about, there's a guy, Aaron Jones, who's currently a free agent. Aaron Jones, by the way, is the third highest owned at just over 57%. Adams above him at 62. Aaron Rodgers highest owned. Gesicki, Breida, MVS. But yeah, the Green Bay Packers, the whole thing is like, who's going to get for weapons? Will Fuller, all the rumors. But hey, bringing Funches in, while he's not like a complete game changer, he still can play. Having a big receiver like that on the other side, or if you put a 4-receiver set, having him with Devontae, let's say you still have MVS, if you don't make that big signing that they think.
I think Lazard.
Tunyon. I think Lazard's a free agent, actually.
That doesn't sound right, based on when I saw him at Senior Bowl.
You would maybe know better than I then, but I thought I saw him.
At least he's restricted. Let me see.
Yeah.
I'll tell you quickly.
Aaron Jones takes the handoff, makes a move down to the 7-yard line. That's exciting times. You're all your teams, except for Patriots Nation, who almost jumped off a bridge yesterday when they re-signed Cam Newton.
I know. Glash and I talked about that a little bit because I had Ben Bowling on my podcast yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, good. He's great. He knows all. But see, he was such an overreaction. People were going nuts, as if they just signed him to $14 million flat.
Yeah.
I'm
I think Ben actually had the details after we talked. Yeah, and it was like 3.
Finally. Yeah, it's and it's 4. Oh, that's a touchdown there. Is it to him?
I think that's Tunyon.
Oh, Tunyon. Look at this. Yeah. Oh, look, a little putt-putt for your Arnold Palmer.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Sternberger wearing Jordy Nelson's jersey.
I was going to say, wait a minute. Is that Jordy Nelson? Look at this. And I don't care.
I think Jay Sternberger was a 2nd-round pick, and he transferred to A&M, but he was on the campus at the University of Kansas for a year or two and loved it there.
That's officially got to give a vulture call on that one, though, right? That's got to be a vulture.
Oh, yeah. No, who has Sternberger? Let's see the ownership numbers on Sternberger.
Yeah. Caw! It's a vulture!
Alan Lazard is a exclusive rights free agent, which means I'm sure we found out this week that they told him they were picking up that option. Exclusive rights means we're paying you $850,000, and no, you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, Sternberger, the caw, is owned in 1.69% in this contest. Good Lord.
There you go. It happened, that was a year ago. He got the ERFA tender. He didn't get it again, though? Yeah, 2 years in a row. This is from February 12th. The Packers can bring him back, and he can't negotiate. The Broncos have a couple of those guys. Every team does. It's based on how you're drafted and in what round in the contract you sign.
Interesting. So it's just, this stuff, it's going to be an interesting week. And, just very quickly on that Cam Newton deal. Obviously, that was a big deal across the league just because everyone probably, outside of the city, even Boston. It's like,
I thought he was gone. Edward Pride was giving me a hard time in the chat. He's like, BK said he was gone. I'm like, yeah, because talking to everyone thought Boston, he was gone. Whether it was, you, Glash, Koff, Ben Volen, everyone thought he was gone. So
I can tell you from, the few people that I still have somewhat connections to, the thought process was that Cam would probably come back but after they had made several moves. Like,
Yeah.
you would have thought they would have lined up 2 or 3 things. So I don't know what that means. And again, that could be faulty information. I'm getting it trickled down like you know how some of these things go. Source to a source, the guy who knows a guy. Anyways, but then what I heard from respected journalist here, Tom Curran, he basically said that he's the only guy they could control. Like, everybody else was like Jimmy Garoppolo. While it's a nice rumor, they don't have control over that. They're not going to pay him what his cap is right now. They want to see him get released. They don't have control of that. Marcus Mariota, they don't have control over that.
Right.
All the other rumors you've heard, unless they wanted to try to sign Ryan Fitzpatrick, which does not seem like a move they want to do.
No, although it'd be cool because he would have played for all 4 teams in the division, like Chris Hogan.
All 32 teams, yeah.
Well, no, just all 4.
I'm kidding. It feels like every team.
Oh, yeah. But so kind of to that same point, and this is one of the things Ben Boland said, by bringing Cam Newton back with free agency opening and them having a lot of money to spend or more money to spend than most, you now have at least a plan that can seem attractive depending on the position that you're trying to land. And they've got a lot of holes on that roster. And Glash and I went over that yesterday.
I don't want to read. Yeah, we don't have to rehash, but you're right. Like, if let's just say just for argument's sake, Kenny Golladay, and I don't think this is going to happen to the Patriots, and they say, hey, we're going to give you $17 million a year. 2 days ago, he's like, well, who's the quarterback? And you're like,
Stidham doesn't appeal, but Cam, and to go beyond that, like, this is the world we live in, especially depending on the kind of deal that guys are going to sign.
Sure.
But there's a lot of Cam Newton fans in the league.
Yes,
right?
He's very popular. The one thing that New England found out last year is he is a ginormously popular player amongst players, not just the teams.
Because of what he represents, right? He's a Heisman winner. He's a national champ. He was the first pick. He's dripping with swag, right, with his unique style.
He's a very hard worker, as we've come to all find out.
Right. He works hard. Best you can tell, he keeps his nose clean off the field, and so it's easy to see why guys have liked him, probably dating back to his Auburn days, right? And so and then he comes in and he's a league MVP and he is the key to their Super Bowl run. And so if I'm a wide receiver, the Cam Newton plan may not appeal to me if I'm Kenny Golladay necessarily, right? Because they're just going to be better options if somebody's going to throw you the ball better. But if I'm a running back, if I'm a lineman, if I'm a defensive player, we're like, look, you're going to be called on to make a lot of plays, but we're going to play ball control. Cam's going to make enough plays, and we're going to win games 20-17. But Cam is going to be our leader, and he's trust us, he's been a great leader, right? And you get all the rhetoric that a team will try to sell you. But the other thing we talked about, and we can end our Patriots conversation with this, and I think you and I have talked about this. I know Koff and I have, and then Glash and I did last night. Is I don't know if the Patriots are going to be a destination unless you want to pay top dollar.
It's got to be,
because between weather, cost of living, the Belichick style of coaching, which some people welcome, but a lot of people don't. Trent Brown clearly does, right? You're gonna probably not find guys willing to take team-friendly deals, especially from outside the building, because Tom Brady isn't there, even if Cam Newton is there. But Cam Newton gives you that plan to say, yep, this is our initial plan. We're looking at doing some other things. Then if you bring in Jimmy G, great. If you somehow trade it for Deshaun Watson, or if you trade up in the draft and draft Trey Lance or somebody else, great. But
I'm with you.
Yeah, you can at least say, nope, this is our guy.
I still think that's what you just said. This can relate to a lot of teams. By the way, 7-0 here. Sternberger. That's right. Not what I'm eating for dinner. It was Sternberger scored a touchdown from Aaron Rodgers. So those are your numbers through one. Stats have been updated. Big shout out to our producer, Drew. TP is our director of technicality, and Joe in ops. Big shouts to them. We got our guy BK at BK Denver Sports. He has some impending snow that I've never heard somebody look forward to snow as much as you have today. Just want to hunker down, watch some movies, chill out with the fam.
Well, here's the thing: is I've got all these little kids, and I know I'm gonna have a really busy week as is. And the weather is crappy. So even if it's not snowing, there's not anything going on. You know, I don't have. Could we go to the dog park? Sure, but I'm fine just being forced to stay home and just watch TV.
Yeah, no, and that's actually really
Selection
nice,
Sunday. Now, look, I wish my Jayhawks wouldn't have had to deal with COVID and get knocked out or whatever, withdraw from the Big 12 tourney because they maybe would have won last night against Texas. Maybe they'd be playing tonight, or right now, actually. And so it's a little bit of a downer compared to what this time of year normally is for Jayhawk fans. But last year we were going to win the national championship. We're going to be the number 1 seed. This year we're a 3 or a 4 seed, and if we can even field a team. So now Selection Sunday isn't as exciting. But it does allow me to go into the bracket, any kind of bracket challenge, DraftKings or otherwise, and go in with a clear head. Like, all right, I'm just going to pick the best teams and not worry about picking KU all the way to the finals.
That takes the heart out of it, right?
Yeah.
Now you can just pick with your head.
The last time I remember doing this was when, that's how long ago it was, 04. When Oklahoma State and Utah and Kentucky not Kentucky, Oklahoma State, Utah, UConn, and Georgia Tech all went to the Final Four. Bill Self's first season in Lawrence. I won a bunch of brackets because I didn't have KU winning it. I had them getting to the Elite Eight. That's what they did.
And there is a touchdown for Miami.
Parker.
Albert Wilson. This guy, I was so close to captaining. He has some hot games, and then is just so fadeable. He had like a 40-point game recently as well, but gets the first touchdown, tying the game up here 7-all with just under 6 minutes to play in the second quarter. Yeah, tomorrow will be interesting. It's just going to be nice to have the tournament back as things are hopefully on the up and up after last year.
And I saw a tweet from Doug Gottlieb, who's there covering Big Ten tournament. They're cutting the dome in half.
I saw that.
And they have the 2 courts. I think it'll be cool. It'll probably be a little disorienting with the sound. Although I guess they're not going to be playing games at the same time. They're going to alternate the days, I imagine, so that on one side you'll have practices going on or whatever. I don't know.
It'll be interesting to see how it works. By the way, so Albert Wilson, 15.5% owned in the contest. That's going to make our contest. I'm pretty sure I'm getting blown out so far. I know it's early, but 20th actually. Maybe I should keep my mouth shut.
I think I'm in first. Let me check.
Yeah, it was 1.69% owned for Sternberger.
I'm in this golf pool with some friends, or actually friends of friends. And I was in first or second kind of the last couple of days, and I'm in 5th because I do not have Justin Thomas. Did you see what he did? I didn't see where he finished. But Brandel Chambly on Twitter said Justin Thomas has played 10 holes and putted 10 times.
Jeez.
So that's playing target golf.
I was gonna say it's the lights out.
Yeah, if every hole you're just pulling out the putter and using it once, so I need to double check to see where Justin Thomas finished the day. But so I'm sitting 5th, top three cash.
Nice. So here's Green Bay on their next drive here with 5 minutes to play in the second half. First down catch there from Devontae Adams. Hope you're all doing well.
Are you playing golf tonight?
Nope.
Yeah, he invited me last night. I wasn't even anywhere near a computer to worry about it or my phone. I guess I was near my phone, but wasn't paying attention. And he invited me in tonight. I don't know. We'll see.
Always about what you're doing right there. I always notice whenever I have a sim at night, or I don't know, I have to be in the mood. I usually have to enter super early.
Well, I want to get all of us in. I want to get everybody's screen names, and I'll start making a multiplayer contest for everybody behind the scenes.
I don't know why he doesn't do that.
He says he doesn't want to take the time, but he will join anyone else's. His logic is
what an absolute lazy
he'd rather
bum.
play 10 of us each because that increases his chances versus if all 10 of us are just in one contest. Because even though he could win more money in theory, he's like, law of averages will say that if I just beat 6 out of the 10 people that I play,
I'll win.
Yeah, that I'll be up more than even though the pot wouldn't be as big. There's better odds, and he's right.
Sure.
But he's like, I just don't want to take the time to invite everybody and make that contest.
Thanks, you lazy bum. Here's Aaron Rodgers throws.
I think I asked you to be my friend. I think I asked you.
I did. I accepted, dude. I always do.
Let's see where I'm at. Producer Michael was the first one to accept it.
Michael's a hugger. He's a lover.
Andrew and
Cali boy.
Andrew and I are there now, so friends. Kaufman, you, Tommy Freeze Pops, and producer Michael, and then people that I don't know. That I think are just DK Sim Fam folks that I accepted a while back.
There you go. Bunch of dudes.
I am going to try to play him in fantasy NASCAR tomorrow, assuming there's a race.
A little NASCAR action. Get in there. There's a catch on the sideline.
MBS.
Oh, yeah, 3rd and 2 here. So he finally gets his first grab there.
Rogers TD here, and then all of a sudden we're going to wish for captain number 12.
And my Gesicki captaining not doing much for me.
Throw it to Funches. That's what I said.
I'm into that. Those are the only 2 Packers I got. So here's the tight set on both sides. Jones in the backfield. In the shotgun is Aaron Rodgers. Takes the snap, looking, searching. Throws the ball. Wide open receiver. Stopped at the 1. Oh, Funches, come on. Put the ball over, dude. You got it. I want commentators to say that. But yeah, so there it is. Getting to the 1. Is this going to be Aaron Jones territory? Congo Cabs is Adams touchdown coming. We'll see. They're in the shotgun. Same formation, just reverse position. On the left-hand side now is Jones. Gets the handoff. Walks into the end zone. Aaron Jones. Or is that Jamal Williams? Sneaking in there. No, it's Jones.
That's Jones is 33. Jamal Williams is
20-something.
I don't know.
It's not like
30?
I should know this.
Jamal Williams is 30.
Sure. I can look that up after, but it doesn't matter either way. Didn't score there. That's Aaron Jones, 3rd highest owned in the contest. So that puts the Packers up 14-7. Happy Saturday, everybody. Hope you're having a heck of a day. Hope everyone's enjoying themselves.
I was going back and forth between Jones and Adams, but rode with Adams since I was playing Rodgers.
Yeah, that's a smart move.
Oh.
Look at this. Look at these numbers. 5 total touchdowns in the last 4 games for Aaron Jones. Wish I knew that info before. 715 says, I'll play in NASCAR, BK.
Yeah, I'm not trying to play anybody that knows anything about NASCAR, and I keep respectfully declining our friends in the DK Sim Fams invites because we get invited a lot, and it's just easier to say no to everybody because I'll get down a rabbit hole I don't want to be down.
Yeah, I've gotten into some of those contests, get my butt whooped. I'm like, oh, okay. I thought we were all just playing for fun. Some people know more than I do, which is smart on their part. Red, white, and green. What's up, dude? All gravy with you. Cater in there. John, CEH, Barry, hashtag team always here. We see the Twitch homies as well. DK Simfam says, Jones always seems to get a TD, even when he's a non-factor in the running game. That's what happens, dude.
It is snowing outside right now. I'm going to check my app to see.
The snow begins. Yeah, because I was looking earlier, dude. It looks like it's Hellfire and Brimstone over there.
Well,
it's just tons of snow.
And then here you go. As I hold up my Weather Channel app.
Look at that, all red.
Percentage of snow and 92%, 98%, 97%.
What is the difference between 98% and 100%? I know it's not. I know it's 2%,
right,
but you know what I mean. Like,
but honestly, no. So starting, well, as we speak, so it's 92 in the 5 o'clock hour, 99, 96, 68. 8 o'clock's going to chill out. 80, 87, 96, 100, 99, 99, 96, 92, 89, 90, and it just stops at 9 a.m. But it's not stopping. That's just when, you know, my app won't go past that. 5 to 8 inches of snow tomorrow. 1 to 3 inches tomorrow night. So maybe we're not going to get 2 to 4 feet like we predicted. And then Monday.
2 is going down.
Yeah, by Monday it's going to clear up. Which is good because I think I may have a press conference in person to cover. I think the Cowboys kind of opened the door for that this week with the Dak press conference. They realized, okay, we can have press conferences in big spaces with limited people.
Saw that, you know, with the draft, they're opening up the war rooms will be open for teams that want to do that.
Yeah, I think that they will. As much as everyone liked seeing Bill Belichick and Nantucket and everybody at home and the kids and all of that. These guys work better just being able to talk to each other.
Agreed.
Do whatever they're doing.
Especially the teams that have like new GMs, new coaches, all that. Like that must have been so weird. What a punt, by the way. Down to the 2. Very quickly, Drew lets us know Jones has scored 52 touchdowns in 57 Madden 21 games. So that's why it seems like he scores all the time. That's crazy.
Producer
and also,
that he spent that they spent the whole year working with Matt or together wearing masks. And look, we're all going to be spaced out. We're going to be like in the indoor facility. We're not even going to be in their main building because you could space us out in like the team room, and we wouldn't be anywhere near each other. But we can be even more spaced out in the field house.
Oh yeah,
120-yard field if you're putting 10 reporters in there, whatever the number ends up being that they end up inviting, or whether it's a Justin Simmons new contract or
Rodgers
signing. Run it.
Gets out of the pocket. Thought he was going to get a safety. He's got 20 plus 30 yards on the run.
A little late.
It's an ugly slide, but it's still good for the points. Rodgers getting you big time yards here as they call the timeout with less than a minute to play in the first half. Again, TP's our technical advisor. Drew is our producer. Joe and Ops. Shout out to Joe. What's up, dude? Brandon Crisdall, Jason Rossi with you. He's at BK Denver Sports on Twitter. Follow the man to get all the updates, all the info, all the inside. When it comes to Denver Broncos. And he also gets angry when the Jayhawks don't even have to lose their way out of the tournament.
I might have won this one.
Could have. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. I just say a bunch of other crap. I hope you guys are doing well. There's an incomplete pass. 2nd and 10. New York Goats, or NY Goat. I shouldn't be so assuming that New York. He says, no Jones. Noah Moon says no Jones. Who are you looking for?
Looking for Funches.
Same. Get it to him.
There. In bounds, though.
Yeah, stays in bounds to call the timeout. By the way, Aaron Rodgers, the funny thing about him, obviously you're hearing, well, I mean, he doesn't say anything. He's kept his mouth shut. We'll see what Aaron Jones, but everything kind of works out there.
Aaron Jones will not be a Packer.
I don't think so either. Yeah, I think, whether it's they have more faith.
Not the strongest prediction or like the boldest prediction. I just don't think they're bringing him back.
Yeah, I think the money, I think he might get paid. I feel like a Miami Dolphins team has a good enough money.
Yeah, the Jets.
Use them. The Jets, that's a good call too. There's a sack on Rodgers. 44 seconds remain. 2nd and 19, big play, but Aaron Rodgers quietly getting engaged, I thought was like the funniest thing in the world. I know it sounds weird. Like
thanking Jodie Foster.
Yeah, the whole situation was like I know it's like past history in some people, but I don't know. Now every time I think about it, I'm like, first of all, I didn't know he's dating anybody, especially Shailene Woodley, who's like famous. And then it's like, oh yeah, engaged. And shout out to Jodie Foster. It's like, what? So random. Final timeout there by the Packers. So they have no timeouts left. 11 seconds on the clock, 45 yards. This is called the Aaron Rodgers special in his career. Just throws little mini Hail Marys.
So he went Olivia Munn, Danica Patrick, Shailene Woodley. Is there anybody else that was in there that?
Probably we just don't know about them.
Well, I'm sure there were definitely other, but like that were public enough like that.
Those are the big ones. And that beer he didn't chug. That was the only other relationship he had. And that's I'm not gonna call that a Hoyer. It's too far down. But going to the half here, gets a completion at least. So you get the points. Looks like Alan Lazard gets the first catch.
I'll take those.
Yeah. So we're heading to the half. We can do a quick roll call as our guy Joe updates the stats where everybody's at. I'm currently sitting in 60th out of the 117.
Hey, I'm in 80th.
Look at you. Almost in the halfway point. 60 and above is going to be a W. It's a passing grade. So we'll see if we can get there. Aaron Rodgers just 173 yards and a touchdown, 276 and a touchdown through the first half. Brady's got 33 on the ground. Rodgers has 23 on that solo run. Aaron Jones, 16 yards and the touchdown. Look at these great people. I see you over there on Twitch. Keep an eye on everybody. Funches, hell of a play so far. 5 catches, 61 yards. Wilson's got the touchdown and 3 catches for 24. 2 for 44 for Devontae Adams. And Gesicki, my captain. What are you doing, dude? 2 for 15.
He's a second half player.
That's what I like to hear. Gonna make those adjustments. He's coming out. He's going to 2. He's saying, dude, I'm going to line this up. Get me over there. Oh, and there's Jace Sternberger. Jace, J-A-C-E.
Former Jayhawk, former A&M.
Is that like where does that name even mean? Is that just like, you didn't want to call him Jason? Is it like?
I'm guessing it might be short for Jason. I'll do some quick research to find out if it's.
Because some people call me Jace, but they spell it with a J-A-Z-Y, like maze. But I don't know. Anyways.
Why would they spell it with a Z?
Oh, dude, why do people?
Why wouldn't you still spell it with an S?
Because I don't know, maybe J's.
Yeah, that's me. Like a vase.
Why would they spell it with a $sign? Because of money.
There you
right?
go.
No?
Yeah,
anybody?
sure. You could. Jace Sternberger. Jace Evan Sternberger.
Look at him. All right, we're getting here to the second
He's from
half.
Kingfisher, Oklahoma, which is the same place Charles Howell III is from. Or Charles Howell III's wife, sorry. The reason I know that is because we used to get him on with Doug Gottlieb all the time.
Oh, yeah.
And his brother-in-law would coordinate it because he was from Kingfisher. And he'd always call up and he'd say, hey, Brandon, I don't remember his name. He'd be like, John Smith, Kingfisher, And I'm like, okay. like that was part of his title, was the city he lived in and represented.
I like that.
Jace, though, went to KU and then transferred. Let's see, the personal. Why would his name be Jace? Jason and Jackie are his parents.
Oh, mix them together. Smash them together.
She played hoops at Southwestern Oklahoma State. 2-time All-American.
Nice. Athletes. Probably the worst athlete in his family.
This is a weird stat.
But Jackie, Jason.
It says Sternberger lived in Clinton, Oklahoma for a good part of his youth, where he met his good friend, doesn't tell us the name, who he considers a brother. He has a tattoo of him on his left arm in honor of the child. Oh. I can't tell if that's the same person. Someone who passed away. Brain cancer. But I can't tell if that's all the same person. Like, the story's very incomplete. Admittedly, it is Wikipedia.
I was going to say, who wrote this?
So he's a third-round pick. Sorry, I said second. Third.
What year was that?
Last year, 2 years ago.
Okay.
2019 was his rookie year.
Okay. Yeah,
did he opt out this year, or was he hurt? Oh, he's on. Yeah, he opted out.
Makes sense. I was going to say, never heard of
Oh, never mind. He didn't opt out.
Just
He
didn't
went on
play?
the COVID list July 30th. Was active August 17th. Did he just not play?
Yeah. Drew believes he got hurt.
Yeah. Well, why didn't it tell me they got hurt either?
Because sometimes Wikipedia, it all depends on who's updating it. Green Bay fans, where you at? Go update that. Where's Bob M? I haven't seen Bob M in a long time. Is everything all right with Bob M?
He's going to be the guy that got Wally pipped by Robert Tanya.
Yeah, that's true. But I need to know, is anybody in the DK Sim fan? We've heard from Bob M. I know I'm not here all the time, but I mix up days and nights pretty.
Yeah, I haven't seen Bob M forever.
Yeah, he's our Packers guy. So here, speaking of the Packers, I have the ball here after a catch at the end of the half. Up by a score. There's Aaron Jones going nowhere.
Wow.
To the
so
44.
He got a concussion a year ago. I don't know what happened this year.
Could have been maybe lingering issues. There's a little chat going on in the Sim in Twitch talking about fantasy running backs. Kind of getting a kick out of DK Sim fan and Quan Chapo talking about
fantasy running backs as it relates to this or real life fantasy?
In real life fantasy. But this is hilarious. DK Sim fan, but who remembers Edgerrin James and Sean Alexander, who were once the best backs in the NFL? DK Sim fan, I say everyone.
We all
remembers them. Like, the only ones, like, you're right. There are some years he was saying, like, that you don't remember top flight running backs at the years, but in fantasy.
Right, the year Peyton Hillis ended up on the cover of Madden. I can't remember what year that was.
Like 06. Yeah.
It was after that, because...
No, it was like 2010 or something.
Yeah, because he was in Denver. He was in Denver in 09, 08, and 08.
Yeah, because then he went to Kansas City after. But I'm trying to think of, like, running backs that, like, in fantasy purposes, like, guys that, like, you took early that everyone hyped up. And you're like, oh, like, I kind of feel like, and I don't know what the future holds, but I feel like Austin Eckler is kind of that kind of guy. Like, I don't know if he's going to be able to. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know if
CJ Anderson took a lot of flack a couple of years ago when he was named the starter, and everybody thought he'd be coming off the Super Bowl. They thought he'd be the featured back.
Oh, another one?
On Twitter.
Do you remember the year that Steve Slayton was like a top? That was in like, that had like 05.
For the Lions?
06. Yeah, he was with the Texans.
Oh, Texans. Yeah. Slayton out of West Virginia?
West Virginia. When they had him and Pat White. What an offense that was. But, yeah, he had that one heck of a end of a second half.
Right.
Like, there's guys like, another one that just came to mind. There's a catch. Oh, spins off of it.
Score.
I don't know. Was that? Yeah, it is. Funches, man. He's having a game. That's his, I believe.
10 yards after catch.
Yeah, I think he has 7 catches now. He had 2 so far in this drive. Who was the running back that was with? This proves my point. Not Jordan Howard, even though he's kind of become one of those as well. He was a lot of hype a few years ago.
Jordan Howard was ruled out of this sim. I was looking in the lineup.
Good to know.
It said out. Oh, okay.
Sitting.
Oh, man, he was open. Jeez.
Touchdown pass, wide open. MVS usually scores on bombs, but gets it there nice and easy. So Aaron Rodgers throwing his second touchdown pass of the game.
Oh, that's a bummer.
We got
Marvin Hagler just passed it. Well, I didn't say just put out there. Marvelous Marvin Hagler, 66.
Oh, geez, young.
Rest in peace.
Absolutely. We're getting a couple of random updates on people. Hagler, obviously, RIP. We're getting CJ on Twitch lets us know Bob got a new job a while back and works second, third shift, so he's not on very often anymore. Well, good for Bob for the job, but
yeah, absolutely.
We do miss him. We miss that Packer guy. Yes, the boxer TP. Unless there's another Marvin Hagler that's being notified of being famous that died.
No, this is the marvelous Marvin Hagler.
Yeah. I got to remember this running back I'm thinking of. He was with the Jets, and then he went to Oakland.
He was an undisputed champ from 80 to 87. Some people consider him...
Wow, 80 to 87.
One of the greatest middleweight champions of all time. Yeah.
It's crazy. Oh, TP says he did a video with him a couple years ago. For the Brockton, yeah, he's a Brockton native. That's right, he is from around here. I remember he made a couple appearances at a couple sports stations around here. Hey, R.I.P. Dude, that guy's an absolute legend. 66. I can't believe he's... A, first of all, that's really sad. That's really young. And two, and B, like, I can't believe he's only 66.
Yeah.
Feels like he's a lot older.
So, up north of here... Oh,
Yep.
I thought it was his foot. It's only an inch of snow.
And it's... Can't get to a foot.
Everyone's kind of tempting the weather gods, taunting them. We'll see.
Don't do it.
Just because it didn't happen Friday night into Saturday morning doesn't mean we won't get crushed.
It happens every time. You're like, oh, this wasn't so bad. Boom. Next, you wake up the next morning. You're like, whoops. Guess we're shoveling today.
I got my snowblower fixed yesterday, so that was pretty clutch.
Oh, that then you know it won't snow. That's when you know. If you didn't fix it.
Right. Of course it would have. I had to pay my neighbor kid.
Come on over.
Yeah.
Get in there, kid. Help us out. Okay,
It would have been cheaper for sure. The main reason I did it is because we did this a year ago, the carburetor issue. Yesterday was a spark plug. But my wife's like, I bought you this nice snowblower. I want you to use it. I'm like, okay. We can pay the kid next door $10.
Better.
That's $75.
Cheaper and easier. There you go. You gotta use what you can have. All right. That's what the kids in the neighborhood are for. That's why, like,
exactly.
I'm joking. They're here to help.
He could use a workout. He's a big time wrestler kid.
Oh, there you go.
And his mom volunteered him the other day when I was talking about needing to get it fixed. When I was trying to get it fixed with one of my neighbors.
Love it.
I just don't know how to do any of that stuff.
We've already talked about it. If you, a couple YouTube videos, or tell somebody else to do it. You want to tell somebody else to do it. Even better. If you have the money, you let somebody do it.
Yeah, and the guy that fixed it is an out-of-work plumber right now. Lost his gig. So he was appreciative
More than happy.
for the work.
The producer Drew says, the greater Denver area thanks BK for getting a snowblower fixed. Ain't that the truth? Smash that like, by the way. Appreciate you all being here with us. We see you. We see you on Twitch, on YouTube. Those that are just not conversing, just watching from a distance on Game Center. Appreciate you all being here. Brandon Cristal, Jason Rossi. Smash the like if you're over on YouTube. Much appreciated. Also, hit subscribe so you get notified every single time the BK and DK come live here. But appreciate you guys being here. It's a great time. Great night to be here on a Saturday. You got these Sims 7 days a week, 6 games a day. We're just starting off your your evening classic, should I say.
I got a buddy in Philly that just texted to ask how I'm holding up with the storm. Here's a picture of outside my backyard. That is clearly cement that you see.
Yep. So far, but there's snow.
Yeah, no, it's coming. Let's see.
This runs down the sideline. Aaron Jones, minute left here in the third quarter. 21-7. It's been all Packers. Aaron Jones, 2 scores. If you're just joining us, if Aaron Jones got 1 on the ground, the passes to MVS and to Jace Sternberger. And we went deep dive into the history of Jace Sternberger. If you missed that, never again.
Fivel asked me if Joker's playing tonight. I'm asking a couple of my Nuggets people for you. And anyone else that might want to roster Joker. Or not. I mean, he was on the court at the end of the game last night, so I haven't paid enough attention to see what might be going on.
Is it a back-to-back situation, is he wondering? Like, just not playing?
But he hasn't missed any games.
No,
this from my man Alex Schiffer that covers the Nets for The Athletic. Here is the Nets starters tonight, if anybody cares. No revenge game for Blake Griffin. Harden, Irving, Brown, Harris, and Jordan. Blake and KD not playing.
Ah, jeez. It's so ridiculous. I hope that, like, I really, do people root for the Nets or, like, the NBA outside of, like, Brooklyn? rooting for
It'll
the
be
Nets.
a good. No, I think they're a cool team, right? Harden's cool, Kyrie's cool.
Yeah, it's cool, but I just feel like
KD's
it's
cool.
It's just like everybody and their mothers go in there, so I feel like it takes away that like vibe that they had going into this year.
Yeah, right.
I feel like a lot of those guys
is cool, but they're just kind of it feels like they're loading up a super team.
Yeah, I'm all about seeing Levert come back tonight with Indiana. That's what I'm into. That guy. I think the Nets are. Unless they win a championship, they'll regret maybe some of these moves. Obviously,
of course,
winning a
about most
championship.
teams.
Yeah, sure, true. 7 catches, 87 yards, leading the way. That is Devin Funchess' line.
That's my captain.
Look at that. I'm having the lineup. Really should have captained him. Gesicki's my captain.
Anything for me.
Yeah, 2 catches, 15, didn't do anything here. I am currently in 91st and dropping. Not doing well here.
I'm in 71st.
Here you go. You're almost in the halfway point. Get that man some points. So we have our guy Joe updating everything. Again, hope you guys are enjoying your day. It's Saturday, wherever you are. Hopefully you got all the stuff done you needed to, or if you still have some time to go. Hopefully you have a good dinner lined up. I know I do. Gonna fire up the old air fryer, throw some turkey tips in there.
There you go.
Yeah, it's grilling season here, but when I'm coming back for another sim, I was like, I'm gonna have my wife start the air fryer, and then I'll just pop stuff in there.
I can tell you about a grilling back-to-back years with an incident with this grill. And now I'm going to upgrade probably to a Traeger or some sort of wood pellet grill.
Do tell.
So 2 Junes ago, so we'll call it almost 2.5 years ago, my wife, for Father's Day, gets me a new grill.
Nice.
And I'm not going to tell you the brand because no need to throw them under the bus. But
sure.
A year prior, we had an older grill, but I bought a conversion kit from this same brand, all at the Home Depot. So now a year later, she buys me the grill, and I realize I can connect the conversion kit. And my stepdad had been there, and he's better with this stuff than me. He's like, yeah, you just do this and this. He didn't do it for me, but I did it. Running the fire through it, no big deal. So they put it together. I had been working this event, the barbecue festival that they do at the football stadium in the summer, Father's Day weekend. So I get home on the Sunday, and my wife and I guess he was then 12-year-old put together the new grill. And I realized my wife would have been 6.5 months pregnant doing this. Anyway, so this is 2 weeks before her birthday. So then for her birthday, we're having a little barbecue. And the night before, I wanted to fire up the grill just to make sure everything's working. And it was thankfully a rainy night. It was a rainy Friday night. We had people over on Saturday. So I'm downstairs like hooking up the keg and just kind of checking stuff. And I'm like, oh, wait, I turned the burners on just to make sure everything was working. I come upstairs, and it is flames shooting out of the back of the grill. And my deck's on fire.
Oh, speaking about on fire.
Singed.
Aaron Rodgers on fire. It's his third. Yeah, it's his third touchdown pass. Adams finally getting into the action. Fire is everywhere in BK's barbecue. So then, what the heck did you do?
So luckily it rained. And I just grabbed a bucket of water because we did not have a fire extinguisher, which we now have one on every floor. And like I said, luckily it was damp because it can be super dry out here and very windy, and my whole deck could have gone up. And I'm trying to do the math on when this was, because now I think about it, the baby was here and was asleep. So whenever it was, I don't know.
Either way, dude, this is
either way. So
scary.
this is from Father's Day, whatever. So, fast forward now, a year later she's going back and forth with the grill company, their lawyers, Home Depot, kicks us to them. They've got an insurance company, right? And they tell us because they didn't install, even though it's their grill and
I've heard this
and their conversion
parts,
kit,
everything.
There's a gas line that comes off our house, came with the house, right?
Sure.
That seems easier than propane. They say, well, because we didn't install it, even though Home Depot nor the company offers to install it, like that's not a service available. After going back and forth, Home Depot just gives us the exact same grill, and we take the floor model because it's the only one that's built. And I was like, I'm not sitting through this again. You shouldn't have to do it. We take the floor model. We actually find the head of grilling at the Home Depot and the kid that puts them together.
Yeah.
And we're like, hey, is this ready to go? Because they say sometimes all the connections aren't there on the floor model. So now that was a year ago, July-ish, give or take, July or August. Mm-hmm. We've used it a dozen times since then. But in recent months, the burners aren't really working right. And then most recently, it basically was like catching on fire. Now, it wasn't the same type of fire because the other one involved the conversion kit. It burned that to a crisp.
Jeez.
But so they've got all these burn marks. So I was in Home Depot the other day buying some of this stuff, and I started talking to the manager. She's like, oh, yeah, I remember you. I'm like, well, I don't know what we're supposed to do here. We're using propane. We took it from you off the floor. The kid that makes them said that it was good to go. The manager signed off on it, or the grilling guy signed off on it. I'm like, look, if you'll trade us out, I'll happily spend more money and get a Traeger or one of those other wood pellet grills. I'm at that point where I just don't want to mess with this anymore. Just make it simple. I'd rather spend more money and get a better grill. We'll see.
Do it, dude. You know what? Here's going to be my biggest. I know you got the line and everything. Go charcoal. Do it.
No, I've got a charcoal grill too.
Okay. So do it. That's I have one upstairs, one downstairs as well, so I like it.
Edward Pride says BK try to plug his house into a 3-prong electric cord.
He did. Things are sparking, but no, that is scary. I've had a couple of grease fires in my grill, and I always, with propane, you got to get a little careful there. It's 4th and 6 here. 2 earlier in this drive. Ran about 15 yards to get 1. See if we can get 6 yards here. Need to see the 35. That's just a horrible throw by Tua. So ball's going over. I really should have faded Breida and Gesicki, but 4 Dolphins in my lineup, not looking good. And there's 4 scores for the other team and just 1 for the Dolphins. Here's Aaron Jones in the first carry. Yeah, I am looking forward to grilling. I went to the butcher shop today and everything. Bad Boys of Pops as he picked up.
You said you got turkey tips. What else did you get?
So I just went turkey tips and chicken today because I knew I wasn't grilling. If I knew I was gonna turn everything up and on to get this party started, I probably got some steak tips and some wings. But
okay.
So I just thought today, knew when I had the 2 Sims. It's good. It's a good start there.
How old's your son?
He 14 months.
Oh, so he's not really at the point. Is he eating most of it?
No, yeah, he eats real food, but barely likes half the crap we do. He'll eat like a meatball, but not like plain that. But not like he's not gonna have turkey tips because I also got these like kind of spicy seasoned ones. So
yeah, sure.
That's what me and my wife like, and we'll test them one day. Hot sauce, because that's how you know, right? You gotta test it early.
Yeah. No, look, my wife likes way spicier food than me, and she's got our 14-year-old. He's the same way, but she's got the 2-year-old eating some spicy stuff. He definitely eats everything though. We'll go to sushi. He loves it. We'll go.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, he doesn't. He gets picky like all kids, but he'll still eat everything.
Yeah, we're just having this conversation. I'm looking forward to dinner, and I just smell. My cat just did his business, and it reeks down here. I hope he didn't do it on the floor again. I don't know who was here with that last time. I know Michael was.
I noticed that you've changed your broadcast position. You're not in the big room with the TV behind you.
I just turned. I'm just lazy. It's literally right there.
Oh.
So it's just angles. So I started this way. Yeah, exactly. Then it was a process, and especially when I come from doing what I do otherwise at work, I'm just sitting in the same position.
Gotcha.
But Eric Court did request I put my cap behind me again, and I will do that.
The NASCAR race is in Phoenix tomorrow, so I'm going to get a lineup in.
Ooh. What's the deal with that? Do you know? And I'm not asking. Somebody could chime in, and I can easily Google it. But are they doing fans in Arizona? Because I know Arizona's been kind of
probably. Let's see.
Because I did want to let people know, if you want to know where things are, I know some concerts are starting to get announced for certain areas. But the one that got me is Aaron Rodgers takes snap. We'll say after this 3rd and 2. Rodgers scrambles, throws across the body, has a receiver. It's caught into the end zone. Touchdown. MVS. 2nd time into the end zone. 4th touchdown pass for Aaron Rodgers. Wow, yeah.
Limited fans was announced in January, so
yeah, okay.
I was by the raceway, so I imagine.
So here, this is crazy. So we just had the Super Bowl, and correct me if I'm wrong. The Super Bowl, was it 20,000?
22 was the 22. Number, I think.
Okay. So WrestleMania is heading to Raymond James Stadium, same location.
Okay. Yeah.
They announced, it's not official. There's rumors that their tickets are going on sale this Tuesday.
You going?
I'm not. I would love to, but I don't. Not right. Not there yet. Not there yet.
You're gonna skip one.
Yeah. Until my wife tells me, because we were joking, we just felt like we had to get away. We're in Walmart today, and we're just listening. It was Margaritaville's playing, and I'm like, how great would it be to be just sitting on a beach right now?
On a beach, sure.
Oh. Anyways, so the rumors are that they're gonna try to put 47,000 people in there 2 straight nights because they're splitting it. So it's there's night 1, night 2, and people are like,
the split is a straight money grab, right?
Yes.
You'll get 2 nights of pay-per-view. You'll get 2 nights of tickets.
So they did it last year, which made more sense because of the pandemic. And I think, separating the roster, keeping certain people in and out when we didn't know as much as we know now. I think at this point, yes. And to be honest, as a wrestling fan, it's a little bit
What's the date?
April the 2nd. So Easter's the first weekend, I believe.
Yeah, April.
That's
That's
I think
April 2nd. So it's like April
let's say,
9th or whatever.
I think it's 9th and 10th.
So same weekend as the Masters.
Sure.
Well,
you can see where my mind is.
Yeah.
I would say Masters same weekend as WrestleMania. Yeah.
Look, Florida's been on their own program as is. I grew up in Texas, so I have a lot of love for my home state.
Sure.
At the same time, they're going to put 40,000 people at the baseball game. It feels
allegedly,
like, everything's bigger in Texas, including potentially their COVID numbers. We'll see. But when you hear that May 1st, every adult can register to get their vaccines, and I've been lucky enough to get my first shot. My wife got both of hers.
Awesome.
And I have friends and family around the country that are around our age or even younger that it just worked out where, depending on how your states run, more and more people are getting it. I don't know if I'd feel great in mid-April going to sit around 47,000 people, but even the Rockies here, they're opening up April 1st.
Yep, saw that.
And they're going to have 21,000 of the 50,000 at Coors Field.
Well, I don't mean to interject though, is they are allowing that many, but I still want to see if the people show up. That's what I was going to get to. But for WrestleMania, just to use that example first, is that's an international event usually. So you have people when I've gone to that event, I've never seen a more mixed bag crowd from age, every different, ethnicity, people coming from all across the world. It's awesome. But I'm if you limit that, because still travel bans are still in place right now. It's Burita gets the first down on 4th down, so we'll get to the 2-minute warning on that. That's what kills. I'm is there really that many people in the United States that are going to go? I don't think they're going to get the 47,000. For sports teams, you're saying it will be interesting. You believe they will in Colorado, which I think there's so much excitement, and it's outdoors, so even people that have
to do stuff. And I think people will feel a lot. Well, 47, that stadium holds 70, 68, 70?
72 or something.
So you're
Raymond James.
You're just a little over half.
Yep. Yeah, I would just be interested. And it's always, just so people know, I want to see how this happen. Red Sox are the same thing. They're announcing, I want to go to a Sox game. And that's the one thing, the Bruins, Celtics have opened up, and there's a nice pass. But I want to see, I want to get out. Don't get me wrong, but I'm also the outdoor games. Are you kidding me? Red Sox? Get me in there.
I heard this week from a trusted source, not inside the building, but they work in the industry.
Yeah.
That
not trusted. I like this.
Kroenke owns the Nuggets. Well, he owns 4 teams here, but the Nuggets and Avs specifically. They could have fans but whoever's in charge of it in their building forgot to submit a variance request to the governor.
It's happened. And I've seen that. There's a couple people. These stories have come out about this, by the way.
So it's well, okay.
We'll see if they get there.
So because both teams are going to make playoff runs, certainly the Avs are poised to challenge for the cup potentially.
Get in there. Kinnan just scoring everywhere. There's a pass to the left side. Caught, gets out of bounds. So didn't get out of bounds. So it might have been Gesicki making a catch. It's been Shaheen. There he is. Paying off, baby. Getting that one catch. That's all he needed. Making me feel good about that punt play. 1.2 fantasy points. Thank you, Drew. We're all excited now. The whole crew. Minute 2 left here. Can Tua just get the ball into the end zone? For me, it'd be nice if it's Gesicki as my captain. I have Tua as well. Come on, Tua. Don't get sacked, or go ahead and get sacked. Either way. Less than a minute to play here on the second last time out. We'll see what they get here.
Well, my 4-2 Packers to Dolphins idea, I guess, was
great idea.
Sort of on the right track. I should have gone 6-0. I'm in 74th place.
I'm probably way below that. Let's see here. 4th and 11. This is ball game on the line. Your fantasy numbers on the line. This is the last team that will try to score. Come on, Tua. Go into the end zone. Where is he throwing? As a man. It's get my cat picture. Good drama.
So Justin Thomas is -10. Shot a 8 under 64 today. What's the game you guys have coming up next?
What you got?
What's your game next that you're doing?
Falcons. Don't anybody tell me. I'm gonna see if I can know it from memory. Because who was I playing? I don't remember. Falcons and Eagles, right? Oh, look at me. Actually got it right. Birds with my guy Moose.
All right, I'm going to make a lineup right now just for bragging rights.
It's in there.
And you can text me.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, there's still plenty of spots in that one. I'm in 104th out of 117 in this contest. Yikes. Absolutely pantsed. Absolutely embarrassed. Ball game. There it is. So I finish. Oh, ugly. BK. This was fun. We came in, we dominated, we learned a lot about Jay Sternberger. We dominated. We entertained the masses. We know. They're all love us. You can be found at BK Denver Sports. Most importantly, dude, who would you give the Krusty Cristal player of the game to?
It's probably got to be Aaron Rodgers, right?
Yeah, dude, 4 touchdowns, just missing the bonus by 14 yards, but was absolute flames, and by far the high scorer.
What was his number?
In the captain, he had 44.6.
Yeah, so, I guess the only other even close to being considered
MVS.
would be MBS, just because of
22.
value.
Yeah, he was 22. Well, it's up to you. You can go either way. It's your call, dude.
How many points did he have?
He ended with 22.3. He was owned in our contest 45%.
Okay, so that's pretty high ownership. It wasn't like it was 12%. All right, we'll give it to Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, you had to pay up for him, but I imagine he's the captain in both winning lineups.
I'm not going to check the big one. I can tell you in ours he is. Okay. That went to Boo Man Fu with Rodgers, Adams, Lewis. He put all Packers. He did a Packers stack in one. No, he had Jakeem Grant. Didn't see that till late. But 5 out of 6. Funches, MVS, Mercedes Lewis, Devontae Adams, and Rodgers. Who is going to be your babysitter producer, Drew? Stop yelling at me, not my kid award.
Let's see. Trying to think whose name we didn't call at all.
You could go Gesicki. I don't remember him much.
Yeah, he was your captain.
Yeah,
what did he get you in the captain spot?
Let's see. I have to go all the way down to me. He got me 7.2. In the captain, so he had 3 catches for 18 yards. He was drafted in just under 50%. Captain in almost 11. Breida as well. He had 48 rushing yards, 2 catches. He was drafted in 60% and overall was 3rd highest. So
yeah, I think it's Breida. It's Breida. When you look 7.5 points, right, 7.6 in the flex, but owned in over half the lineups. I think that's the way you got to go. So that's why I'm going. Matt Breida, you earned it.
There it is. And you didn't have to slam your table or anything like that with Texas or anything. So maybe this good hope for you in the future. You'll be back tomorrow for the nightcap double. That he started full, ended empty. Good luck with the snow, BK. Hopefully it's as terrible as you want it to be so you can hunker down and get your family time, because then Daddy's got to work this week, boys and girls. Get out of my way.
It's going to be a busy week. But
a fun, busy week.
I look forward to winning the next contest, everybody that's going to be in it. So fun times as always, bud, and I'll probably be with you, I'm sure, by next weekend. I'm doing a bunch next weekend after having the whole week to follow free agency stuff.
Follow him at BK Denver Sports. It's going to be wild. This guy's going to be, his phone's going to be burning up. He's going to be absolutely, forget about Adam Schefter. This is the dude this week. So check him out. BK, enjoy the night. I'll be back with Moose in about a little, around an hour. We'll start our pregame. Big shout out to TP. Smoked it, dude. Absolutely killed it. Andrew, or as I like to just call him, producer Drew, and Joe and Ops. Appreciate all of you. We'll be back in about an hour. And until then, stay hydrated, smile more, and say something positive. We'll see you soon. BK, have a hell of a night.
You too, bud.
Bye.
your initial reaction to the Dak Prescott announcement, Dak Prescott news, Andrew, was what?
That his injury had no effect on his leverage. That we look at deals and we often ask right away who quote unquote won. And I always say it's hard to pick, but this one, he won. He won. He won over the Joneses and the Cowboys because he played it perfectly. And I just laugh when people said last year, oh, he hurt his leverage with the injury. Again, Ross, 3 options for the Cowboys. Franchise tag him again, do a new deal with him, or let him go to the market. Number 3 was never going to happen. As for number 2 or number 1, the Cowboys, it just worked out so fortuitously for Prescott because this is the down year for the cap. We don't know what the number is. It's going to be in the 180s. It's going to be a depressed cap. Do you want a $38 million number on a player in a $180 million cap? God, no. So Prescott played that leverage. Now, as you said on the podcast, I'll get into all the nitty-gritty of the money and compare it to other players like Mahomes, like Watson, like Wilson, like Rodgers. But he won. He got the Cowboys to pay up, biggest contract average ever, biggest first-year money ever, biggest 3-year average ever. And here's the kicker for me, the absolute kicker for me. He's a free agent again at age 31. Oh, my God. 31 is young for a quarterback. He's a free agent again. So I think we're going to, if we're still doing this, God willing, in 15 years, look at Dak Prescott as career earnings way above all these other guys.
It's really weird, Andrew, because in some way, him getting hurt almost helped him because it showed the Cowboys how bad they were without him. And part of that's because of who they had as backup quarterback and whatever, right? But I thought that part of it was really interesting, that him getting hurt showed the Cowboys how valuable he really is. And you make a great point about the cap being down. Dak might be one of the only players that actually benefits from the cap being down, we now believe, $16 million from what it was last year. Yeah, he actually benefits by that.
Yeah, he does, because they didn't bring it down too far, which I applaud them. They didn't bring it down into the teens. I think he's going to have a $22 or $23 million cap hit, which is fine. But they just saved $15 million on the cap while giving him the contract he wanted. And there's this little twist, which a lot of people aren't going to really pay attention to, Ross, but he got the tag. Okay, people don't know this. Dak Prescott got the tag yesterday. So he gets the tag, then they'll do the new deal. And people are like, well, why would they do that? Well, here's why. Because if you get a third tag, then it's not 120%, it's 144%. So it's probably never going to happen because he has a no tag clause in this contract too. But if down the road, playing for another team or whatever, he has to get a third tag, it's going to be much higher than it would have been if it was a second tag. So kudos to Dak and CAA, Todd France, for getting this little thing in. This is where agents can make a difference, to add these little nuances that can protect you down the road.
Speaking of the franchise tag, Andrew, again, I don't want to, beat a dead horse here or overplay it, but you are going to dive into this on the Business of Sports podcast in depth. But I know you talk a lot about the franchise tag and the weapon that it is for management. I guess my question for you, because I think everybody's heard you say that a bunch. Right. My question for you is, it feels like, Andrew, once you get to the second year of a guy getting tagged, it almost starts to become a weapon for the player because that number gets really high. Like Brandon Sheriff, over $18 million for this year as a guard. I mean, more than 10% of the cap for this year as a guard. Leonard Williams is up close to $20 million. And then those guys are going to be able to hit free agency because they're not going to get tagged a third time. It feels like if you, I don't want to say allow yourself to get tagged, but I feel like if you do the tag and you play through it, and then the next year you still say, no, that long-term deal is not good enough, I'm doing the tag again. At some point in the equation, the tag almost feels like it starts to help the leverage of the player.
Just as we do each and every week, it is time to break down one of baseball's many divisions as we look ahead to, of course, a new season on the horizon starting next month. Looking forward to it. He is Gary and Thorne. The other one, Steve Buchanan. Guys, wink, I guess, when I say your names. I'm Adam Kaufman, and we're going to look at DFS, of course, DraftKings Sportsbook, whole lot of different things. Bukes, let's start with you here in the AL Central, the Minnesota Twins. As we know, postseason has not been kind to the Twins over the last several years, but still entering this season with high hopes. Byron Buxton is, if he can find a way to stay healthy, can this team make some real noise?
Yeah, it's a big if because Byron Buxton is usually not able to stay healthy, which is unfortunate, though, because you look at the numbers that when he's healthy, it feels like we haven't been able to tap into his full potential. I mean, since joining the majors in 2015, he hasn't played more than 92 games in all but one of those seasons. But you do look at his power progression, especially over the past two seasons. It's really had an uptick as of late, and we know he has that speed on the base pass as well. The Twins don't have the offensive firepower like we've seen over the past couple of seasons, but they're still going to be very, very competitive. And Buxton is one of those small pieces of the puzzle that, if he can stay healthy, will be a big-time contributor.
So that in mind, Gary, and what is the fantasy upside here for Buxton if he is on the field?
I mean, upside is the key word. He is nothing but fantasy upside. In an era of baseball where we're all searching for stolen bases, this is someone who not only has the potential to be a 2020 guy, but possibly a 30-20 guy. I mean, as Steve was talking about, his power potential has been off the charts the past two seasons. In fact, among players with at least 400 plate appearances the last two seasons, his 273 isolated power is the 16th highest in all of baseball. It is higher than Aaron Judge's isolated power across the same span of time. And you just don't think about Byron Buxton as that type of player, but he has, again, the upside and the potential to be. So I do think he's such a key piece of what the Twins are trying to do in 2021, because the way this team is built, you know, Steve kind of mentioned that they're not quite the offensive team they were maybe 2 years ago, but they're still an offensive team at the end of the day. That is how they're going to win games. And then they're kind of hoping that middle of the infield and middle of the outfield defense that Buxton and Andrelton Simmons can provide you kind of gives a little bit of a floor to that pitching staff that has a lot of questions. So he might be the most important player on the Twins, as crazy as that sounds, in 2021.
Crazy sounding, Garion, is the Twins have lost 18 straight postseason games, which is a North American professional sports record. The DK Sportsbook has this team at 88.5 wins going into this year. You going to go over or under?
It's just too high a number for me. I could see them going 85, 86, something like that. I just have so many question marks when it comes to this pitching staff. I mean, again, I do like the offense. I mean, Nelson Cruz, say what you will about the guy's age, but until I see him not hit 35 home runs, I'm just going to assume he hits 35 home runs. You know, Josh Donaldson still in the mix in the middle of that lineup. Miguel Sano is a bit of a question mark, but we know he has upside as well. And again, I think Andrelton Simmons is like the perfect guy to put in this lineup because you need nothing offensively from the shortstop position. Just go out there and save 25 runs defensively this season. Alex Kirilloff might come up and be a pretty good middle of the order hitter. So there's potential here, but once you get past like Barrios and Maeda, what can you even rely on here? We've got Happ. I guess he'll lead innings. Fun. That's something you can't say about Michael Pineda, who's never thrown 200 innings in a season. Don't think he'll start this year. Randy Dobnak, like it just gets a little dicey, a little quick for me. And I think even though I trust their offense, I trust their defense, I think the pitching is going to be their downfall, which keeps them from being like an elite MLB team this year.
Bukes, over under 88.5.
Yeah, this number is just a tad bit too high for me. I mean, Garion was, I think, being a little bit generous about that rotation. And let me tell you, he wasn't exactly ringing their endorsement either. Really, for me, after Kenta Maeda, it's like a lot of maybes, could be's. That word potential has been thrown out in these two questions 7 times already. Like, I don't want to take an over on a team just under 90 wins for their, you know, their projection there and take the over there. I mean, we need a lot of that potential to click, and that's not exactly what's been happening with the Twins. I mean, look at all that playoff misery that they've endured. So I think if the number is just a tad bit too high, can they be in the high 80s? Absolutely. Could they get 84, 85 wins? Yes. But if that's where you're landing on, then the under is the answer for this one.
The White Sox, of course, coming off their first playoff appearance since 2008, and now a new manager. Not that they went young. They've got Tony La Russa in there. I don't know exactly what to expect, Steve, from this team, but we do know there's a lot of young talent there, especially Eloy Jimenez and Luis Robert. Who do you like better between the two?
Yeah, I mean, I've been a big Luis Robert backer. I mean, really, since he came up to the majors here. And even after a September last year where he was slumping, Robert still ended up hitting 11 home runs, knocked in 31, finished with a 203 isolated power in that shortened, weird season that we had last year. Like, we saw the potential that this kid has, and there's a reason why he was so hyped up coming through the minors and making it to the majors. He's going to make the adjustments. I have no worries about him at all. Both Jimenez and Robert aren't exactly the poster boys for defense, but offensively, both of these players are going to shine, and that's where it's going to be important for the White Sox.
What about you, Gary, and which one stands out?
Yeah, I think when you're looking at this from a fantasy perspective, it just has to be Robert. I mean, Jimenez might have the safer profile just from a pure hitting perspective. I think he's going to strike out less. I think the power is a little bit higher than it is for Robert. But again, stolen bases are just this entity that is so hard to find right now in fantasy baseball. And I think Robert has the potential for 20-20, 25-25, maybe even 30-30, depending on how much the White Sox actually want to run this season and where he sort of ends up in this lineup. Like, if he bats 6th or 7th, he might really just be given the green light on the base pass to make things happen. So that's kind of something to keep an eye out throughout spring training, kind of where he's hitting in this lineup. But just the ability to give you that stolen base upside makes Robert the better fantasy play. And again, just so much untapped potential here that both are great, but you got to side with the guy who is the 5-tool player.
Sox are, Gary, and the favorites to win the division. And as a Red Sox fan, I just wanted to hear those words come out of my mouth. But we're talking about the White Sox here, obviously, minus 130. Can they get it done?
I think so. I think this is pretty good value. The projection systems aren't in love with this team, which is understandable. The track record isn't great. So some of the projection systems aren't loving the individual players as much as maybe, an individual could. I think Fangraphs has them tied with the Twins for 87 wins this season. Pacoda really doesn't like this team. They have them finishing 3rd in the AL Central, which I think is crazy. But you just look at the top end of this rotation. And again, we could spend all day comparing the Twins and the White Sox, but I think you don't have to do anything else aside from the White Sox can roll out Giolito, Lynn, depending on how you feel about someone like Dallas Keuchel and maybe a bit of regression from last season. All right. But he's still by far the 5th best pitcher between these two teams. And I think the back end of their rotation has a lot more upside and talent, if we're just being perfectly honest too. So I'm going to lean with the better overall pitching staff when I think these two offenses could basically be a wash.
Buke's rotation getting the edge for you too?
You know, when you're about to go bungee jumping and they give you like this waiver and you just like gloss over and be like, yeah, whatever. And you sign your name. That's what I think about the projections that, aren't in love with the White Sox. Like, get out of here. Like, the Twins aren't going to win this division. I mean, come on. They're one of 3 teams that you aren't getting plus money on to win a division. It's the Dodgers, it's the Yankees, and it's the White Sox. Look, this division is basically coming down to 2 teams. It's either going to be the White Sox or the Twins. I don't think any of the other teams are going to surprise us and steal the division away. So even though you're not getting the plus money on here, it's a long season. Many things can happen, of course, but the White Sox in that division feel like the safest play. I have no problem going minus 130 for them to win the division in this one here. A lot better value than I think than taking the Yankees or the Dodgers, who are minus 200 and more. So minus 130, yeah, it's not the best bang for your buck. It's not the most exciting bet you can make, but I think it's a safe one.
Just as we do each and every week, it's time to break down one of the
So the Jags have a ton of cap room. The Jets have a ton of cap room. Everyone who can catch a ball in the NFL has been linked to the Colts in some way. The Giants seem to be major players with all of this. The Patriots seem like they might want to get involved, but they seem more like I bet a Will Fuller destination than maybe a Kenny Golladay destination. But there's a lot of top-end suitors here. I think he might break the record.
I don't disagree. Again, it's rare for these types of players to reach free agency. There's usually some sort of situation that causes them to, like Allen Robinson, for example, who we talked about. I mean, he could honestly be a tag and trade candidate. We'll see if Chicago actually wants to keep him. But he reached free agency after his stint with Jacksonville, coming off of an injury. Kenny Golladay this year, not really as major of an injury, but the guy basically couldn't stay on the field. So that, I mean, ultimately has to be the deciding factor here. But if he can stay healthy, we know his ability to play downfield, his ability to play above the rim, his ability to be a true X receiver in the NFL is all there. So no doubt in my mind, he could have a standout season. Just got to be certainly stay healthy. That's the key.
Yeah, and with Godwin coming off the board as well, like what does that do for like the secondary market of wide receiver? So if Golladay is the prize, you then have Fuller, who is just perpetually coming off of injury-riddled seasons. But it seems like he's going to command a lot in this market as well.
He will. Remember, he will be suspended to start the season. 1-game suspension. Well, it was technically a 4-gamer, but 3 of them already served. That doesn't matter ultimately. Teams are going to be willing to take the risk on him. The thing that I do like about Will Fuller is there have been points in his career where he's been able to absolutely take over games. Now, some of those points were with DeAndre Hopkins on the field, but he was still reasonably good last year without DeAndre Hopkins on the field and really having to be that number one. You mentioned the Patriots. I actually wrote or did a podcast and on my radio show segment on optimal destinations, and that was the destination I had for Will Fuller. They do not have a downfield threat. If they decide to keep Cam Newton, if they're going to re-up, it would be a 1-year deal. I'd highly doubt they give him anything long-term. But if they think, all right, we don't have the ammunition to get up, we don't think our quarterback's going to be at 15 when we pick in the draft, let's just re-up with Cam. Or maybe they think, maybe we don't know and we're still going to re-up with Cam. If you give Cam a downfield threat, that actually is helpful. Cam is not the most accurate short and intermediate passer, but he does have a reasonably big arm. So get him somebody who can go downfield. They don't have that in New England. They haven't had it in a while. Brandon Cook's really probably the last downfield threat that they've had. So it would make some sense, and he will get paid. You're right. It's it's just like with the NFL draft, as I mentioned before, when you have some of these top quarterbacks going in the first few picks, it makes some of these lesser quarterbacks who may still be first-round talents or early day 2 talents go way up the board and become now top 15 or even top 10 picks. As a result, we see it year in and year out. When the position dries up, it makes the other guys look a little bit better. So yeah, Fuller likely get paid here.
So they're probably number 1 and number 2, depending on how you want to split it based on the available options that haven't been franchised. So you have Golladay, you have Fuller, but then you have Marvin Jones, T.Y. Hilton, Corey Davis is going to enter free agency. Who else is out there? What's going on with Juju? Is he just not going back to Pittsburgh?
That was the name who was next on my list. I don't think so. And this is another one that's almost unprecedented. It's not like he's coming off of a bad season. He almost had a 100-catch season in 2020. But when you look at their situation, they were in such dire need of cap space that they actually obviously renegotiated Ben Roethlisberger. He's basically now on a 1-year deal. It could be the last deal of his career. We don't know exactly what they're going to do beyond that point, but they have him. They have some young up-and-comers, and what Pittsburgh has shown consistently over the years is on day 2 of the NFL draft, they're basically lights out when it comes to drafting these wide receivers. And sometimes wide receivers who are slightly off the beaten trail or slightly on the margins, we don't quite know what they are. Obviously Deontay Johnson, when they took him, I was like, good route runner. I don't know if he's going to really be anything. No, I was wrong. That was a brilliant pick. That was an awesome pick. Okay, the drops, whatever. Drops go away. This last year with Claypool, there were people saying Claypool should play tight end at the NFL Combine last year in February. That was a brilliant pick. So they keep coming back. So I think they think, hey, we can let him walk. We're not going to be able to pay him what he wants to make because he's probably going to want to make up in that, not maybe $20 million, but probably close. 16 to 18 million per year range doesn't make sense there. So Juju moves on at a very young age. He was another one of those receivers who came in very young, gets an opportunity to get paid. He could have a second opportunity later in his career if it pans out wherever he goes. But quality option, I just think he's ill-suited to be the number one on a team. He's got to be the number two. Get him so he can play in the slot. He can move around the formation, but primarily in the slot in 3 wide receiver sets. Jacksonville's another possible spot. You know, you have DJ Chark as your X potentially there. You put Juju in the slot. That's a nice little set of weapons for Trevor Lawrence. So that could be a possible location. The other one a lot of people have mentioned, as you said, the Jets, another location there for Juju.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for Phoenix. Whose salary jumped up this week? Kevin Harvick, $9,700 to $11,900, formerly the King of the Desert. Those days are gone. Make no mistake, he's got to lead laps at this price point. Joey Logano, $10,000 up to $11,100. He almost won both Phoenix races last season. Statistically, last year, he was the best in the low downforce package. Chase Elliott, $10,600 up to $11,500. Look at the last 4 low downforce races at Phoenix. That's 2020 and 2018. He earned over 16 fast lap points in each of those races. Whose salary dropped this week? Ryan Blaney, $10,800 down to $9,300. He wrecked in the spring race, but in the fall, he may have been one of the best of the non-championship racers. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., $6,800 down to $5,500. The price is interesting, but he's starting too close to the front, and Phoenix is one of his worst racetracks. Martin Truex Jr., $11,100 down to $10,100. Over the last decade, he's led just 40 laps. Probably not his best racetrack. Favorite play of the week, Brad Keselowski, $10,400. He might have been faster than Chase Elliott in the championship race, but because of some brutal pit stops, we did not get to see that Stage 3 showdown. Cole Custer, $6,700. The value plays are tough this week, so let's lean on an SHR car beating the smaller teams in this package. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for your DFS information and needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
DK Sim Fam, welcome into your 8 p.m. Eastern stream. I hope you're having a heck of a day, and we're just going to be the cherry on top. Well, there's still another cherry to come, but we'll talk about that later. But here's the man, the cherry master. He is just wheeling and dealing north of the border, making you millions of dollars if you follow him over at the Fantasy Grind. Well, maybe millions. Come on, don't laugh. Don't snicker. This is hype time. He is the best-looking man north of the border, has the reddest room you'll ever damn see. He is Geoff Ulrich in real life, but here we know him better as Moose. Moose, what's good?
Yeah. Bloody. Just how I like my paint, Jason, so.
He's just killing everything, including your bank accounts. No, I'm just kidding. But do check him out in the playbook, everybody. This guy has helped me. I have to give you some credit on some hockey stuff. I usually go over, check it out, and just play.
Okay.
Don't overthink it. Go with the guy who knows what he knows and move on with your life. Speaking about our lives, we got Eagles, we got Falcons, Battle of the Birds here in Philadelphia. What are we feeling here, Moose?
This should be a pretty good matchup, man. I mean, on paper anyways, Atlanta always kind of brings usually a pretty good effort. You got Gurley and Julio, a couple of studs. The other side, Wentz is a decent QB for this game. D-Jax can go off. They got a good RB and Sanders. I put D-Jax in the captain. Saves a lot of cash. That way I could stack Gurley. And who else do I got in here? And Wentz. So I got a couple of the big pay-up options. And then I went with the kicker because it's Rossi. I'm doing this in with Rossi. Always got a roster kicker with Rossi. And I used Ridley over Julio. So we'll see how that goes.
I'm going to feel really bad in a minute, but I appreciate the love. I appreciate you being here, showing up for your time of scheduled. But most important,
use any kickers, did you?
I didn't go with the kicker.
Oh my god!
I felt dirty doing it because here's the problem. Moose.
I feel abandoned. I'm not gonna lie.
I really do. I feel like I left you astray. The Sim Fam, I kind of apologize, but for you specifically,
like when my parents got to pick me up from swimming lessons when I was 7.
Yeah, and you still yet to see them again.
Walked back inside and
just wait for whoever
corner
was
and cried.
Red, white, and green says Moose, giving up a Moose call. TX Twister says, "What up, Sim Fam? Canadians drink pure vodka, not water." That's not true.
It's Russians.
Yeah, I was gonna say wrong continent. Goodwin captain, says Sean. For me, my non-kicker lineup, and it does feel dirty when I do this because it's an outdoor game. And anyways, Goodwin is in my captain spot. Wentz, Gurley, Ertz, Jeffrey, Ridley.
I always forget about Goodwin on the Eagles because obviously he didn't play it all last year. And but yeah, he's like the legit wide receiver too. This is a pretty good game not to use kickers, to be honest. I just couldn't really settle on a value guy, so I'm just like, Young Waku, he had a good year. Give him more props.
And honestly, in Simland, I don't know. Maybe Drew has some numbers there and is much brighter and sees a lot more than I do. And if he doesn't, we can just lie. But which I think is the best quality in people, just making up stats with conviction. But Koo has to be one of the highest scoring kickers. Like, I feel like every time one of these games, he's near double digits. He usually kicks 2 to 3 field goals. Again, no, that's just a feeling off of the Falcons games I've seen. So you made a good call. Gurley, 62% owned. Right below him is Miles Sanders, right? Like literally less than 40% difference in their own, or 0.40% difference, both around 62. Wentz at 53, Julio at 48. Goodwin, we just talked about him, he's at 48 as well. Koo averages 5.3. But still, that, like, for a kicker, maybe that's crazy. But I feel like that's still pretty good. And if that's an average...
I think it's slightly above average. I think most kickers are like around 4.8 or something in the sim. I mean, the DK Sim Fam will know. You can tell me if I'm way off base, but I think it's pretty decent. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, good offense. Going to get a few more opportunities. Ooh, there's a nice pass over the middle. That's Julio.
Getting into the action.
Oh, Rossi, we started the night of last night. It's really good, man.
Oh, my man. It's one of the few things. Thank you for mentioning that, because I was like, I wonder if you really ever did that. Well, because you know how it goes.
No, I was serious. I was being serious when I said, I mean, it sounds interesting. Everything I said was spot on.
I think you'll really like it.
I meant it. I was being sincere. It's good, though. I liked it. It was an interesting first episode. They're long, too. I bought, it's HBO, so I shouldn't be surprised, but we were checking it out. I mean, my wife was like, wow, hour and 10 minutes. Will I be able to stay awake? She actually did, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, that really is like when my wife says, "Wait, we watched a movie last night called Underwater." I don't know if you're familiar.
Is that Kristen Stewart?
It is. So
yeah,
I
I actually watched that with my wife too.
Okay, so we watched this last night because we haven't watched a movie in a while,
right?
And outside of SimFam stuff, we're always just sitting watching the Dream Stream, eating popcorn. When we're not doing that, I popped in. So I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to ask her. Because here's the problem with, I don't know how things go in your household, in most households, and even if you're by yourself sometimes, you debate what you want to watch so long that it gets to the point that a movie you choose, length, makes you just go, yeah, I'm out. So she was like getting laundry or something. I said, you know what? And she asked me, you want to watch a movie? And I was like, we've been watching a ton of like diners, drive-ins, and dives, which again, American show here. A couple other shows that are just like Shark Tank, like fluff, like just stuff in the background. Good watch, but anyway, so I said, you know what? I went on, I saw it there in my HBO Max app or whatever it's called now. And I said, I'm just going to pop this on. It looked interesting enough. And it's so funny. She comes upstairs. She goes, what else is there? I said, nothing. I said, there's no other options on the planet. So yeah, we checked out. Not necessarily a great movie, but it was watchable. It gets right into the action.
It's definitely watchable. And you're right. There's action. So it's not terrible at all. My wife got mad for portions of it. She's like, why is it so dark? I'm like, well, they're 30,000 feet underwater. So
yeah.
What do you want
that was the
to
other
say?
thing. And so I'm a huge, a Cloverfield guy. You remember the movie Cloverfield?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
There's a little bit of lineage with that, or I guess you call it cinematic universe with it with 10 Cloverfield Lane. They made the Cloverfield Paradox, which was hot garbage. It was released after a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
There was such a tease too, because I'm so into this franchise, and there's been several movies that have been made that they tried to tie into the Cloverfield universe, and this was one of them.
Is that right?
Hey? Yeah. So this, and there was that movie that actually really good. It was about Nazis.
Cloverfield Lane.
Yeah, that was legit one. But there was another movie about what was it called? It was Nazi soldiers. It's crazy, World War II, but they turn into zombies.
Oh yeah. So are those
legit
tied to Cloverfield?
No, they were actual movies that were being made, and Cloverfield was going to purchase them before production started. Not Cloverfield, J.J. Abrams and his Bad Robot, and then turn them and get some part of it that fits. So the Nazi one was going to turn into it with some they had there's theories out there, and then this movie, if you legit watch it, it's basically kind of in a way.
It would have actually made a lot of sense.
Sure.
It actually probably would have made the movie better.
Yeah.
That's surprising. So they just threw that idea out the window.
I either that or whoever the production team that ended up purchasing whichever movie ended up getting the rights. But this one really did. They were underwater, which a lot of the most Godzillas and everything they think start from underwater. There's scenes in Cloverfield where allegedly this monster came from there underwater. But I don't know. I just thought that one, watching it, and they had several stars that have been in Cloverfield movies, like T.J. Miller and I don't know the actor's name, the other guy that was in 10 Cloverfield Lane, one of the three actors, the guy who wasn't John Goodman.
Yeah, I can't remember that dude though. What his name is? I know exactly what you're talking about.
I feel bad. His name's probably me or you. He's that Jason Rossi guy. He's not famous anyways. Jordan Lindenbaum says that he has that one on his queue. A lot of people shouting out. And by the way, we just walked our way through a ridiculous story to get a touchdown from Hayden Hurst. Get the Hurst lined up.
All right. Yeah. There's our first touchdown. I mean, that's a classic Atlanta Falcons drive. From their one, just dissecting, a little Julio action, a little Gurley, finish it off before you know it, you're in the red zone. That was pretty quick too for a 99-yard drive in Simville. So, good start from Matt Ryan if you got him. Yeah, I mean, Underwater it was decent. I thought Kristen Stewart was okay in the lead. I mean, I agree. Thought she was fine. It's entertaining. It's at the very least. It's not a great movie by any means, but it's okay.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. It's a good way to look at it. If you're looking for something that has action, there was no early build-up. That's the one thing I was it just kind of starts.
Yeah,
and you're
it was just you're there. Boom. And it's okay, we're right into it here.
Yeah, I like that about it. I just, if you're looking for something to watch when, maybe after the 10 o'clock tonight, you're wherever you are actually, because most of you, I've come to realize as the East Coast people, we're maybe a little bit more in the minority here. A lot of people, Central, Mountain, Canadian and West Coast time. That's right, Canadian. You have your own time if you didn't know.
It's true. Canadian time.
It's crazy. The mayor of Flavortown, formerly known as James Farrell, that is a reference to Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives, says, "What's up, Rossi? The man, the myth, the legend, Jeff. Hey, Jeff, I'm in 1995. That's right. Or you could say 1995th. Going on last day of golf tomorrow. Thank you and read." I don't know if that's
man. Yeah, I assume you mean in the Millie Maker or something. That's really high up. That's awesome. I don't know if you got Westwood or not, but it's going to be an interesting finish. Got a couple stroke lead. Bryson up there. I'm cheering for Casey, or basically cheering for Paul Casey, actually. Well, actually, Justin Thomas would be good too. It's a crazy week on the golf side. Lots of guys missed the cut.
Well, go get it, James Farrell. Yeah, you guys did that on. I saw this. Was it Thursday? Did you guys do like a thing in the
Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah, we did a preview show. Yeah, we do a weekly preview show after the 3 p.m. Eastern on Tuesdays is the weekly golf show now. It's gonna be in between the Sims there. So
love it.
Yeah, man. Good time.
And this is also just to remember, everybody here at DK Sim, especially the team always here. There is so much idea generation going on, and so you're gonna see a lot of that stuff. Like if you love what you see from Moose and Reed, like. Make sure you that's where we joke smash the like, and it's just a cool phrase, but this is where it's going to be a game changer for you, for content. Like our guy James Farrell giving shout outs, he might be cashing in because of this. So we do the pre-lock shows on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. Now you got the golf stuff on Tuesdays. Thursdays there's a mixed bag of things. That's why we say it. We're not going to push it. Don't hey, it's your life. But if you like the content and you like money, hit this thumbs up. Because you have good opportunities, and you have great guys like Moose bringing that big old cranium of his and bringing it in.
Pretty big. It's true.
It's really not that big, but the brain.
Really, it's pretty long. I have a very weird shaped head. It's very strange.
It's pretty long. I got a long head. That's something you hear every day. Got less than 30. Should have maybe one more play here. We got TP as our technical director. Drew is our producer. Dro is in ops. Big shout out to those guys. Hardest working crew here tonight on a Saturday. Hope you're all doing well. As Wentz searches looking, has a man wide open. That's Zach Ertz. Going to be an interesting free agent.
Yeah. Actually, Goddard.
Yeah, Goddard. Going to be an interesting tight end for the Eagles.
Goddard should be a great fantasy option next year. His, the efficiency might go down a little bit with Jalen Hurts at QB, but the targets should be there. They don't really have a dominant tight end one. I could see Goddard maybe even leading the team and receiving next year. It wouldn't shock me. I'm pretty high on Jalen Hurts too. So
yeah. Well, here's the thing: who else is he throwing it to? Now, obviously,
totally.
It looks like. I was about to say Goddard again. It looks like Goodwin should be back, if things are going to plan. But what does that look like? Jeffrey's gone, Deshaun's gone. We'll see what some of these younger guys, Rager, can they take those steps? I think you might be onto something there, especially. And what is this team going to look like? Is this going to be a good team? Is this a almost 100% rebuild while having the young quarterback team? It's going to be weird.
It is going to be weird. They have some interesting pieces though. Like Goddard, I really like Dallas Goddard. Yep. I think you can really build around Jalen Hurts with the right offense. You got Sanders back there. Boston Scott is a really good third down back. I mean, I think they're set from that perspective. You got a pretty solid trio of guys, but Jalen Reagor needs to take a step up. He's not really a traditional wide receiver one, so they need to get another body or two there on the outside for sure. That could be where they really get just a little bit too predictable. But I could see them running some kind of Baltimore Ravens style offense, and it being really effective, especially in a weaker division, So they still have a pretty good D line. I mean, their O line needs to bounce back a bit, but Eagles are a weird team. They're weird. They're very strong in certain areas, and they're just terrible in others. So.
And, especially new coach.
New coach, right? I mean, that's the worst press conference you've ever seen in your life.
Honestly, what are we doing?
And such a bad city to do that in. If you're in Jacksonville,
Carolina,
probably wouldn't even been picked up by the national media. But in Philly, oh my God, man! I actually feel sorry for him. And I know it's just he's probably just nervous. Maybe he's not like public speaking is. Oh, that's just for Zach Ertz. Nice touchdown.
That is that time. You can get him in there. Look at him. Point to the name. He's like, somebody's going to pay me. I'm going to go somewhere this year. Maybe the Colts. Maybe I'll go team up with my guy Carson Wentz. Stay together.
I was thinking Seattle for Ertz at first, but
well, we don't know what the heck that whole team is. Another random storyline. It's like, what is Seattle going to look like?
Yep.
But yeah, I think what you said about Philly is so interesting. Like, their defensive line is obviously the strength of the entire team. Jalen Hurts has, now obviously the buy-in of the organization, and it's a heck of a call because he's super cheap. So you have a lot of money to spend elsewhere. You can, whether it's young guys, maybe they're a team that tries to make a splash with a free agent receiver. Like, I don't know what, aside from money, because money will always pull people in. But like, what is the prospect of playing with a Jalen Hurts excite anybody? I don't know if he's ready for, with all the other quarterbacks out there. I don't know if he's on that list, but hey, there could be players that maybe played with him that we don't know or have relationships with agents. And there's so many little idiosyncrasies, as I like to call them, as I am. But this week's going to be fascinating with that. And I do think the Eagles are a team where they don't have all the cap space in the world, like some of the, like the Jets and the Patriots and so the Bears. There's a couple teams that just have a ton of money to spend. But the Eagles are going to be fascinating from that perspective because that division, like you mentioned, no one's running away with it. It's nice that Dak's back in Dallas, but you got to stop somebody on defense.
Oh, completely, man. Yeah, I mean, it's there goes Gurley. They'll run into the line, but I feel like they're gonna have to dip back into the draft for a wide receiver or something. I mean, they may do that. I don't know. They've left. It was a pretty bad draft pick with Jalen Reagor last year. Just the guys they passed on, like Pittman, Justin Jefferson. You get one of those two guys, and you were looking like you're kind of set there. I mean, you can just add peripheral pieces, but now you still need kind of a dominant number one or something. So I don't know. Yeah, they're in a weird spot next year. I could see them being better though than people think. I really could, because I really do think Jalen Hurts just has a really good. He's just a good football player, and I think he's going to make the Eagles more competitive than people think. So I don't know, but at the same time, they're not really a team you can pick to go deep. So,
but you know what? Smart people like yourself, maybe they're a few. They throw them out there. Never know. That could be the team you ride and say that's going to be the big turnaround team. That's the team that I don't know odds and all that, but talk about that here. But just put a little something on the Eagles, because that's the one thing about that NFC East. It could as easily be any of those teams.
Absolutely, man. Washington looks like they're getting some stability, but they still don't have a QB. Legitimately, they don't even have a QB. So that hurts. I mean, whoever comes in there they got to get acclimatized. So there's no guarantees with Washington, even though I think organizationally, from a player perspective, they're in the best spot. Dallas, I mean, we know we can't trust Dallas. I mean, it's still Mike McCarthy there. They still have zero defense. Giants, give me a break. Yeah, it could happen with the Eagles. At least they got a QB who I think has legit talent coming in the second year. We'll see what the new coach does.
Yeah, and by the way, I was dead wrong about the Eagles. They have no money to spend. They're actually in the negative right now. So they're one of those teams that's why you see, Alshon Jeffrey, they're not restructuring. They're just dropping. They're getting rid of. They're getting the same with Deshaun. So, and we were talking about this with BK in the last sim, that today's the day with guaranteed contracts start to count, and you can switch people over to signing bonuses, and there's all the weird manipulations why you have people out there saying the cap is crap, because days like today where it's instead of paying you $10 million base salary, we'll make that $7 million. We'll give you 3 more in a signing if you sign this. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's weird. The NFL players, if they want to restructure, they never lose money. People said Tom Brady, we saw he restructured. He didn't lose money, people. Trust us. He's not. Yeah, nice run to catch down the middle.
I thought Deshaun was going to break it right through the middle there and just go all the way. But yeah, exactly. I mean, guys like Brady, it just comes different ways, right? So McCaffrey, guys like that.
Yep. Yeah, so he restructured. It's going to be interesting too with all these teams. They're making room not just for their own sake, with the looming Deshaun Watson's out there and rookies coming in. It's going to be. I just think once Wednesday starts, I don't know if we're going to get off to a real big bang, if there's going to be some really big contracts laid out there right away, but it's still going to be very fascinating. And obviously we'll have you covered here on DraftKings. You get all the updates. as well as, we'll be dream streaming all day. So
I think too, I mean, we've already seen some of the dominoes kind of go down, right? Like, the Patriots getting some security. Doesn't mean they're not going to try for free agents, but, getting that security, getting themselves set up, Dak getting signed. That's kind of like a couple guys who are off the table, a couple spots that aren't really up for debate anymore. But there's still just so many names out there to kind of go around. I mean, one free agent signing could just kind of knock off a bunch of dominoes, right? So,
well, I think the thing is too, especially with these quarterbacks we're talking about, like it's kind of like TikTok here as the flag on the play. 7-7 if you're just joining us. We're talking free agency. It's Moose, Rossi. We got producer Drew, TP, Joe. Having a night. We're having a night and hope you're enjoying it. But yeah, like we are like these quarterbacks, like the Russell Wilson storyline that's out there, the Deshaun Watson and, even the Garoppolo is what's going to happen with that. What's going to happen with guys like Derek Carr. Like you can't wait much longer if you're going to try to make these moves because of the financial aspect of 2021. So there's where these dominoes are entering. Obviously, Jimmy G 2 months ago, everyone's like, oh, he's clearly going to get cut, but we're only a few days away from free agency and still technically on the roster.
Yeah, and the closer you get to the season starting, I mean, the harder it is to make a big move. Like these guys they're all under time constraints, man, and moving teams is so hard in the NFL. I think that's like the biggest thing, right? Like you go to a different team, you got to learn a bunch of stuff. You're just under the gun from the get-go. So, yeah. But there are a lot of guys who are right up there for as like possible movement candidates this year. Mm-hmm. So,
yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's always fun, especially you have like March Madness. There's a bunch of college basketball that teams you never watch, but you just care because you filled out a sheet. And that's always happening. You have games all day long, so that would be fun. I am still hoping about one thing. This is a future hope that the way the NBA and the NHL did their playoff system last year with like games at like 11 a.m. and like Eastern. So like for you, it was like 9 a.m. in the morning to 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Can we please keep that? Can we please make that a thing? Like that was fantastic.
I don't even know. I don't know how they're doing. Are they doing like legit bubbles again for the playoffs?
Nothing. I don't know. At least what I last saw, nothing's official because with them traveling now, and obviously by that point,
it
should be in a much different place. I guess they're selling tickets. No, they're not going to do a bubble. They're selling tickets.
No, yeah, that's right. I don't know how it's going to work with Canada though.
Dude, Canada's just going to have that. By the way, and this is I'm going to make this very short as we had 2 in a warning. How I am so disappointed in that division in hockey. Like, I thought this was going to be – I've always voted. I wanted the league to be split half Canada, half America, and just make it, like, awesome rivalries and, like, more – because I think the Canadian audience clearly cares more about hockey than the American audience overall. And that division stinks. I think they're being disrespectful to your people.
There's – yeah, the bottom half of the division – it's pretty bad. I won't disagree. I mean, it's mainly the Senators that are just making, like, everyone look bad. Calgary hasn't been good, though. Vancouver was pretty bad for a while, too. So
there's no, like, obviously the Maple Leafs are the class in some ways, but, like, are they being tested? Do we know how good they are?
You're right. And that's the thing. Like, it is weird. Like, the Oilers are playing pretty good, too. Winnipeg actually looks okay. Like, I think those 3 teams are okay, but I can't really sit here and say for sure, like, they're just not getting tested as much as, like, the East Division, right? Or something like that. So,
I look at it.
Where it's like the ebbs and flows of that division. Like, one team looks dominant, and then they got to play another team, and they don't look as dominant. So, it's weird. Toronto could be, like, really good, or they could just, the first, like, legit team they go up against in the playoffs, they could just be toast. So, it's going to be an interesting year for sure. Again, I can't even remember off the top of my head how they're structuring it. I think the first round is you play in division, and then it gets all reseeded. So, it's going to be a weird one.
It is. Listen, love that. That's my favorite week. I know, like, we have a good week coming up here with a bunch of college basketball, but I like the 2 playoffs, especially early rounds.
The first round playoffs, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
First round playoffs is the best. It's a lot of fun. There's Zach Ertz. Oh, it's just second touchdown. Man.
Doubling up here, marching down the field, on the back of Carson Wentz, just slinging. all the way. Goodwin getting some catches in there as well. There it is. Zach Ertz. Right across the middle from the 3-yard line. Less than a minute to play. It's going to be 14-7. Banded Carter. If I'm saying that right. I can't read words like that. Yeah, Pop Culture Pile Drive is the podcast, dude. Appreciate CJ for pointing it out. I don't know if you're being sarcastic with me, but I'm still going to let you know. Yeah, I have a podcast, Pop Culture Pile Drive. But this week, we went over the show WandaVision. We did a review, and next week, we're going to do songs that make you happy.
Nice.
Want to know why, Moose? Because winter stinks. We all know it.
Yes.
And daylight savings time is tonight.
Yes.
So everybody, just a reminder. You don't really have to do anything.
Stinks.
This is the one time it does, right?
Yeah,
but it does mean this. But it means this. We lose an hour for a day, so we have a 23-hour day tomorrow. Whatever. But that means longer days, warmth is coming. Longer days, warmer. So we're going to try to pick up the pace, pick up the spirits, bring some positivity, some happy tunes, and then we're also going to be releasing our 64 90s songs brackets. We're going to do like everybody else and every other outlet, another bracket you can not care about. It will be our 90s music bracket.
Nice.
Yeah, so there's a plug that no one asked for, but Banded Carter Pie, if that is your real name. So we got 14-7 here. Atlanta going to see if they can respond. Oh, look at this. TP, our technical director, says, today is the last day the sun is set before 6 p.m. until October in the East Coast. Love that.
There you go, man. It is a good time. Spring is springing. The weather's better. Longer days, like Rossi said.
Can't wait.
It is rough. It's rough. Daylight savings is rougher when you have kids. And
I'm not. That's the one thing no one warned me about that part.
No, I know.
It's like a mess for the next 3 days.
Yeah, you have to reprogram your kids. You got to unplug them and plug them back in.
You call them. They're like, yeah, did you unplug it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Give it 60 seconds. Yep. Plug it back in. Okay. Yeah, if that doesn't fail, you're gonna have to return it.
I might just wake my kids up at like 2 a.m. tonight and just take them for a walk around the block or something. See if that does anything.
Reset, everybody.
Yeah.
I'm sure that will work. Is Matt Ryan at the 41st and 10 here, trying to respond. Producer Drew dropped some Canadian team facts as we get a pass here. Oh, wide open. Plenty of room to go. There's your guy. There's Ridley getting into the action. He says 3 Canadian teams have made it to the Stanley Cup Finals since the 04-05 lockout. All lost. The lockouts killed the Canadian teams.
Yeah, thanks, Drew. I actually knew that already. So thanks for reminding me.
Brighten up your day.
Yeah, I think they did it in like consecutive seasons too. It was Calgary, Oilers, and the Sens. I think they were all there in like consecutive seasons, and none of them have returned since. So.
No. And Drew says for the American audience. Yeah, because who was the last Canadian team to win the Stanley Cup? My joke is always the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah, I think it was the Canadians.
Jeez, was that the
94?
93.
Yeah.
93.
I think
wow.
so.
That's bad.
I could be wrong on that.
I don't know.
I think that's right.
I think Drew's dropping the 93. He's usually keeping up on the info. He's not like me and just says things with conviction just to sound smart, but really, he actually has numbers and facts. And is smart. Wow, a nice broken tackle. Ridley getting towards the one.
Oh, that would have been nice. Canadians in 93, and yeah, man, that was it. It was the Canadians in 93, so I was right. We had, let's see here. Okay, the Flames lost in 2004. Then the season was canceled. Oilers lost in 2006. And, yeah, the Senators lost in the final in 2007. So, like I said. Oh, actually, the Canucks also went to the final in 2011 and lost to the Bruins. So, yeah, right.
Oh, yeah.
I hate the Canucks. So I was cheering for the Bruins that year anyways. So.
Love to hear it.
They're terrible. Vancouver. Just a snobby city.
I had to tell you a funny story about a comforter in the second half that, again, nobody's asking for, but they're going to get it, baby. Flag on this play.
About a comforter?
Oh, yeah, the big contention in my house today.
Oh, okay.
Because my wife's blowing me up with text message right now. Here comes a First and goal, they get the pass interference. We're at the 1. Really be disappointed if we don't get a touchdown here. No timeouts remain, though. Get the ball out. Get the ball to your receiver. It's caught for a touchdown. Is that Gurley coming out of the backfield? No, that is Russell Gage Jr., because his father must have the same name or somebody in the lineage. Russell Gage getting into the end zone. Risky, but I like it because sometimes we've seen Moose, they kick that field goal too early. So if that was incomplete, I would have had fear that your guy Koo would have kicked it.
So John's asking me for someone in Showdown tomorrow that's cheap.
Yeah, what do you got?
Let me just do a quick scan of the leaderboard. Christian Bezuidenhout. I definitely wouldn't hate that. He's playing.
I'm sorry, was that a name?
Yeah, Christian Bezuidenhout is he's South African.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, no kidding. Eh? He's playing well. I don't hate Ryan Moore. He's actually striking the ball well. Could be good for one good round. If I'd go lower than that, let's see. Don't want to play him. Victor Perez. Victor Perez is pretty good. I think for his price, that's probably okay too. So there's like 3 dudes. Bezuidenhout has been playing the best of those dudes, so don't be afraid to launch him in a lineup.
Look at this.
Yeah, there you go.
There you
Hopefully
go.
to help John.
John, go with it. We're gonna get to the half here.
Boring stuff to do and play Showdown tomorrow, so I haven't really looked at salaries, but
I don't like to hear that. Well,
it's terrible. It is terrible when real stuff comes in the way of fun stuff. It really annoys me. Nothing, sucks up my video game time,
Listen, man, life comes in the way sometimes. 166 for Wentz, 2 scores. Also 2 scores for Matt Ryan. Sanders, quiet. This guy's been, I feel like he's been quiet lately.
Yeah, both these RBs are just.
Man, these are like, you would think 2 of the guys you must own when it comes to running backs too. Ridley's impressive. 5 grabs, 69 yards. Ertz got 2 touchdowns and 34 yards off 5 catches as well. Deshaun Jackson, 3 for 57. The other touchdown was Hayden Hurst. He's got 3 for 28. And then obviously the touchdown to Russell Gage as well. So Gage has got 2 for 9, but a score, pack him in on his numbers. So that's it. That's our halftime numbers. We are going to get to third. He is at the fantasy grind. It's Geoff Ulrich, a.k.a. Moose. He's got a long head, not a big head.
That's right.
Just a long one. If you don't even want to know, if he
like
turns
a filing
his head
cabinet,
sideways,
it just goes all the way back. Stored with useless knowledge for your viewing pleasure.
That's what it's all about. I'm at Jason D. Rossi over on Twitter. We got TP, Drew. We have Joe and Ops who updated through the half. We'll take a roll call on that in a little bit. And check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver over on your podcast. You can check out Moose, all what his write-ups that he's got going on over on the DK Sportsbook. You got all sorts of stuff you can check out over at DraftKings.com. You can check out the playbook. We got DK Nation. There's so much stuff. Just find an article he wrote, click his name, bookmark it, and enjoy the riches. So today, Moose, as we get to the second half, me and my wife traveled to the one and only glorious Walmart. And we decided it was time to get a new comforter.
Big day.
Huge.
Big
We're
day.
talking daylight savings time. That's what everyone does to celebrate, right? Everyone got that comforter. So we go out and get it. Everything's good. So we go to wash this said comforter. Comforters are pretty big. I'm not taking some off the shelf and just throwing it on the bed. So anyway, so we put it in the wash. Thing comes out, matted, a little gross looking. My wife starts just losing it. It's those things that are uncontrollable. That everybody in the whether you live with family, friends, whatever your age is, there's somebody in your family that is just I want things to go a certain way. When they don't, you just lose it. And I mean foolish things, like the toast was burnt too much, like a kid now lost it or something. You know what I mean? So anyway, she is very unhappy. So I'm like, who cares? We'll just dry it. It's fine. We got some wash. So the whole day has been up and down. Every so often she thinks about it. She's all aggravated. We're upstairs having dinner before this. She's, this comforter. Yeah, it's a waste of money. It's all this. I'm like, who cares? We'll go get another one. I really don't care. So she sends me a text message about 3 minutes ago when I brought this up. It's a review on the website. And she goes, this review, LOL. and the review just says, "Do not wash." Love the color of this first time I watched it. It batted, stuck together. Like, so the way it works, any comforter, whatever one you have on your bed, it just basically like shrunk in like almost like wrinkled as we're going to get a long one here. Julio, can he break it?
So close.
Not going to there. But it was just very quickly. It basically like scrunched up like a scrunchie or something. Right. It's completely useless. It's now like my cat's secondary bed. That's what we turned it into.
So it's like not even usable.
No, absolutely not. And then this review basically just goes into this whole thing about like being stuck together. It's now 100% useless. Is getting down into the 10. It says only had it for 2 weeks and finding a way to contact the manufacturer is beyond frustrating. So I just said to my wife, buy another one. We'll spray it. Call it a day.
What about just going back to the store you bought it at and being like, did you know you're selling like
crap
paper comforters?
Like, I'm just one of those people that I'm like, I don't know if it's worth it, especially the time.
It would take a lot of effort for me to go back to do something like that too. But at the same time, one wash and like you just got it. Did you get in? Oh, great.
There it is, Gurley. We just kind of poo-pooed him at halftime. Oh. Nice play by Julio to get him down there. But the Gurley, man, another free agent out there.
That would be right on the edge for me because I would be like, I mean, I would be much more like you than your wife. You know, I'd just be like, well, whatever, let's just get another one. But at the same time, you just bought it and then it just like, you know, disintegrates like that.
Yeah,
that would be right on the verge for me of being like, okay, I think I might actually like have to get up for this, and you like, you know, go talk to the manager kind of thing, you know, like.
Yeah, now you guys are kind of motivating me because now I think.
Oof. Well, and the other thing is like, I mean, you know, you don't have to reveal the price on air, but it does.
It was under. I'll tell you, it was
a cost thing.
It was.
Like,
it was under $100. So
okay, well, I'm gonna stop you right there because I'm not going back to the store.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like if it was like we've had some. It's like between 50. I don't know how much it was to be honest, but I know it was. I think it was around like in like the 70 range. We'll just say.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like we were breaking the bank. It was just like we wanted to do something fresh, spring, all that.
And it's like you said. Now your dog or cat or whatever has a great new bed. So
my dog will probably crap on it or something.
You have a dog?
Nope.
No, just a cat. No.
Cat that acts like a dog.
Right. Okay. Right. And throws up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, by the way, earlier also did another absolute bomb in the bathroom.
Well,
and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. It doesn't smell as bad now. But my cat loves to just aggravate me. That's what we've come to find out. TP says, Rossi, I hate to say it, but you bought a comforter at Walmart. Bro, I understand. Doing the best I can here in life.
We all know the risks we take when we go to Walmart. Don't worry.
Yeah, and he says go to bed.
Some good stuff, some stuff that's really worked out at Walmart too. I've been there with the bad stuff as well. You know, you break it, you buy it, and you put it together, and then like it just like disintegrates, just like the comforter. I've definitely done that with stuff at Walmart. But I also have things in my house that like were like $20, and they're actually like, you know, they're very useful. So
yeah,
it's rolling the dice, man.
See what I'm saying? Jordan Lindenbaum says
it's the casino of, you know, big box stores, whatever.
Yeah, listen, it's convenient and it was easy to get to, and like I said, I understood what I was purchasing.
Exactly.
I just didn't think it would go this way. Jordan Lindenbaum says, "Are you automatically supposed to wash a new comforter before using it?" Yeah, and that's the thing. I think
that's the whole thing.
This is a setup. And by the way, the person who put that review waited 2 weeks, so I don't know what their life is.
So the only last thing I'll say, it is extremely easy to return things at Walmart. So maybe just like kind of bundle it up, stuff it in there.
Here's the
we're good.
I'll be 100% honest. I don't know what I did with the packaging either because I'm like open and clean guy. Like I don't like things lingering.
Right.
So, I don't know. This has been a very therapeutic.
That would be your best route of attack. I'm just Walmart is like, you know, you can like return things from other stores at Walmart.
I like it. Yeah, I always got to check the instructions as well. But anyway, so there's my comforter. That's been my life has been between Sims and life.
Comforters are, again, it's like one of those things. Ooh, there's a nice grab by Elshon. Eagles moving down the field here, looking to tie things. It's one of those things, when you get married, things like that, they become like more important because, you know, your significant other always has a certain opinion. They don't always mesh. So
No, and
I've
it's
had
just
the comforter arguments before. You know, like my wife's like, we need to get a new comforter. We need to get like I don't care if ours like looks like crap. It's pretty comfy still.
Who's seeing it? Who cares?
Exactly right. Do you take people in tours of my bedroom when I'm not here or something? Like,
seriously, especially during these times. Like that was my joke. Like that was the big point. But again, I get it. We get it. Like there's little things when, you know, as homeowners, as you know, like you can do little things to make, oh, okay. Like I'm more of an outdoor person. Like once it gets warm, I want to like set things up out there. That makes me feel like I did something.
Yeah.
Comforter, I could care less as long as I fall asleep. It's Carson Wentz.
As long as it's comforting you.
Yeah, that's it. That's its job.
That's its job. It doesn't have to look good. It's just got to comfort you.
But now, you know, I think TP nailed it. I probably just have to go to Bed Bath & Beyond. But maybe I'll try to drop this thing back. No, you guys have maybe motivated me to go through my like recycling that I have like.
That is going to be the least path of resistance. You don't have to complain. You just be like, no, it wasn't for us. You stuff it in there. I don't know. Maybe you like put something around it so it doesn't look as bad.
Yeah. Well, I can dress it up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to do actually, Moose? I'm going to walk in with it in my hand, like the comforter in my hand, and the bag that it came in my other hand. And just be like, don't want it anymore.
They'd probably take it. I'm not kidding.
All right, I like this. DK Sim fam, everyone, there's some other people saying the same thing. I'm getting motivated. I like it.
All right, here we go. Who do you need, folks? People on Deshaun.
Oh.
Jeffrey, Goodwin. Oh,
a sack. You need that Falcons DST. Oh, here we go. Escape tank. Well, we'll move on after this. He says,
return. This is the kind of advice you look for.
This is unreal.
This is perfect.
The return tip from a pro, pull the allergy card. If it's not listed as hypoallergenic, say you have a horrible reaction, you'll win 10 out of 10.
Boom.
Perfect. I'm going to do that for everything, like clothes, things I purchase online that I didn't get. Oh, fumble. Absolutely rocked was Alshon Jeffrey, picked up by the Falcons, going the other way with 2 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Falcons take back over. Gurley scored last time in their first drive of this half. There he is again. Going the wrong way. Good stuff there. Appreciate that, escape tank. All these people. Everyone's a lot of good advice in there. See, just bring things up. You got a lot of great minds here. Escape. Wow. Producer Drew says he returned a skateboard he used for a Halloween costume. They just took it. All right, everybody. You know what, hey, Dan. We're gonna return that. Cool. Said all right. It's not my wife's actual name, by the way. I just have nicknames. Everyone's telling me you can return anything there.
Yeah, bring some other stuff with you.
Yeah, maybe we can bring like the old TV we don't use. Like, hey, I don't want this. It was $500 yesterday.
Bring your cat.
Oh my god, that would. Where is Des? I don't know where he's upstairs tonight. Usually he's up here. Whew. True says it says Target label right here, sir. Nah, that's the wrong thing. Bought it here for sure. Oh, this literally was like their brand. All right, here's Matt Ryan. Less than 40 to play in the third quarter. Let's have himself a pretty good day as well. Hope everyone's enjoying their Saturday. Moose going to take you into the Madden After Dark, brought to you by his own airline that I feel like people don't talk enough about anymore.
It's true.
Might have got some bad press or something.
Well, with COVID, no one's flying. So
yeah, that's true. But the meals on Moose Air is still top notch.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you guys didn't skim off the top with that. Good shoes and good bed equals good life, says Mr. Hawk. Might be a few other things that equal in there, but I'll take that. No.
Yeah.
I'm going to just keep it positive.
Yeah. Gotta have a decent bed.
Good shoes, good bed, great life. You don't get it anywhere else, but right here on the Dream Stream. He's Moose, I'm Rossi. Hope you guys are having a heck of a Saturday night. Appreciate you being here with us. Matt Ryan trending towards that bonus, just 33 yards away. He's got 2 scores. Yeah, even Carson Wentz, 73 yards away. Could get it too. He's got 2 scores as well. So we'll see. Quarterbacks doing their job so far.
Very similar stat lines, even for the RBs too. Both sides.
Yeah. Gurley's got the touchdown, 31. Sanders just 21, kind of stinking out the joint.
Yeah,
I was expecting
definitely
more. Bonus for your guy, Julio. He's got 112 off of 6 grabs. Jeffrey, who had the fumble there, has got 5 grabs for 61. Hurst, Ridley, Ertz all have 5 grabs. Hurst with the touchdown. Ertz with 2 touchdowns. Russell Gage with the other. Yeah, Miles Sanders also through the air. You're thinking, okay, maybe he's getting involved there. Just 2 grabs for 12. So he's really, trending in the wrong direction. But we still have a quarter to play.
Really saved owners a little bit with that touchdown, but still a pretty weak game for him.
Yeah, running back's not doing what we thought.
11.6 DK fantasy points. Is he going to be back with Atlanta? Like, what?
No, I think he's been released.
He's already gone, isn't he?
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be shocked if he is. By the way, shout out to Joe. Stats are updated. We're back on the 4th quarter. TP and Drew knocking him dead in the back. By the back, I mean behind the scenes. We're all very far away from each other. At least I hope we are, because I don't see them. I don't know. They could all be in Moose's house. This whole production could all be going on in your house for all I know. Just you're the only one in the red room. But back to Gurley, he's one of those guys that at this point could be, I feel like kind of like what Mark Ingram did. Maybe he goes to a team that kind of already has like a running back situation. Mark Ingram signing with, or will be signing with the Texans with David Johnson there. Like maybe he goes to. See, I don't even know if he's a ring chaser. I don't know if teams want, like, if you had to pick, Moose, if you had to sign your whatever team, Adrian Peterson at his age with that mileage or Todd Gurley, who you sign?
I would sign Adrian Peterson.
I'm with you 100%.
Gurley, honestly, I don't know if Gurley's going to get another contract. He looked pretty done last year. Maybe like a year more removed, whatever, from maybe that'll like do something, but I don't know, man. He looked really bad last year.
I'm with you. Like they were trying to get like Ito was getting more carries in that offense. Yeah.
Maybe like Pittsburgh takes a shot or something. I don't know.
That's a good call because they have had so much struggle there. Like obviously we'll see what they do. Maybe James Conner comes back to team friendly deal, but you still need to bring some competition in the draft. But that's as good as if he gets a spot there. But still, if I'm them, I'd rather have Adrian Peterson. Because you know what he's gonna like. He still has that burst, in the middle of the, right up the middle, right up the gut. Detroit really used him a ton too.
Yeah, absolutely right. So I mean, I'm not a big Adrian Peterson guy at this point, but he's still churning out the yards. You can just pound him up the middle. He's a good red zone back. I mean, Gurley does some of the same things, but I think AP is probably a better Gurley at this point. So
yeah, it's just weird. Todd Gurley. What was it, 3 years ago? Maybe the best running back? Well, he was the best running back in the league.
Legit.
And it's just sad. It's sad to see that just drop.
Yeah, I mean, his knees really just kind of gave out on him, I think. The arthritis, obviously, at that age.
Yeah.
Just really just killed his spark, whatever you want to call it. And
Matt Ryan really gets sacked.
You can just see it.
Yeah, it's not like he fell off like this cliff. He didn't have a Trent Richardson style, like what happened there. It's more just injuries and, like you said, the arthritis.
Yeah, totally. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, he was a good player. I mean, he could do it, but he just doesn't have that burst. You can see off the line. I mean, instead of grabbing like 3 or 4 yards, it's just like always like 1 or 2. And he's still effective. Pretty good football player, like in the red zone and stuff for Atlanta last year. But like even in the pass game, he wasn't that great. Like not getting open as easy. It was a weird season. Maybe a year rest or like the off season, and he comes back.
I don't know.
I think his knees are busted. Like I just don't think he can do the type of training and stuff that he needs to. That's just my take. But.
No, I'm with you. I still think he will. Right now, my gut tells me he'll be on a team at least.
He'll probably get a contract. Yeah, at the very least, some kind of
training camp. Yeah, and then they'll find out. Like that's what happens. Like a lot of players that don't walk out. And I hate to say this, not any disrespect to all these guys, because these guys are phenomenal athletes that live their dreams. But a lot of players don't retire with like the press conference and the shiny walk off. It's like I still want to play. I get to
sit out there in free agency for like 3 years.
Yeah, and it's
legitimately they get no offers, and then it's like, oh yeah, by the way, I retired.
Seriously, that's how a lot more players are than like announcing their retirement or knowing they're done. Even like big names like John Lynch, like it was famous that, by the way, Koo gets a field goal, puts him up by 10. Like John Lynch came in, like was part of the Patriots organization for a few weeks, and then he was like, "Yeah, I'm done."
Yeah,
retired right there on the spot.
Do you remember Pierre Thomas?
Oh, I remember Pierre Thomas. Yeah, running back.
I mean, like
the Saints.
He was just like bouncing around. He was playing for good for a couple teams, and then he just didn't get another contract. And like, where's he? I mean, he's obviously like old now. Like, well, not super old, but like, that's just like the perfect example of a guy who's just like one day was like kind of fantasy relevant, and then he just like didn't get a contract, and then he just never showed up again.
Yeah, just go like, and it's sad to say that because there is like I'm telling you, there's so many more stories of that than the guys that like, oh hey, I'm retiring after the season. Oh, or like you laugh about those like last year there was a lot of like we've seen more youthful retirements announcements than we are like end of career.
I mean, we could probably just go down the list if we wanted to, like the guys. I took Pierre Thomas off the top of my head, but like. Did Darren Sproles officially retire? Like that's another Saint running back.
I think Darren Sproles was on the Eagles last year.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Yeah, like that's a great point. Like even like random names like Tim Hightower. Remember he like went away for a while.
Perfect. He
came back. Yeah. Remember he came back. I know it was the Saints.
Brutal knee injury, and then yeah.
And then again, just quiet.
Again, just didn't get a contract one summer, and it's like, okay, where's Tim Hightower?
Yeah, it's and then, again, these guys lived their dreams, played a ton, like at the highest level.
Totally. I mean, I don't feel sorry for them, but it's just like the way they retire in the NFL, I guess.
And it's just sad because then what happens? Hopefully they, with their money, we'll see. Denver, what about the player who retired during halftime? Oh, for the Bills. What was his name? The cornerback.
Davis, not Vernon Davis.
Vontae Davis.
Vontae Davis, yeah. Vontae Davis, yeah.
Just was like,
I'm really good. I respect that. You know what? I respect that. I know, like, walking on a teammates isn't good, but he was like, yeah, like, I've had enough. I'm not going to, like, ask for release. I'm just done. Like, so.
And he talked about it.
The opposite of that. Like,
yeah, he talked about it and said that, like, everybody was mad at him, but he's like, would you rather me have gone out there with my heart not in it, barely caring? And it's funny because Buffalo's been like this great team since that moment. Like that was week 1 of 2 seasons ago, and 2 years, the playoffs both years, almost made it to a Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, exactly.
Weird.
He's right. The Bills wouldn't have just cut him right away. I mean,
no,
they brought him in to be like a depth piece or something. So he probably would have, given him some really shoddy play for a bit. And
he was a starting cornerback in that game. Like,
yeah.
That's what you have to remember. And it's just crazy. The whole situation with those things. And, like, how many people do stuff. Like, think about DK Simfam and Moose. I'm sure there's moments. Like, we all have done stuff or are doing stuff that we really don't want to do, but we do because we have to, right? And you think playing a sport or whatever it is that you think is, like, a fantasy to you. Like, oh, why would he complain about that? But it's like, that still has to do it. Like, if your heart isn't into it and you don't want to train and go through all that, then he's like, yeah, I'm done.
Yeah.
Like, there's been many jobs I wish I could have just literally in the middle, I've just walked out and been like, I don't want to do this. This stinks.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever laid out on a job.
No, I haven't either. I was too scared. I wanted to. Not like even when I was a kid. Like, I didn't like leave a shift early. I just like, I was always worried that would like look bad. And as an adult, I think I was just more careless.
I was more of just the attitude. It's like, well, if this is going really bad and everyone's going to treat me poorly, I'll just do like, the bare minimum until I either like get released or I just end up quitting or whatever. So
yeah,
like normally. So I was always of that attitude. Not a good attitude to have, mind you, either. But
hey, but an attitude.
It's probably better to do the Vontae Davis and just like get yourself out of the situation, right? So
yeah, I remember all the time I wanted to leave. Like I used to be a cook in a kitchen when I was like in high school. Like not a cook, but like I worked in the kitchen, and I used to just laugh. I used to be like, like 8 o'clock in the morning when you're like getting there at 6, and then the restaurant opens at 11. By the time it's 11, like you're halfway through, and like you have to work till 5. You're like, I just want to leave.
Yeah.
And that's like, I remember that feeling all the time. I'd be like, I would love to just go home.
Yeah.
But then that always makes me think about people in kitchens all the time. Like, do they want to be doing this? When I'm going to a restaurant, which I can't wait to do again, and like they cook for me, they're like, I'd rather not be here. I hope not. They're going to put the bare minimum on my plate.
Bare efforts.
That's what we're all about here. Moose and Ross, we're all about just getting in there and barely caring. It's great, yeah. Just bare minimum all the way. Chef Duke, just randomly, as we're going to see if Carson Wentz can bring the team within a score with a minute to go here in the 4th.
Yeah, they got to score like right now if they want a chance.
Save the clock. Chef Duke says, I found this interesting. RB is a position that should not be drafted in the top 20, maybe in the first round.
I agree with everything you just wrote.
Here's my one thought process the other way is first round picks overall, yes. I think the bigger point most of the time I would more agree than not. But with the control you have of these players, like I'd rather have a first round pick that's a running back than like a failed receiver. Sorry, I'm dying. But like I don't know. I just look at that because you have that 5th-year option where running backs are like you're either overpaying for them or you don't want to pay them at all. At least you have them at like a decent price.
Right.
But,
well,
wide open.
There's Miles Sanders.
Oh, so yeah, there it is. We talked about him too. Said he's not having a great game, but he's salvages here.
Early, both salvaged decent enough fantasy days for you. So they're not going to kill you. They're probably not going to win you anything huge, but Sanders is up to over 15 points now. So it's actually a decent day for Sanders. He's outscoring Gurley by a bit.
We'll just take a quick peek in our contest to see where. So I'm in 33rd. I actually feel decent about that.
I'm at 16th. I think I'm going to fall down 24. Though. I don't know Sanders.
So Sanders.
Oh, now I'm in 35th. Yeah. So you just popped by me.
Actually, I don't know if I am in at Sanders either. It's Joe updated. Let's see. 58th. Yeah, we both took strikes.
Oh, okay. So we both suck.
Free falling. Anyway, so yeah, like Drew says, like it's hard to pass on guys like Barkley, McCaffrey, Elliott, like. Yeah, and like obviously Derrick Henry was a 2nd-round pick, and I understand but if you find that guy, I just look at the first round as you just want to pick somebody you believe is going to be a part of your like a staple of that first contract, so that 5 years. That's the way I like. Oh, wait a minute, was that picked up by Philly?
Oh, they did. They got it.
Wow, the rarity moose. There it is. I wasn't even going to say because we haven't had a wild one in a while, but we might be in store for one here.
Yeah, this is typical. All right, here we go, folks. Onside kick recovered.
Wow. Yeah, more than enough time. As Drew points out, 3 timeouts.
They just need like one.
And no need to go out of bounds, though.
A timeout.
TP bragging. He's in 15th place in the contest. Good for him. Sean Preston says, "Hey, Moose, you make 100-player top 20 or 10." Wait, what is he saying? I'm not doing it. He's asking you to make a contest for tomorrow. Moose is busy tomorrow, right? We just talked about bare minimums and scraping by. What do you think we're going to put in effort?
Yeah, unfortunately, don't get sacked.
Wentz. Yeah. All right, so that's past the quote-unquote kicking mark. But I'll be honest, I'd rather just let's win the game. Go for it, dude.
They do have 2 more timeouts, so they might get like one shot at the end zone. The sim plays it pretty conservative though, so
yeah, they always do.
This isn't a guaranteed field goal either. So we'll have to see.
True.
Yeah, I'm not going to create the PGA contest, but you guys go for it.
Yeah, invite Moose. How about that? Do it the other way. 37-yard line. Wentz takes the snap, looking, searching. Receivers crossing, catch about the 29-yard line there.
Yeah, now they're legit, and yeah, now we're definitely going to get OT unless we get a big sack on this one.
Give me a sack or a touchdown. Come on.
Walk-off touchdown would be fun.
Would be. There we go. Let's see. Carson Wentz got 3 wide. Haven't heard Deshaun Jackson's name in a while. Just trying to think of the guys who could go up deep to. Takes the snap, looking, searching. Goes again, soft, quiet over the middle.
I mean, this is a smart move by the Eagles. Yeah, they're just going to let it tick down here. They're not even going to risk it.
Walk off to Jeffrey.
Most likely now they're just going to kick it here.
Yeah, Dreamer was hoping. Overtime, y'all. Nah, we're getting overtime, says DK Sim Fam. True. One time I was excited. I thought I was excited for that onside kick recovery.
I wasn't even paying attention because I haven't seen one for so long. I was just like, whatever.
Yeah, well, I saw it like take an extra bounce there for a second.
No, I know.
Yeah. And I was like, wait, did they pick it? Because obviously there's no like scramble. The guy just standing there with the ball.
It was so quick.
Yeah.
It just like bounced off the dude and right to the Eagles, and then the play ended. So
here we go. See, 11 seconds on the clock. The proverbial freeze just happened. 2 head coaches that no longer are head coaches in the league. Let's see. CJ says, damn, I was in first at half, but have not looked back since. Too much changed.
I haven't seen a blocked field goal in forever. Maybe
do
ever.
it.
I can't even.
Do it.
I don't even
Do
know
it.
if it's a blocked field goal.
It's up. It's blocked. No. That one's going to be up and good.
Cool. Good.
Yeah.
8 seconds. Now we need a return touchdown. That
Cool. Wrong kicker. Elliott. Yeah. So Elliott ties it up 24 all after the Sanders touchdown with a little under a minute. 40 seconds left. Onside kick. 10 straight points in 40 seconds by the Eagles. Sorry, I just heard some random noise in my background. I got worried, but I think somebody's watching some sort of dramatic movie upstairs or something. It sounded like the Titanic or something. Like, what's going on? And obviously we wear headphones here, so I never know if it's something I'm picking up from the sim.
Right. I'm just making, alarming noises.
Jordan Lindenbaum says he's in 4th right now in our contest. Let's see. All right, Atlanta has 2 timeouts. Don't play games though. Either go deep or run the ball and don't call the timeout.
Yeah, actually, if they got like a, well, that's not going to do it.
They call a timeout here. Okay, they're not. All right, we're going overtime. You know the rules. Straight to overtime. Again, it's Moose, Rossi, OT here on a Saturday. A little extra freebie. We got producer Drew, Joe, and Ops. TP is our director of technicality. Rocking and rolling here on a Saturday. Hope everyone's doing well. Who do you need? Who needs to be the walk-off? See if we get it.
Ridiculous. I don't know why they didn't try one downfield, but whatever. Anyways.
And they get a nice loss. Yeah. As you said it, they play a little conservative at times. David Thomas, what's up, dude? Let's see, so I'm in 31st. How did I jump up? I don't really know, but I have Wentz, Ertz. I didn't know I had Ertz. That's good. Good call by me. Goodwin's kind of slowed me down there in that captain spot, but still over 16 points.
All right, let's make some predictions here. I'm going to say they march all the way down and Gurley scores a touchdown and ends this.
All right. See, I will say it's going to be 2 possessions and then some field goal. But we'll see. I like your plan. TP says he's calling a Hurst touchdown. Yeah, everyone just shout out. Who do you got? Goddard says Brad Wallace.
I think we're going to get a classic Atlanta drive here. 3-4 minutes. Just dink and dunk. Maybe one long pass to Julio and then a Gurley touchdown.
There you go. See? I like it. I like your idea.
What's everyone else up to tonight? You guys watch any movies or what? Are you excited for it? Are you gonna watch? Are you I know this. You're a pop culture comic book guy. Are you gonna watch Zack Snyder's cut or whatever?
Oh, you're damn right. I'm gonna take a day off because it's 4 hours long.
Yeah.
I said it's like a wedding. I didn't choose for this, but I'm gonna go ahead and take it. I think that's still one of the most ridiculous. The whole situation with that is insane.
It is ridiculous. I would actually, if you are interested in it, or if you just haven't read the story, I don't even if you're not, read the story behind Justice League and Zack Snyder. It gives you an insight into how much the studio execs screw up movies in general and make them worse, way worse, because they're always undercutting the directors and their creative stuff. It sucks because it's almost like sports. There's certain directors and they make a kind of a lame movie and you're like, wow, that was a bad effort. Half the time it's not even their fault. That's just the way it came out because of the studio. So yeah, I definitely agree. Read the story behind Zack Snyder and the Snyder cut. The Snyder cut.
We get a first down here, but yeah, the thing that blows your mind about it more important than even without knowing the story. You know how popular the Marvel movies are and how they've taken over from obviously the 80s and 90s. A lot of obviously Batman and DC movies were popular. It's a really nice run there. And then obviously Marvel's taken off and good for them. You want to and I want a healthy competition. I want both movies. I don't care. I don't pick sides. And just the missteps by DC. And then they put out this Justice League movie and you hear about oh, they got rid of Zack Snyder. If you're into the fandom of it, okay, no big deal, whatever, who cares? Directors move on or they move things. And then you find out they just basically took the movie and cheapened it and just ripped up and poorly managed, way less funds in it. And it just, if you saw the movie, which by the way, we talked about our wives, how they always fall asleep. My wife fell asleep in the movie theater to that movie. That is a feat. I fell asleep during an X-Men movie, but I was exhausted. It was like when I was in high school.
Yeah.
But that is, like, I looked over at her and I was like, she is so not entertained by this. We are not having a good time. And I remember after being like, who was your favorite character? And I swear, that was almost an exception. I swear she said Thor or something. I'm like, Thor's not in these. She's like, Jason Momoa. I'm like, yeah, but who was he? I don't know. I'm like, okay, let's
Batman.
Go. Yeah, exactly. Catwoman. No,
Martian Manhunter.
Yeah, so I am looking for that reason alone. I'm looking forward to seeing like what. I don't like the length of it. I don't actually really like the idea of it, to be honest. But hey, man, he's got the creative juice, as you said. Is Matt Ryan's going up for the win?
I got it.
He got it. Julio, game winner.
Give us Julio.
That's the Julio Jones cut. Shut up about the other talk. Force it down their throats. Second. I think that put Matt Ryan in the bonus. Had to have, obviously, because he only needed 33 outs going into the fourth. So that's going to be it. Moose, Ross, we get a wild one here. 10 unanswered points less than 40 seconds to go in the fourth by the Eagles. But Julio Jones showing why he's one of the greatest to ever do it. Does a little Gronk spike, too. So who's it going to be, Moose? Who is going to be your Moose magnificent player of the game?
The must magnificent player of the game. We should change it to that because that's amazing.
I agree.
It's got to be Julio, man. I mean, smash the bonus. Up to 46.0 points in captain spots, 7 receptions, and a touchdown now. There's some other good games. Ryan Wentz had a good game too. Both QBs.
Both bonus.
Hype. I'm not gonna lie. This is a great fantasy game. I know we talked a bunch, but it flowed because of the game. So give it to Julio though.
All right, who is going to be your TP Drew Joe stinks player of the game?
Guy? No, I'm just kidding.
I was trying to be complimentary.
I'm not actually kidding, but I don't really know, and a lot of guys just had kind of like okay games.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking like from ownership purposes. Like I know Miles Sanders scored, Gurley scored, so it's like do you take them off the table? I guess, right?
Let's go with Goodwin. Let's go with Marquise Goodwin.
Yeah, I was gonna say Goodwin comes in, ownership
2% owned.
Screw him. Just give it
11 points.
Stunk. All right, stinks. No, he's not. And you don't want him to be either. No. Shout out to Junkman, Ertz in the captain spot, Wentz, Ryan, Gage, Goodwin, Ridley. Boom. There it is. That's a winning lineup right there. Who's going to be joining? Who's joining you? Lamarca?
Matt Lamarca, big Saxy.
Look at that.
Night. A little bit of late nights in action.
I'm telling you.
And Lamarca. Hey.
Well, and you got production values too. All right, I'm gonna hit the road. I'll be back with Tom tomorrow at 6 p.m. We do our little Mount Rushmore stuff, so you can check that out tomorrow at 6. Moose will be back with Lamarca. Big shout out to producer Drew, TP, our director of everything. Joe in ops, awesome job. DK Simpam, it was a blast. Stick around in less than an hour. Lamarca joined by Moose. Moose, what's the word of the day? And that's what we're gonna end it on.
Comforter.
Bye, everybody.
Let's go to the
Apple
Cleveland
software.
Indians here.
Who is this guy?
My God. Francisco Lindor, as we know, he is gone, but of course has led that offense, or at least did the last half dozen years. So now with Lindor gone, I mean, Jose Ramirez, is there anyone more fantasy relevant on this team, Bukes?
I think one of the most underrated signings this offseason was Eddie Rosario to the Indians. I mean, he has an isolated power of at least 191 in 4 straight seasons when he was with the Twins. He's been with the Twins his entire career. The knock on him is that he's not great defensively. He's certainly not going to draw a walk for you, but he's going to do one thing that's important. He's going to park the ball out of the ballpark, and that's what the Twins need. That heart of the lineup for the Indians, say what you want about this team. They're not going to go very far, but at least the 3, 4, and 5 hitters are going to be a problem for opposing pitchers, and Rosario is going to be in that mix there. He's going to knock guys in. He's going to collect some RBIs. So I think this is a great spot for him. They got him on the cheap. He had a down year in 2020, so it wasn't all that expensive to get him here, but I think he's going to be somebody that once we're a couple months into the season, people are going to realize that Rosario is a big player on the Indians.
What about you, Garion? Other than Jose Ramirez, who stands out to you?
I got to agree with Bukes. I mean, really, when you're talking about Cleveland positional players, let's be honest, it's kind of slim pickings. It's pitchers that really drive this team to fantasy relevance, but Rosario is like unimpressively consistent. That is what I would say about his career to this point. Like, is he someone who's going to blow you away? No. Is he someone who you're like legitimately excited about to grab at a fantasy draft? Probably not, but at the end of the year, you're going to look up and he's going to have batted 272 with 31 home runs and probably around 100 RBI because he's going to be batting in the middle of this Cleveland lineup. He's also someone who doesn't strike out a lot. Now, there are different versions of that type of player. Like there are guys who don't strike out a lot because they have good plate discipline. That is not Eddie Rosario. He just swings at everything. So eventually he gets a hit before he gets to 2 strikes, but that's fine too. He puts the ball in play. That's all you want, especially when putting the ball in play results in home runs as often as it does for someone like Rosario.
So from the bats to the pitching staff here for the Indians, Gary, and you've got Shane Bieber, who of course is coming off a 1.63 ERA last year, his very first Cy Young Award. It was a heck of a year during the pandemic shortened season. Plus 400 on the DK Sportsbook to repeat as Cy Young. Do you think he will?
Here's the thing that I think is important to note about the AL Cy Young versus the NL Cy Young. There is no good pitchers in the American League. Like, let's just start there. If we want to compare the odds, Clayton Kershaw right now is 20-1 to win NL Cy Young. Marco Gonzalez is 25-1 to win the American League Cy Young. So here's Garion's definitely going to lose you money tip of the 2021 MLB season. Just put money on Garrett Cole at plus 350 and Shane Bieber at plus 400 to win the American League Cy Young, because no one else has a chance to win this award aside from maybe Lucas Giolito, but I'm not that scared of that guy anyway. These two pitchers are so much better than every other pitcher in this league. It is insanity. So one of those two guys is going to win. Put money on both. Forget about it.
You fall in line with that, Bukes?
Kind of, some of it, not all of it. I mean, the American League is very wide open when it comes to American League Cy Young. I absolutely agree with Gary in there. Tyler Glasnow is plus 950 to win the Cy Young. You want to talk about strikeouts? You want to talk about what people get excited about? That's what Glasnow is going to bring. He didn't have the best 2020, but I mean, we could say that for more than 75% of the league last year. The thing with Shane Bieber too, and this really goes for all the pitchers. I mean, if there was a season last year that favored one side, the pitchers absolutely had the advantage over hitters last year. And I think we definitely saw that over the first month or so, that like, you know, hitters are just kind of getting acclimated, where pitchers are kind of, you know, they don't really take as much to kind of get into that game mode where hitters do with timing and whatnot. So nothing against Shane Bieber, nothing against any of the pitchers last year, but let's see what Shane Bieber looks like in a full season here. He has the stuff. He has the strikeout ability, the swing and miss stuff, the highest of his career last year. Everything was fantastic, but I think the American League is one of those long shot ones. You know, you can get some decent, you know, return on your investment with Garrett Cole, with Shane Bieber, but it is so wide open right now that I think this is either a bet to ignore or just take a long shot.
Bukes, we're only a half dozen years removed from the Royals winning the World Series, and as we know, rebuilding in Kansas City at this point in time, long ways off from all that success. Is there anyone on this roster that excites you?
Yeah, Adalberto Mondesi had a really slow start to the year. but really came on fire at the end. But it was easy to overlook because the Royals were basically out of it when game one started. They had no chance. They're not going to have a huge chance this year either to contend. But if Mondesi, from an individual perspective, if he's going to do anything, if he gets on base, which was a bit of a struggle for him last year, he's going to steal a bag or maybe even 7. I don't know how he does it, but he just ends up doing it. Of the 128 attempts that he's made since he's been with the majors, he's stolen 113 bases. He's got some decent pop too. Like, he's definitely somebody that can hit between 11 and 13 home runs during the season. So I think he's somebody that near the bottom of the lineup, it's not the best spot to hit, but when he gets on base, he is a threat. He's one of the lone stolen base threats really overall that's left in the league that you can count on for 30 plus stolen bases.
So, Mondesi for Bukes. What about you, Gary, and anyone else?
I mean, there's not a lot of guys who really get me too interested on this team, but I will say a squad like the Royals is one of those environments where I think you're trying to attack from the bottom. I think you're trying to find guys who are in spots for bounce back seasons who are just dirt cheap. And someone who fits that bill for as awful as he looked last season is Andrew Benintendi. He's going outside the top 220 picks in NFBC formats right now. And I mean, I don't mean to keep harping on this, but it's true. We are looking for stolen bases wherever we possibly can. And Benintendi is someone who had 220 stolen base seasons in his time with the Red Sox. And during those 2 seasons, he was a 121 WRC plus hitter. He had a really good swinging strike rate. All that went out the door in 2019 and 2020. So we do kind of have to fudge the numbers a little bit to make it seem like he's a palatable outfielder. But again, the risk is so mitigated by where he's going in drafts. And we know what the Royals want to do. They are a team that lives and dies with the stolen base. So if Benintendi is going to get 700 plate appearances batting in the 2 spot behind Whit Merrifield in this order, there's a decent chance he ends up with 15 to 20 stolen bases this season. And at his ADP, I think that's a lot of value.
The DK Sportsbook has the Royals at 72.5 wins. And just listening to the two of you guys break down this roster with very tepid upside, obviously, I don't know, Gary. And I mean, are you going to go over, or is this an automatic under for you?
I wouldn't say it's automatic, but I don't really have a great read for this team. I think for me, at the end of the day, this just comes down to someone has to lose games in the American League. And you start looking at these divisions, you know, you can make the case that there are 4 above average or maybe good, depending on how you want to like classify the Red Sox in the American League East. There are 3 above average teams in this division. We just went over the 3 of them. And I know Steve likes the Mariners. Like, there are 4 above average decent teams in the AL West. Like, the only 3 teams I can legitimately say I think the Royals are better than are the Orioles, the Tigers, and the Rangers. And I just think when you get in that class of team, like I said, someone's got to lose some games, and their pitching staff is atrocious. So I think they're going to end up below this number.
Bukes, where do you land?
Are they atrocious? Is that pitching staff really atrocious? Gary and Danny Duffy, Brad Keller. I wouldn't say they're the worst 1-2 punch that you have. What if they can milk something out of Mike Minor too? What if they can rejuvenate Mike Minor's career? Here's what I think is possible. This Royals team is going to score some runs. I actually really believe that this offense is better than you'd expect. Carlos Santana, Andrew Benintendi, with Merrifield. I mean, if you look at last year, they actually tied the Indians for runs scored. They both scored 248 runs.
I don't think that's a positive.
It's not a positive, but here's what it was. The Indians were able to squeak in and make the playoffs. So at least offensively, they were kind of sort of aligned there, at least with runs scored. I think they're going to be a bit of a surprise this year. I'm not saying they're going to make the playoffs, but I do think that taking the over on their win total is something that is extremely possible.
All right. Well, we'll wrap it with this team, and that is, of course, the Tigers. Rebuilding just like the Royals. Bukes, we'll stay with you here. Is there anyone who's fantasy relevant on this team?
I think Robbie Grossman playing in the leadoff spot is a great signing for the Tigers. He's played 132 games in the leadoff spot, has a career 331 on base percentage in that spot, and he's going to get consistent at-bats. What the problem with Robbie Grossman has been in the past that he's always been kind of a bench player. He's been that role player. He's not going to get that with the Tigers. He's going to be an everyday player. He's a switch hitter, obviously at the top of the Tigers lineup to set the table. I think is going to be something that's going to help his fantasy value. So I think Robbie Grossman is somebody that, again, just looking at the name, it doesn't get you excited, But a couple of months in, you might realize that Robbie Grossman can actually get some things done when he gets some consistent at-bats, and he's absolutely going to get that in Detroit. So I think that's going to be somebody to keep an eye on.
Garion, is there a more exciting name than Robbie Grossman here?
There might be, I guess, especially for people who have a history in DFS. I think Matthew Boyd, anytime you talk about someone who's got a 30% strikeout rate going outside the top 300 picks, that at least gets your attention. But I'll back Steve up entirely here. I think Grossman is just one of the best values in redraft this year. There are questions, obviously. I mean, he's someone who is a switch hitter, but there's a reason he hasn't gotten many at-bats against left-handed pitching. He's just not been that good as a right-handed bat. But playing for the Tigers, they might not care. They might just see someone who can play every day, like Steve said. So if we see in April that he's still leading off, regardless of the handedness of the starting pitcher, at that point, he's someone who could outproduce his pick value right now by 100, 150 spots. It's crazy how much value he could possibly bring back. I think Tariq Skubal is someone who's kind of interesting too. High strikeout rate coming into his sophomore season. Jonathan Scope is just a cleanup hitter you can get for nothing in redraft formats. So there's some value to be had here, but none of it is exciting.
Casey Mize, Garion, is a plus 1,500 odds on the DK Sportsbook to win AL Rookie of the Year. We haven't seen a lot of him to this point, obviously, but do you like those odds?
Not really. I think they are long enough, I guess. And it seems like I know the Tigers are saying right now that he's kind of fighting for a rotation spot. I know it's a different animal than 2020, but I would be surprised if he started the year in AAA. I think he's just up now. But I look at guys ahead of him on these odds, particularly position players who could just rack up volume stats. And I think there's a reason Randy Arozarena is the odds-on favorite here. But even someone like Ryan Mountcastle, who's 12-1 right now, yes, his 141 WRC plus from last season was heavily assisted by a 400 BABIP. That's not going to happen again, but he could just bat third or fourth for the Orioles for 150 games this season and finish with, 90 RBI and 90 runs scored and 30 home runs. And I think that's just enough to win Rookie of the Year over a pitcher who, might have a 4 ERA across 25 starts this year.
Bukes, how do you like Mize's chances?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the positional players that are eligible for the award this year, it's really deep. I would be shocked if a pitcher of any caliber, relief or a starting pitcher, wins the award this year. Obviously, anything can happen here, but Casey Mize is not somebody that exactly jumps out to me as a good candidate, even at 15-1 odds. The hype was there last year when he was called up. They were excited about him, and he kind of, didn't really perform as we expected. I mean, granted, it was his first go-around in the majors, but walks were an issue for him. They weren't really an issue for him in the minors. Home runs was a big issue for him when he first came up. And, like I said, not going to hold it against him in that season, but I didn't see enough from him, even in those 7 starts, that I said, yeah, maybe we will get something out of him in a full season next year. 15-1 odds, they're nice long odds, but at least from what I saw last year, I don't even know if that's enough to get me enticed.
This time next week, we pivot back to the National League and continue our tour division previews across Major League Baseball, getting you ready for the start of the 2021 season. For Gary and Bukes, I'm Kaufman. Thanks so much, guys.
Hey, what's up? Brendan Glasheen here with the NFL salary cap down to $182.5 million this season. Teams were focused on making some tough decisions at the franchise tag deadline this past Tuesday. Joining us now to break down the latest updates from around the NFL, we have DK contributors Reed Fowler and Steve Buchanan. Steve, we'll start with you. Which players that got a franchise tag, what would you categorize as the best in terms of what made the most sense for a player or players that got the franchise tag?
I think the Buccaneers crushed their franchise tag market there. I mean, retaining Chris Godwin is kind of more of a placeholder. They're saying they're going to end up giving him a long-term deal. And I mean, why not? He's going to be 25 when the season begins. He's a very solid wide receiver too. I mean, over the past 3 seasons, at least 800 receiving yards, at least 7 touchdowns in all 3 of those seasons. So he's a pivotal part of that offense. And then quite frankly, you don't know what you're going to get out of guys like Antonio Brown. We've seen some injury concerns from Mike Evans. Chris Godwin's had some injury concerns himself. Don't get me wrong, but when he's healthy, he's a playmaker, and that's going to be huge for them, especially with Tom Brady coming back, trying to get another Super Bowl for him before he goes into the sunset. So I think Chris Godwin and the Buccaneers really crushed it with the franchise tags.
Reed, which team did the best on the franchise tag market?
Yeah, it's Chris Godwin, but to talk about someone else, I mean, best for the team, which kind of goes into my worst for the player, which we'll get to in a little bit, is Allen Robinson, right? Chicago, I get why they have to do it because they don't have anybody else, right? They don't have anybody else. Maybe they should try to lure a guy like Russell Wilson. I don't know how they're going to get it done because they have little to no cap space. I think they're third or second in terms of the least amount of cap space to work with. So when you talk about best, it has to be Chris Godwin. They gave up Shaq Barrett, right? They didn't tag Shaq Barrett. That might hurt them in the long run. But yeah, if you look at how the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, how their team is structured last year, a lot of the key players on 1-year deals, they had to have an anchor on that offense, especially if Tom Brady is back. Mike Evans, great in terms of what he did with Tom Brady, but really Chris Godwin is the most important guy on that offense, not named Tom Brady.
All right, Reed, let's stay with you then on Allen Robinson. What's your take there in terms of he was tagged, but that doesn't necessarily help him in his personal situation?
Right. So in terms of worst tags, I don't think any team out there is going to tag someone and think it's, this is a bad play. So I took it from the sense of what was the worst tag out there? And I feel sorry for Allen Robinson. I know it's best for the team, but it's the worst for him. We talk about it all the time. If this guy gets to play with a quarterback that's, let's just say, in the top half of the league, right, Steve? He'd be great. Look, over the last 2 years, he's one of 4 pass catchers to have at least 200 receptions in the last 2 seasons. DeAndre Hopkins, number 1. Look at the quarterbacks that he's had. Keenan Allen, the quarterbacks that he's had, and Travis Kelce with Mahomes. Allen Robinson is number 4 on that list, and he's done it with lackluster quarterbacks compared to those other guys. So Allen Robinson, the biggest loser, because, man, I just want him to play with a good quarterback.
Steve, do you take the angle like Reed did as a player, or are you looking to a team? Like, what were you thinking here in tagging someone?
Well, first and foremost, I think there's 31 other teams that Allen Robinson could succeed with in the NFL. But you know what I think the biggest loser of this whole thing was? Let's go to Jared Goff over with the Lions. I mean, reports are coming out now that he's just going to be used as a bridge quarterback. General Manager Brad Holmes saying that they're absolutely not discounting the quarterback position in the draft. Like, holy crap. Then they take away the only glimmer of hope that he had for some type of success coming up the season with Kenny Golladay now leaving the team. They don't have a ton of cap space to work with to begin with. So now they give him Tyrell, the wounded gazelle, as the wide receiver 1 for this upcoming season. Like the Detroit Lions went from a mediocre team to what's looking like an absolute disaster for 2021. So I think the biggest loser out of all of this is the guy who was sitting on the sidelines that had nothing to do with it. But Jared Goff is not looking forward to a 2021 season.
Yeah, and Steve, even to that point, right? Even when the trade went through, they were even saying once the trade went through that he might not even be there beginning of the season or early on, that they might move on from him. So yeah, Jared Goff goes from sunny California to like the man left out in the cold.
Well, I'm sure Kenny Galladay's like, very good. Thank you. Yeah. I'm all set with this. So Steve, on that note, where do you think Kenny Golladay ends up?
So, with the salary cap being down this year, the Dolphins are still one of those teams with money to burn, right? And you think of that tandem of Devontae Parker and Kenny Golladay, like that would be the chef kiss over in the AFC East. And I think it also would do wonders for Devontae Parker as well. They need a solidified wide receiver too. Last season, it was kind of like a carousel of characters because of injuries and whatnot with Preston Williams, Jakeem Grant, Mac Hollins. Like they never had that solidified guy. Thank goodness that, Mike Gesicki was doing something well because at least it gave Tua and Ryan Fitzpatrick someone else to throw to, but they need somebody else on the other side of Devontae Parker. Kenny Golladay would fit the mold well. You're getting him on a year where he was injured, missed most of the season. He's still going to command a good amount of money, but you're kind of taking him on the lowest point you can get. So Kenny Golladay, when healthy, is going to produce. That Dolphins team is going to be a force if they can get someone like him.
Reed, Steve weighed in on the decision to not give Jared Goff some help. What's your take on the decision by Detroit not to franchise tag Golladay, and do you have a destination in mind?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, I like to talk about that Massachusetts accent coming out of Steve a little bit with Devontae Parker. I appreciated that, Lamarca. But yeah, look, when he talked about Kenny Golladay, I think it's the exact opposite, right? With Allen Robinson, I think the Lions actually respected Galladay's wishes and said, "Hey, look, Golladay probably wanted to be there. He was saying he wanted to be there with Stafford at quarterback." Once Stafford left, Golladay is like, I don't want to be here, especially if you guys are rebuilding. That entire wide receiver core is probably going to get blown up, and it's going to be Tyrell the Gazelle Williams as the only guy with TJ Hawkinson and whoever is at quarterback. So I actually think that the Lions did, a good thing for Kenny Golladay and his future. And if it's not Miami, because boy, man, that would be great. There's in terms of what they're able to do down there. But how about the Colts? Right, Carson Wentz comes there, and look, I get that Chris Ballard, he doesn't like to spend a ton of money in free agency. That's not really his bag, but they're fourth, I believe, in salary cap space. And T.Y. Hilton is a free agent, and so they have a young wide receiver core. You have Carson Wentz and a young team right now that's poised to do extremely well with a strong offensive line. So if it's not Miami, I like him in Indy.
Another player that looks to be parting ways with his current team is Aaron Jones. The Packers just don't want to pay anybody. They just don't have any interest in giving Aaron Rodgers help. So Jones wants top-tier running back money, but the team seems unwilling to offer it. Steve, you have a team in mind that might want to give Aaron Jones, a former fifth-round pick, some money in a contract?
Yeah, I think the 49ers might be a team to watch here. The Dolphins are going to be like the San Diego Padres of football. They're going to be involved in anyone and anybody who basically can play the game of football. So you're going to hear that Dolphins a lot. But the 49ers also have a good amount of cap space to use this offseason as well. You think about this team 2 years ago, at least from a fantasy perspective, it was maddening to figure out who they were going to use at running back. Last year, not so much. Injuries, lack of consistent play really kind of ruined that running back crew that was so dominant 2 years ago. And they have Raheem Mostert for one more year. And then after that, he'll be a free agent. But I think Aaron Jones would be able to go to the 49ers, step into that role, and get the money that he's looking for too as well. I think he'd be a great running back one over on the 49ers. He can catch. We know that he can do well on the ground. So I think that would be a really good fit for them.
Reed?
Yeah, we have to mention too the New York Jets in any to what Steve was saying, right? Like the San Diego Padres, like the Jets have so much money and they need so much help in every single position. So the Jets are kind of a team that is across the board. Like any free agent who's out there, the Jets should be in consideration. But I think Seattle would be a great spot for him, right? Chris Carson is going to be gone, and this is, I guess, a little bit more for fantasy purposes. We want to see Aaron Jones as a quote unquote bell cow. We want to see him get the touches that he deserves because he's one of the most electric running backs and players in the NFL when he gets the ball in his hand. I don't think the Seahawks are going to give, if Aaron Jones becomes a Seahawk, I don't think they're going to give him the same type of treatment that Chris Carson got because they ran Chris Carson into the ground basically. But if you give him 15 to 20 touches per game and the usage that he has as a pass catcher out of the backfield, Seattle had a 42% run rate, or they have a 42% run rate since 2018. I believe that's sixth highest in the NFL. So if Pete Carroll and these guys want to keep that running game established, which he is the number one guy in the NFL, basically, I really like Aaron Jones with Seattle.
It's that time of the week where we look ahead to the weekend and, of course, hit the track with our DFS NASCAR analyst, Pierce Dietrich. I'm Adam Kaufman. And Pierce, of course, it's the Instacart 500 in Phoenix this weekend. And you can take a look right there at the top of the board. Kevin Harvick, $11,900. He's won this race 5 times, but is he worth that salary to you?
I don't think he's worth that salary. The days of him dominating these races, it was quite a while ago. And one of the reasons that's believed that they were dominant was there was a different tire they were using, and that tire's gone. And we've seen Kevin Harvick not be as dominant, or you could say that, the field has caught up. Whatever it is, Harvick's not quite the dominant force. Now, I wouldn't completely fade him. He's going to get some place differential points, and maybe they guess the setup right, but he's not the surefire lock that he was 3 or 4 years ago.
Chase Elliott and Joey Logano, they're similarly priced. They're in that same 11K range, but is there one guy between the two you're more inclined to fade?
There really isn't. They're both really good. When you look at Logano, he almost won this race both times last year at races that use this racing package. He was the best. He recorded more top 5 laps than anybody else. I mean, if you want to nitpick and try to find a reason not to play them, you can say, well, Logano struggled in the last 2 races, but the last 2 races used a completely different racing package. So the reality is you really want to play them both. There really isn't evidence that supports fading either one of these drivers.
So let's just keep on, ticking down the board as far as pricing. Let's go to the 10K range. You have Kyle Busch, you have Martin Truex Jr., Brad Keselowski. Among that trio, who stands out to you?
Brad Keselowski, if you look at the Spring Phoenix race, he got into a wreck. He still battled back, was in 3rd place late in the race. He decided to pit for whatever reason. That pit strategy didn't work out, but still he was running really well. You go to the fall race, and you can make a strong argument that his car was better than Chase Elliott's. He just had several really bad pit stops that prevented him from winning the race. And also, if you look at top 5 laps from last season at this type of racetrack with this kind of racing package, he ranks number 2.
Where are you going to find your value for this race this weekend?
There really isn't any value. I mean, you're going to play somebody, but you're not going to trust them. And the 2 that you're probably going to lean to are Cole Custer and Bubba Wallace. They have top equipment. If the race plays out in their favor, even if it doesn't play out in their favor, they should be able to beat the smaller teams with this racing package. And you look at last year, both had decent races, both had bad races. So you really don't know what you're going to get, but all the value is really hard to pick this weekend.
Okay. How about a driver we should be looking to fade then?
The fade's going to be Martin Truex Jr. For whatever reason, he struggles at this racetrack. He really shouldn't. He's good at other flat short tracks like Richmond and Martinsville. But you look at Phoenix over the last decade, just 40 laps led, under 100 laps led over his entire career. So he could probably get a top 5, but he just hasn't demonstrated that he can lead laps. And at this price point, we need him to lead laps and run fast laps. And he just can't quite figure it out at Phoenix.
Before I let you go, who's your pick to win the Instacart 500?
I like Brad Keselowski a lot. I don't believe that he will lead the most laps or really be a dominant factor, but when it comes to the end of the race, I think he's going to lead the laps that matter the most.
Instacart 500. When you think Instacart, you think groceries. When you think groceries, maybe a place that you could get Pierce's shirt that he's wearing right now. But I love it. Thanks, buddy.
All right. I think we're live. If we're not live, I'm just going to keep talking, people. Anyways, my Slack is all messed up. But I'm back, folks. I am in the captain's seat tonight, taking you home for Madden After Dark. It's going to be me, Geoff Ulrich, and I'm joined by, we've streamed in Big Saxy, Matt Lamarca, for the nightcap on a Saturday night. Folks.
Nowhere else I'd rather be, Jeff.
Really isn't. I mean, I don't have much else to do. I'm probably just going to be watching TV after this anyways. So quite happy to call one more Madden Sim for Saturday. We got the Titans. We got the Washington football team, as they're affectionately known now. I do kind of wonder where that logo is going to go. So many possibilities. But for now, they are the WFT, the Washington football team. And I don't know, man. I mean, we had a pretty good sim last time, Lamarca. I'm not going to lie, but we did have the Eagles and Atlanta. Tennessee can get it done. I'm not so sure about Washington holding up their end of the bargain here, but what's your thoughts on this one? Give us a quick overview. Yeah, I mean, give us whatever you want, quite frankly. Give us your players, your captain.
So the last time I was on, we wrapped up with the Washington football team versus I don't remember the other team, but Washington fell into a 21-0 hole, rattled off 19 unanswered points, had the ball at the end of the game with a chance to win. They didn't, but the moral of the story is don't sleep on the WFTs.
All right, fair enough, man. They can keep up. Like they've got J.D. McKissick is out there racking up fantasy points. McLaren shows up every now and then. But, Haskins can be hit or miss. So we'll see.
Yes.
Who'd you captain?
I like, you can't go wrong with Derrick Henry at captain.
Yeah.
That's the route that I chose to go. But I captained Steve Sims Jr. the last time, and I finished in the top 3. He just seems like really underpriced for the production that he is providing. He's a good double-digit a game type guy. So I'm not sure why he's down at 6,400.
Yeah, he's definitely up there in terms of like the most consistent values you can roster in the showdown. I know Steve Sims was a guy I picked up actually in best ball leagues last year. Then he got hurt, and then he just kind of never really did much. But I thought he was going to be like a really sneaky sleeper for me. He didn't really do anything. He slept all year, actually, is pretty much what he did. So
he was too deep of a sleeper.
He was way too deep of a sleeper. I'm like, oh yeah, Steve Sims, last pick. This is gonna be great. He's gonna have average 10 points per game. No, not quite. But I might even go back to Steve Sims here. Maybe I'll switch over and go to Cam Sims this year.
Right, there's too many Sims now. You gotta keep them. Cam seemed like the guy that you wanted down the stretch. So
he really was, wasn't he? Like he was. It's like they switched bodies last year or something. Like Cam Sims was the guy down the stretch. So maybe next year, it'll switch back to Steve Sims, and they'll just keep switching.
No, they got to get another one.
They got to get another one. Is there another Sims? I don't know. That would be horrible if there was. Who was that?
I think that's Sims.
There you go, Sims says it right on cue. I didn't want to say which one. I was pretty sure it's Steve Sims. Yeah, Steve Sims, number 15. So there you go. First catch for Lamarca's boy. I captained A.J. Brown just because I'm in a big A.J. Brown fanboy mode these days. And I'm just like, why not? Love A.J. Brown. I think he's going to be a big target guy next year in Tennessee. He's just hashtag good, too. So
very good.
Nice pass by Haskins coming out hot in this one. Another one to Steve Sims. All right, well, okay, 2 for 2 here. Lamarca looking like the smartest guy in the room, which he actually is. So,
a small room.
The small room.
There aren't a ton of rooms that I walk into, and I'm like, yeah, that's me. I'm the smartest guy here.
Well, I mean, in our DK Sim fam room, it's you. Let's put it that way. But again, that might not be saying much either. Emerson and Glash are part of that room, so
that's fair. That's fair.
I know the chat was on me because I didn't make the free roll, guys. I've said this like 10 times on these Sims. I'm not making the free rolls ever. So if I'm ever announcing, someone better get on it if you want the free roll done in the league. So, I like the free rolls. I even entered the free roll, but I'm not going to be making them. So, especially when I'm doing back-to-back. There's McLaren in. It's a really good drive, actually, by Haskins to start off.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to see some Dwayne Haskins next year for Pittsburgh at some point. It's going to be interesting. We'll see. I think I'm out on him, but you never know.
It is interesting. I kind of agree with you too. Like, I would not be shocked if we saw Haskins, man. I mean, I think Pittsburgh will at least want to get a look at him. Ben has hardly been like a full season guy over the back half of his career anyways, and now he's got the elbow stuff. So, yeah, I agree. I'd kind of like to see it. Just him in a different spot, a little bit of a wake-up call getting cut as a first rounder, Obviously, weird stuff going on last year, but you never know, man. I mean, he's got a very live arm. I mean, they can rein that in a little bit. Got the receivers there in Pittsburgh to make it happen.
Yeah, I think that Ryan Tannehill has breathed new life into the reclamation project.
It's
in
true.
NFL,
so true.
I don't think Sam Darnold or Carson Wentz. As we get
fumble
here.
Bad fumble. Looks like Tennessee got it too. Oh, those rushing QBs in Maddenville. Yep, there's our boy right there. He did though. He's like the captain. Like everyone just rallies around Ryan Tannehill. It's like, oh, he could be the next Ryan Tannehill now. I even say that half the time. I mean, there's tons of guys like that around too. So.
I'm ready to let Sam Darnold be the next Ryan Tannehill as a Jet fan.
You're ready to just let him go? Yeah.
I'm so ready for it.
I mean, I think the Jets should move on as well. I think it'd just be a healthy situation. I also think that whoever's available for them at 2. Oh my God, that was the stiff arm from
Ooh.
That wasn't even a stiff arm. He just literally punched that guy.
If it's in the game, it's in the game, guys.
Yeah. That was right. That was a legitimate Derrick Henry play. I tell you, the animation in this game has gotten a lot better over the last one. Oh, they didn't quite show the replay, but that was great. It was a classic Derrick Henry stiff arm. Can you get it again? Almost. Tried the same play. Anyways, as I was about to say, I feel like whoever is there at number 2, I mean, we know who's going to be there. It's Justin Fields, Zach Wilson, excuse me. Then it's like the 4th time I've called him Zach Thomas. I think both of them are probably better than Darnold. So they should probably take it, or they should. Yeah, that's kind of my feeling. So
my new thing is I'd kind of like them to trade down and still maybe draft a quarterback. Obviously, you can't.
I mean, I think that's a great idea too. Quite frankly,
you can't go down too far, right? No. But I don't know. As someone who admittedly doesn't watch a ton of college football, I can tell you that I have become a Mac Jones guy. And I don't know why. It's really just off of reading the reports, but my theory is that playing quarterback is 50% non-mental, might even be higher. It's about your leadership and stuff, or 50% non-physical, excuse me.
Right.
So I don't know. He kind of seems like he checks those boxes.
It's definitely like an intangible laden position. I'm kind of in agreement. We've seen so many guys, and it's like, oh, they got the tools. I mean, Dwayne Haskins is a perfect example. He's got a live arm. I mean, you saw him destroy college for long periods, but you got to be able to process quick. You got to be able to get guys to trust you, to tell guys where to go and have them trust you in that respect. I agree. I mean, there's, Brady is unfortunately, I hate bringing him up with these stuff, but he's just a really good example of a guy who obviously was a 7th round talent and, oh, wow, this should have been a pick. Just manages to succeed where others fail, time in, time out. There's got to be a pretty big mental aspect to it. So, and if you look back at the past drafts, what we have, Goff, Baker, who went first? Well, I think Burrow's going to be legit good, but a lot of these top guys, I mean, it ends up being guys like Mahomes taken a little bit later who end up being really good. So you can find good QBs outside of the top 2 guys or whatever. All right, little field goal to start. Jordan likes the idea. Jets trading back. My only thing with the Jets trading back is they already have a ton of draft picks.
Luckily for the Jets, they have a ton of holes.
It is true.
It really is amazing. Like granted, they do have a ton of cap space, but they had a ton of cap space a few years ago as well. Most in the league,
they've had a ton of cap space a lot of years.
And they decided to spend it on Le'Veon Bell, who never had an impact for the team, and CJ Mosley, who you forget is even on the team. He hasn't played in 2 years, essentially.
Legitimately, it's true. You know what I remember that CJ Mosley's on the team is when I do a Madden sim with the Jets and I take a quick glance at the roster and I'm like, oh yeah,
CJ Mosley, forgot about it. Right. So I can't remember the last time they brought in a free agent and it was like, wow, what an impact maker. I guess maybe Brandon Marshall, he had some very good years for them, but they're not typically the smartest team in terms of shopping on the open market.
They like to chase the shiny thing, right? Like, Le'Veon Bell is available. Like, he's the guy everyone's talking about. Let's go get him, And then they bring in Adam Gase, who gives him like 9 touches a game.
Yeah, this is why I've started to tell myself, or to prepare myself for the fact that the Jets are going to sign Aaron Jones.
Oh, God.
Because they're like, well, we need, we have money. We have to spend it. And we're going to have a rookie quarterback. We need to give him a strong running game to be able to lean on, a guy who can catch some passes out of the backfield. Like, I am just fully prepared for them to convince themselves that signing Aaron Jones is a good thing.
Like they're just one Aaron Jones away. It would be such a Jets move to sign Aaron Jones. He is like the Lev Bell kind of out there right now of running backs. As we breeze through that first quarter, folks, Dwayne Haskins 4-6 actually looked okay outside of the fumble, throwing it okay. Tannehill didn't do much, a couple passes. McKissick, 4 carries, sorry, and Henry had the one nice run. That's kind of all the offense there was for Tennessee. Not much going on. That one breezed by quick. But, yeah, man, Aaron Jones is just...
Time flies when you're having fun, Jeff.
It does. It does. And it's a Saturday night. And we appreciate everyone being here. Hit that like, guys. It'd be cool if we could get up to 300 likes before this one's over. But, yeah, man, I mean, I don't know, guys. You're in the chat. You're listening. Drop some questions for Matt about whatever, life. NBA Top Shot, the Jets. Who do you think the Jets should take? Whatever, man. We'll just get a little crazy. A little while. I'm not going to do any chants or anything like Lasheen. Oh, my God. Another fumble. Who was that? Was that McLaren on the pullback? Oh, they got it back. Okay. Never mind.
that was just a big hit. That was just a big
weird
hit.
Play. Cut back inside. Who is Washington going to start at good quarterback next year, Matt?
Yeah, good question. I think they like Kyle Allen. I think they like...
that doesn't sound good.
Heineman?
Oh, no, who did they... Yeah, Heineke, right?
Right, Heine. I was like, yeah, Heineman. I like...
No, I forgot he was even there. So the fact you even remembered his name is a step above me.
I feel like the GMs in in Moneyball. Eckerton? I like Eckerton.
Oh, nice run by McKissick. Yeah, I keep forgetting Taylor Heineke's there. Like, they legitimately signed him. I think I said even on the last time Washington didn't have any quarterbacks under contract. But they do. They have Taylor Heineke. Actually looked okay. He can run it a little bit. Good example of, don't necessarily need like a high-priced stud at quarterback to win a couple games. So they have a good defense.
XFL guy, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Or no, AAF. I think he was in one of those leagues.
Yeah, I don't think it was XFL. I think it might have been like the AAF or something like that, but I'm pretty sure he was in another league. Wasn't the CFL, was it? No, I don't think so. One of them. Oh,
Obi-Wan says free Shaq Fu.
I got you, Obi. Chuck, don't talk to me about no championship rings, Chuck. The only rings you'll ever get are onion rings.
I just can't believe those two are like on air consistently and they like carry the broadcast.
They're great. They have, I mean, it's not necessarily, I've been watching the documentary about that show, which is also great, but that's not a show that I ever watch and I'm like, wow, I genuinely learned a lot about basketball tonight.
No.
But it's a show that I almost always watch and get some laughs during.
Exactly. I mean, that's what it's about, right? And again, like, I kind of like it too. Like, I think they take the right approach. They don't worry about it. They don't care if Charles Barkley is right about what he says. Everyone knows Charles Barkley is like a, just like a guy who just says whatever, and he doesn't think about things, right? Obviously, with some of the takes he's had, but it's funny. Like it's entertaining. I almost, you don't want to take it too far, but the guys I can't stand are the ones who still give bad takes, but then try and make themselves out to be like super serious about it.
Yep.
Like Skip Bayless.
I would like to get Skip on a lie detector just so we could see how many of his takes he actually believes. I don't think it would be that high.
No, I don't think it would be very high either.
So, Jeff, is Lee Westwood taking it home tomorrow?
Oh boy. Yeah, the players, man. Talking a little about golf in the last one. It is going to be an interesting situation. I mean, I don't know how familiar you are with Lee Westwood, Matt, but the dude's 47.
Yep.
He's been playing golf forever. One of the, if not the most prolific, like European Tour winner. Like he is one of them. But like at this point in his career, the dude's, he's got his girlfriend on the bag. He's just cruising around. Like he doesn't have anything.
I've noticed that. That's fantastic.
It's hilarious, and he just doesn't seem to care right now. I mean. And the thing is, he's always kind of been known as a bit of a choker in the big events. Like, he's got a ton of wins, but he's never really won, like, prestigious events. Like, he doesn't have any majors or any players.
Right. I remember for a while, that was, like, his moniker, right? Best player.
The best player without a major, right? And realistically, if you look at his career record, he is the best player without a major. He really is. But, he just does. I mean, I think he's just enjoying life. He's 47. Like, what is he really going to prove at this point? Like, he's not going to change people's minds, I think. So I don't think there's going to be much pressure. Now, at the same time, you're asking a 47-year-old to fend off, the big, beefy Bryson.
This is the same spot he was in last week.
Exactly. Yeah. Exact same. So it's going to be tough. And that course is just so unforgiving. I mean, you can unwind so quickly, like all good work you can do with like 2 bad shots. So, and there's a lot of chasers too,
Right.
Got,
I was going to say there. Justin Thomas from
Justin
my money.
JT. I forget JT's even in the.
When he is playing his best game, I think he's the best golfer.
He's right up there with like the top guys, him, Dustin. I mean, you can almost throw Bryson in there now.
Yeah, I think Bryson's qualified for that now.
I think so too. I mean, I got a pretty strong take about, probably you should just bet Bryson soon for the Masters, because I think that's probably going to happen. I almost hope Bryson doesn't get it done tomorrow, just so I can bet him at a better price for the Masters. But that's a whole other discussion. I don't know, man. I would put Westwood's chances kind of, I think someone threw out today 2-shot leads have about a 40% chance, or have closed at a 40% chance rate consistently in the PGA, and I think 40% is about right for Westwood, just considering who's chasing him. But I don't think it's going to be a pressure thing with Westwood. It's just can he keep driving the ball straight, and can his putter stay hot? Because his putter was hot today, but man, it's hard to back up low rounds, especially on a course like Sawgrass. So it's going to be super interesting. I just hope it's really interesting down the stretch, because those last like 4 or 5 holes at Sawgrass are so exciting. If it's close, it can switch so much. There's birdies and doubles out there on each hole. So
yeah, I'm surprised looking through the scoreboard now that John Rahm is only at 9, because I didn't watch the whole thing today, but
yeah,
he got to 9 like basically on the front 9.
Yeah,
and then just kind of chilled, I guess. I don't know. So I like him. I'm a Rahm guy.
Rahm's super talented, man. A lot of guys kind of faltered on the back to 9. Like they got off to hot starts, like Rahm and Casey, and then they made a couple bad bogeys. There's a few hard holes, like between 12 and 15 on Sawgrass, and those guys kind of this one's in the middle. Again, 2-minute warning. All right, so McLaren.
Something like the 30-yard comeback route.
Yeah, that was that's one of the Madden favorites. Kind of lofted down, the receiver just sprints back and gets it. But yeah, I forget. Justin Thomas was in so early. I forget he's up there. But you got JT, Rahm, Bryson all chasing Westwood, all within like 4 shots. So Rahm is so good. He's right up there with like JT and Dustin as well. You could probably, in terms of the top 5, JT, Dustin, Rahm, Bryson, and probably forgetting someone, but those 4. Let's just say those 4. When those guys are all on, they are top notch. So it's going to be fun tomorrow, either way.
Always love a good Sunday golf session.
Oh yeah, it's great. Lots of drama coming down. There's nothing better than it at a big event. Like the Masters.
Now, do you play golf as well, Jeff?
I do. Yeah, I do. I haven't played that much the last 2 years. Actually, barely at all, because my kids have just been growing up and taking up so much of my time. But I'm gonna, like, one of my main goals for this like spring summer is just to like play a lot. Oh God, good night, Dwayne Haskins. I'm just trying to get my game back to some sort of semblance of consistency.
I was asking some of my friends today, like, what they think their odds of hitting one on the green at 17 are. Because in reality, it's not a hard shot.
It's really not. It's not
right. It's like a wedge in there for all of these guys on tour.
Yeah.
I think today I was playing at 121 yards, and yet it's the mental aspect. So. It's not a strong suit of my game, I will say, the mental side of golf.
I don't think it's a strong suit of any amateur. That's the side. That's why we're all amateur golfers. But yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Like, if I was in practice a little bit and I was, playing consistently, I'd probably give myself like, God, you got to give at least 60%. Like you said, we're just talking about, oh my God, another fumble. We're just talking about holding the green. Like, you don't have to be close to the pin. Because remember, all these pros, a lot of the reason why they end up in the water is they're pros and they want to hit the perfect shot and they're going in, right? Like Paul Casey on Thursday, he could have hit the green, but like he was going for the back pin and it just bounced off. So I think that's the one thing that the amateurs, and if you were making like a bet or odds, I think most people would underestimate how firm the greens are there. It's really easy to bounce off, and most amateurs aren't good at like backspin or anything like that. So I might even say it's probably more like 50 or 40.
Yeah.
Again, like hasn't played that much the last couple of years. It's intimidating, like you said. It's mental, man.
Yeah, I totally agree with you need to hit like a high arcing shot with a little sauce on it.
Yeah.
Or else you're just going to bounce off that sucker.
Yeah. So. And a lot of amateurs are good at they'll hit okay shots, but they'll be a little thin.
Right. A little thin to win, baby.
Yeah. And if you're a little thin, then, you're going to skid off. If you're a little fat, you're going to come up short. So there's just no room for error at Sawgrass. And that, like, for the pros or for amateurs, that wouldn't even be the hardest shot at Sawgrass. Like there's a couple other like nasty tee shots there too. So
for sure.
Be a good event to see in person. I think that's one event I wouldn't mind going down because everything's close. And you can kind of see, like, when you're on the 16th green there, you can see what's going on at 17. So
it is funny. Like, you don't think of golf as like a spectator sport, or at least I don't.
Oh, totally.
But there are a ton of golf things that I would have on my bucket list. You know, obviously the Masters.
Yeah, yeah.
I would love to see a Ryder Cup.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And the 16th hole at Waste
Phoenix.
Management.
Yep. Yep, it's true. Those are all good ones, man.
Like, yeah. Andrews' Pebble Beach. That would be amazing.
Yep. Yep. Just walking around Pebble Beach, seeing the Pro-Am. It's true. Going to the Open, you know, like, that'd be awesome. Going to, like, St. Andrews for an Open or something like that.
Yeah.
More of a hike, but. All right, we got field goal, field goal, field goal. So 6-3. Washington couldn't punch it in.
Neville cleanup hitter, making fun of the way I say golf, saying I put a W in there. Or maybe maybe you. I don't know. We both kind of have accents going.
Yeah, definitely. you got like the East Coast U.S. I obviously just have Canada, which is just, you know. All right, out of timeouts. This is gonna just end.
They should throw it to the end zone.
They should, but they're gonna throw it. Well, that wasn't the worst. Let's see if Tennessee can get a little sideline out here, get this thing tied up. Or they're just going to toss it over the middle. This would be like a 58-yard field goal from here, too. If they could just try that. No, going to dink and dunk. And he got out of bounds.
Out of bounds.
0 yards. Well done. You're going to attempt the field goal here. It's going to happen. Here we go. 58-yarder. Gostkowski from way back. Oh, he hit it pretty good, folks. No, he didn't make it. Going to return.
A block return. Oh, not a lot of wiggle.
I lost it there in the sim lights. I thought I had a chance for set.
I thought that had some good sauce on that kick, but I guess
it came off his foot pretty good. Like, that's what I always look for. Like, how does it come off his foot? If it just boots right up, it's usually a powerful kick, but that one kind of tricked me. Anyways, 6-3, Washington. Not going to lie.
A real barn burner, folks.
Yeah, real barn burner here. Dwayne Haskins, 114 yards. No touchdowns, as he probably guessed, since it's 6-3. Tannehill, 65 yards. The comeback player of the year. McKissick's up there, 61 yards. Derrick Henry, 40 yards. Haskin, a couple rushes. We had a Peyton Barber sighting that we all missed. Sam Slater with catches, 3 for 42. Your line was probably doing pretty good, just because considering nobody has any points.
Yeah, not bad.
What are you in?
That's a good question. I'm not on DraftKings. I guess I could pull it up in the.
No, you don't have to. Yeah, fine. Oh, I'm in 7th. What is going on here? There's only like 30 people in this one, though, I think.
In the free roll?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get in that.
Oh, okay. Good. Oh, 42. WJ Black, 21. He's got Titans D in front. Captain. Derrick Henry. Ryan Tannehill. McKissick. Smith. Corey Davis. Anyways, what's good?
The Titans defense has had a day.
That's right. Did they get 1 or 2 fumbles? I can't even remember.
They have. I think they've only recovered 1.
2 sacks, 1 fumble recovery. Yep.
But 6 points allowed. That's a pretty good start. Honestly, the Washington defense probably not doing bad either.
Oh, for sure. This few points. Yep, got a couple lineups up there with both DSTs in it. So All right, that's the kind of half it was, folks. You needed the kickers and a defense. Yeah.
Rossi's Fat Cat says people say he looks like mini Lamarca. That's cool.
You're a baseball guy, right, Matt?
Love baseball.
Love baseball. Okay. Excited for opening day?
Always excited for opening day. My thing, and I've said this on here before, is that for me, baseball is a regional thing. I'm a Mets fan. I love watching the Mets, but like
Right.
I'm very rarely going to watch the Sunday night game of the week.
Right. Like
You
the
know?
Padres and Dodgers or something.
Right. So
Yeah.
opening day, I'll watch, as much baseball as I can find on television. But then after that, it pretty quickly devolves into just Mets only.
Yeah. No. Even me being in Canada, like I'll catch Jays games, but like I'm probably not just gonna throw on like the Diamondbacks and Brewers or something, like just
Right.
randomly. Unless I'm like betting on it, that's a different story. But, which does happen quite a bit. Trust me.
Well, that's the ultimate equalizer.
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, that's obviously a different aspect. But yeah, just from a watching, it's very similar for me. That's kind of even, when I was younger, like it's like, I like baseball, I'll watch it, but I'm not gonna like watch every game. I'm just gonna cheer for like the one team I like and catch as many of their games as possible. So, it's Derrick Henry on the catch today.
Yeah, I'm excited for the Mets. I think they're going to be maybe not as good as some people expect, but I think they should at least be a playoff team. They still have some major flaws. They're not great defensively. One might even say they're bad defensively. They don't have a ton of great base runners, but they should rake, and they have decent pitching.
And like, just going through that division, who's the biggest obstacle? Braves?
Braves are good.
Braves are definitely good. I mean, even I sort of know that. Like what are the Nats and Phillies doing? Is there?
I mean, the Phillies have spent a lot of money the last couple of years.
Yeah, right.
They
but they're
just
still
don't.
not.
They don't have a lot of pitching.
They don't. That's what I was about to say. They don't really have the arms, though, do they?
They have Nola, who's probably been a little bit disappointing since 2018.
Yeah, he had like one good year, didn't he?
Right. Wheeler was pretty good for them at times last year, but they're just up and down a little bit.
Yeah.
So the Nats were dreadful last season, but they should improve. I mean, they have one of the best pitchers in the game and one of the best hitters in the game. It's hard to foresee them being too
I almost like blanked on what the Nats did last year because they were so bad. I think like people just wrote them off. It was just like a write-off. But yeah, it'll be interesting. It's kind of an interesting division, actually, now that you break it down. But yeah, I would probably, Mets or Braves.
Yeah, I think the Braves are the favorites at the moment, but the Mets are definitely a favorite to qualify for the playoffs one way or the other.
Right. Well, they make for a pretty good, wagering potential there on the bets or on the Mets, if they're like second favorites or something. But yeah.
No, the NL is honestly pretty loaded this year because obviously out west, the Dodgers and the Padres should be two of the best teams in the league, and it's just so funny. Like every other day, one of them was making a move, so then the other one had to top it the next day, and finally the Dodgers just said, "All right, whatever, we'll sign Trevor Bauer." So any sort of ground that the Padres made up, that kind of was like the ultimate trump card.
Yeah.
So we'll see. The Dodgers are again the World Series favorites at the moment, but Padres have some pitching now. We know they can hit. They've got those talented young players, obviously led by Tatis. So,
that division is pretty crazy, isn't it? Yeah, the NL is really loaded. The Central kind of sucks, but
yeah, the Central's mediocre. We'll see. Maybe the Cardinals this year with Arenado.
Right.
The Cubs, you never know.
Yeah, Cubs
it seems like the Cubs are in kind of in penny pinching mode now, which is weird, but
yeah, it is weird because like they still have a lot of their kind of studs, and you figured they'd just be going for it, but
right, like before the Mets traded for Lindor, they were pretty heavily linked to Chris Bryant, which it just doesn't. I don't understand why the Cubs are looking to get rid of Chris Bryant, but
no, for sure, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that Central seems actually pretty wide open now that I'm kind of looking at it. It'd be nice to have baseball back, full season, you know, kind of like the fresh start, April 1st. Maybe it, get some fans going. There's McKissick. What'd you think of the Cam signing? Any thoughts? Just a security signing?
yeah, I think that he gives them some options at the position. You know, like from what I've heard, the deal is roughly $6.5 million plus another $6.5 million in incentives. So if they end up bringing somebody else in, $6.5 million is not like a crazy amount to pay a backup quarterback.
Yeah,
it would make him one of the highest paid backups in the league, but you know, that's kind of on par with what you see for a lot of these guys these days. So I think they looked at their current quarterback situation and said, well, we can't go into the season with just Jared Stidham. So signing Cam gives them a little bit of safety, but it also doesn't preclude them from drafting a quarterback or exploring other potential free agents, etc.
It's pretty much just the long and the short of it, isn't it? Like they're just looking out for their sort of long-term, backup plans kind of thing. And if Cam starts, I guess.
Yeah, you kind of forget how good he was at the beginning of the year last year too, right? And
even if you look at his stats from last year, which admittedly, he wasn't productive, but they were still okay for him. If you you look back over the last 5-year period, like completion percentage and stuff like that, they were actually okay for him for what he was doing in the last couple of years in Carolina. Like he really didn't play that bad. I just think the Patriots offense as a whole was just not explosive at all in any facet. So I don't know. I don't know if it'll ever be with Cam, but
yeah, the easy thing to say is if this guy could ever stay healthy, but unfortunately, history has suggested that he will not stay healthy. So I like the signing for New England. It gives, like I said, it just has some flexibility and depth. But I would be surprised if he played more than 10 games next year, because that's kind of just what Cam is at this point.
Well, and the Patriots have been linked to Mac Jones, your boy too. Our producers put a swell picture of Mac Jones in the chat there. You talk about guys who have unathletic profiles. Mac Jones is the poster boy for that. So
if he does end up being good, they're gonna put that photo next to the Brady photo for years to come.
Yeah. If Mac Jones ends up being the next Tom Brady or something. All right, folks, another field goal. I can barely hold the excitement back here. 9-3. I feel like we're at a baseball game, top of the 7th here. Nats in front of whoever the Tennessee baseball team would be.
Yeah, they don't have one, do they?
No, they don't. It feels like they should now that I said that.
Yeah, poor Mac Jones. He's one of those football players that when he's at a party, he's got to convince the people that he actually plays football, I
swear to God.
Poor Mac.
Bring up the YouTube highlights. That's the third quarter, folks. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. There's been mixed scouting reports on Mac Jones. He's good in stretches, but the Alabama quarterbacks haven't really worked out that well lately. And I'm kind of with you though. I'm semi-interested. I feel like he might be okay. I kind of feel like he's going to go to the Patriots. I feel like New England really has that Saban link, and I think that's kind of their plan. I don't think they're going to like go heavy after free agents or heavy after trades, and I think they're going to try and draft someone. I think Mac Jones might be on their radar, but that's just me speculating.
That's what we do. It's what we do around here, guys.
We are speculators, man. Everything, sports, digital,
baseball, basketball cards,
whatever. Buy anything interesting lately, Matt?
I've gotten a couple things. I picked up a Karl Anthony Towns on Top Shot the other day. I bought at the wrong time, though. It's been on a pretty steep decline. I'm sure anybody who's on Twitter knows what's going on in the Top Shot world, because 95% of the people that are on Top Shot need to let you know. But, I thought I was sort of catching it as it was coming down, and I found out it still had a ways to go down. But I'm still, long-term bullish on the product. I think it's cool. I think they're, doing a lot of interesting things in terms of pairing with different NBA players and stuff now. So absolutely. I do think it's going to be here for a long time. There are a lot of people who got into it to just try and make a quick buck. And we're seeing them now try to take whatever profit they can and get out. And that's really, in my opinion, what has caused the market to crash. Plus, they have basically stopped letting new people sign up for the website.
Yeah.
Because they can't handle all the demand. So.
Yeah. It's actually like spot on analysis. So I'm with you though, man. Like, I mean, it's great if you were first and you managed to flip it, but like, this is the first site we're seeing of this, and look at the demand. Like, this stuff isn't going anywhere. There's definitely going to be dips and hurdles and stuff, but like, as this gets bigger, I can't see the first set of these not being like somewhat coveted either, right? So I'm with you. Like, I'm not really that interested in flipping right now. I mean, obviously, if someone comes and offers me like 30x or something for something that I paid,
listen,
sure, I'll
I
listen.
would never fault anyone for just taking money, right?
Exactly.
Like, if your sole reason that you got into it was, I want to try and get packs, and then whatever I get out of the packs, I'm just going to flip it. Yeah. That's fine. That's smart even. That's free money, essentially, at this point in time. So I don't blame anybody for doing it, but it has, it's definitely, I think, created a lot of scare in certain people. So Steven over on YouTube asks, if you're going to buy one pack of actual physical sports cards, which ones should I buy? So that's a good question, and I will respond with questions. I want to know what sports you're considering, and I want to know what your price range is. Because if you are looking to get into the NBA, it's going to be expensive, even for one pack. It's just kind of how the world is right now. Yeah. If you're looking to get into baseball, you can find a pack very reasonably priced. So let me know what sport and what you are interested in, and your price range, and I'll give you a recommendation.
They're getting that stuff there. Surprising. What sport are you do you collect the most in? Like, outside of obviously Top Shot, like physical cards.
I've been baseball, basketball. Those are my two sports that I feel the most connection to. I love football, but I just feel like for some reason my interest level in football kind of declines steadily each year. I don't know if it's just like I've become less enamored with like the rule changes and stuff. Like, I find it impossible to play defense in today's game.
Yeah.
I don't love that these guys are borderline like killing themselves for our entertainment.
Yeah.
But from like a fantasy perspective and other means of making money perspective, it still is the king.
Yeah.
But in terms of like pure entertainment factor, my things are basketball and baseball.
Yeah, it's good. It's fair, man. I mean, I definitely, I watched the game, and then you're like, why do I even like this game? You know, like it's so crazy and the rule changes, but it always drags me back in.
It is crazy how much of a grab it has on us, right? Like you'll have a Thursday night football game going up against a World Series baseball game, and the football game could be Jaguars Titans or something
And
like that.
It'll kill it.
And it's just going to bury that baseball game.
Yeah. Yep, it's got the grab, like you said. So most and that's why most of my cards are football. I just I like going after the QBs, whatever, the rookies in it and stuff. So I got some hockey stuff too, but I like football. So Steven says baseball for under $100.
Okay. Baseball for under $100, and you're just looking for a pack. I mean, you could buy any pack you want for under $100. So the new product that came out, or the product that came out most recently, is Top Series 1. You can buy anything but a hobby box for less than $100. A full hobby box is going to come with a guaranteed autograph card in it, but that's going to run you more like $130, $140, something like that. The best thing about Top Series 1 is you can find it theoretically in retail, and it should be, $20 or so. Now, finding it in actual retail is harder said than done, but it does exist at places like Target and Walmart. So if you're real dedicated, you can try. There's a new Topps product coming out in the near future that I am very excited about. And now I'm forgetting the name of it. So let me look it up. But essentially it's 7 cards in the box. That's it. It's a 7-card product. But it's going to give
7
you,
cards?
Yeah. Okay. Topps Inception is what it's called.
Oh, okay. Nice.
But it's like they're really nice looking cards. You're guaranteed to get one autograph, a couple of parallels, and some rookies. Like that's my thing about Topps is that a lot of like their flagship product is boring.
Right.
It's a very boring looking card.
Yeah.
So whenever they release something with a little bit of style, that's what really gets me excited. Especially since Topps has essentially a monopoly on the baseball market.
Right.
There is Panini who makes baseball cards, but they don't have the rights to the MLB teams.
Right.
So if you buy something from them, it's not going to say New York Yankees, it's just going to say New York, which is a turnoff. There's no logos or anything like that.
There you go, folks. It's good info, man. Look for that Topps new product. It's a little over the top by Dwayne Haskins, Terry McLaren. Washington, 3 timeouts still. So let's see. 10-9. Field goal does it. That'd give Tennessee a chance to come back. Actually, if they get a touchdown, they'll probably go for 2. So overtime's still in play as well.
Oh.
That was almost picked. That would have ended it right there, folks.
Ricky Edwards says, don't get Inception. All right. I'm curious listen, I will admittedly say I am somewhat new to this space. So if there is a legit reason why I shouldn't get Inception, I'd be curious to know why.
Yeah, I've never opened a pack either, so I don't know. Matt's right, though. You can spend as much as you want on some of these things. And for basketball, I know some of that stuff is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Pull some ridiculous cards, too, but you can also pull hot air.
I just pre-ordered a box of, like, the flagship, quote-unquote, basketball product.
Right.
For $2,200.
And what was that? Like, what'd you buy?
It's called Prism.
Prism, right?
Prism.
Yeah. Hobby
box. Yeah. I have no intention of actually opening it. I'm strictly going to resell it.
Yeah.
But I saw I think it was 2,200, and now granted, this year's draft class isn't the most exciting as Washington finishes up with the 2-pointer. But like, if you have a hobby box of 2019-20 Prism,
right,
that's like a 4 or 5K.
Yeah, that's like the selling price now. Hey,
right. So I said, whatever. If LaMelo Ball keeps playing great, I can unload this for more than what I paid for it.
Totally.
And that's the name of the game, right?
Worst case scenario, you're probably getting your money back or something
Right.
like that. Absolute worst, yeah.
I will say the website that I pre-ordered it from has already upped the price to 2,500, so I feel pretty good about that.
They're already up a couple hundred. Exactly. No, I know. It's crazy, man. It's if you see something, you gotta act fast if you want it. Yeah, I know. It was Derrick Henry. So we had a McKissick touchdown quickly just to give you guys an update, and then Sims on the 2-point conversion. Tennessee, 3 timeouts left. That's not going to be good. Henry got tackled in bounds, but this is doable. Might get OT. I watched the National Treasures being opened with a basketball not treasures. I think it's a 4K they spent. They probably pulled like $100 of cards. Like, it was just terrible.
It really
they just got unlucky,
crazy.
Obviously, but it was terrible. I felt bad.
And it's very easy to complain about how expensive the hobby has gotten, but at the same time, it benefits you when you're selling some of the stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. No.
So the way I'm looking at it is like, yes, I'm playing. Like, if I'm viewing it at like a poker analogy, right? I'm playing maybe at higher stakes than I would like to, but when I'm winning pots, they're bigger than I would normally win. So, that's my mindset. Like I can't help but think as sort of like that, gambling mentality, but that's where I'm at the moment.
So about 2 months ago, I'll give you guys a little story. I bought a Roger Federer card.
Dope.
A graded Roger Federer card. It's like it's like a short print to 2000. I think it's gone up like 5 times since that. I just checked it like 2 days ago, and I was just like, I'll just check what it's at, because I bought it because it's a short print, and I figure it's Federer. In like maybe 10 years, I'll probably double my money. It's gone up 5 times in like 3 months. Like, it's ridiculous, man. I'm like, so there's opportunities out there, but yeah, not everything's gonna be like that, but it's I don't know, it's fun. I like the cards, just the cards, as a collecting thing, but there's definitely opportunities out there as well. 2nd and 10.
It's funny because like the Top Shots is what got me back into it, but
right.
Like, I was talking to Julian, and Julian is like a hardcore, like,
yeah, Julian's right into it. Yeah.
He is a physical card bro. And he was like telling me why, because I was trying to explain to him why Top Shot is a superior product. And I was saying, you don't have to get the cards graded. You don't have to worry about protecting them or deterioration. And he was like, I like the aspect of sleeving up a card and protecting it. And I was like, well, you're a weirdo. And I have to say, now that I've opened up a couple of boxes, I kind of get it.
Yeah.
I still think he's a weirdo, for the record. But I get the appeal of, pulling something out of that pack, feeling it in your hands, putting it in a sleeve, putting it in a case, and doing all that stuff.
Yeah. It is cool, man. Like, I like having the graded cards I've got. It's kind of cool. You got a collection, But I see the value in both. Like, I'll probably always own both. So I definitely, like I said, I'm very into the Top Shot idea. I think it's going to be okay. Here we go. All of it. I have no idea what happened. They dropped it. 7 seconds left, so we got one more shot here. But I'm into both. Like, definitely the idea of both. I think for the Top Shot, again, we are right in the infancy, though. Like that can't be overstated enough. The prices are going to dip. People are going to get out. It's going to weed out the people who are in it for flips. But long term, man, like, these things people are interested in it. The players are interested in it. I'm telling you, I think the value is in holding it, which is really where the value has been in the physical cards too. If you hold it, Allen got knocked down too, and that's it, folks. I thought we were gonna get one more play, but yeah, I'm definitely like team hold. Obviously take some profit when you can or whatever, or do your own thing, but I think long term it's here to stay. So
that might be the fastest game in Madden history, guys.
It's up there, man.
53 minutes.
I tell you. That sucker was, here and gone, Matt. So time to get right into our card discussion, but that's okay. Haskins played okay, 19-23, 218 yards, 1 touchdown. Tannehill, no touchdowns, 164 yards. So the QBs, folks, they did not produce. They did not produce at all. Let's just check the winning lineup here. In the free roll, McKissick, captain, 40.5 yards. 40.5 points in the captain. 121 rushing yards. So he had a real nice day. Jonnu Smith, 5 receptions, 63 yards. Sims, your boy, had a nice day. 5 receptions, 74 yards. Yeah, so winning lineup in the free roll. Daquan, 11, 29.80. McKissick, captain. Derrick Henry, Jonnu Smith, Corey Davis, who's actually a really interesting free agent this year. We didn't even talk about him. Steve Sims with 14.6 points. And Gostkowski, neither quarterback in the winning lineup. Feels about right, Matt. I'm not going to lie. That feels about right for a game with 1 touchdown. Or was there 2? I don't know. Who cares? Anyways, man, give me your player of the game. And
gotta go J.D. McKissick.
Tell me why it's J.D. McKissick. Exactly, right?
He hit the bonus. I don't recall anybody else doing that. And it wasn't a game where you necessarily needed to score a touchdown to be one of the most important players on the slate. So if he was the captain in the winning lineup, that is good enough for me.
He had a good game. He legitimately deserves that award. Who is our babysitter Billy, not my kid award though?
Yeah, I mean, AJ Brown wasn't as high owned as I thought he was going to be. He was only 30%. I know you said you captained him.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine your lineup did particularly well because he finished with 1 catch for 15 yards.
Yeah, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. I'm not going to lie.
So I'm giving this award to AJ Brown.
All right. AJ Brown, great real life player, terrible sim player. That is it, folks. That is the last sim of the night, Madden After Dark. That one flew by, folks. Appreciate you guys all joining us. If you could, smash that like on your way out. I'm going to run through the schedule quick here before I let Matt go. Let's see if I can bring up the right day. Where is Sunday? It is March 14th tomorrow, and we're going to be starting you off with a little dose of Emerson and his best pal, Kenny Ducey. Lions at the Jets.
Oh, boy. This was a sim that has been highly anticipated.
Oh, really?
Ever since Emerson's mom or Kenny's mom interacted with Emerson on Twitter.
Oh, did that happen?
Yeah, it was. We've been teasing it for a week, so I'm excited. I might have to tune in for this one.
Okay, give me the lowdown quickly. What did Kenny's mom do on Twitter?
So it was not even Reed Fowler. It was Reed T. Parker tweeted something at Kenny, and Emerson responded. And somehow it was like, how is Kenny verified on Twitter? Does his mom work there or something like that?
Right.
So Mrs. Ducey replied, hello, this is Kenny's mom. Is there something I can help you with? And she tagged Reed Fowler in that, of course. So then Emerson and Reed started just having fun with
asking
Mrs.
questions.
Ducey, and it was just a good time to be had by all on Twitter. I got involved just because I couldn't help myself.
I don't know how I completely missed that. What was it? Anyways, okay. Okay, well, maybe I'll tune in then. I mean, I'm on the one after with so we got Emerson and Kenny with the Kenny's mom scenario playing out Sunday morning, 12 Eastern. That's going to be great. Anyways, sounds great. Then you got a double dose of me with Kaufman, 2 Eastern, 4 Eastern, Vikings at Giants, Cowboys at Bills. Then you got Rossi and Tom, Colts at Steelers. And then to wrap things up, Madden After Dark and the primetime game, You've got Brendan Glasheen and Brandon Cristal for Chargers at Cardinals and Ravens at Saints. That's going to be your Sunday, folks. A full slate of 6 sims. You got paid contests there in the DK lobby if that interests you. Free rolls attached to all games. And just settle in for a nice Sunday, Matt. You got the players on one screen. You got your Madden Sims on there. Like I said, you can do the free rolls, you can do the paid contests, whatever you think. But quick shout out to our ops team, Tom, Andrew. That's all I see. Tom and Andrew. I guess that's just.
I think there was somebody else here, and they
I think there was someone else there. I think there might have been a Joe here or something. I can't remember. Again, I don't do the announcing seat that often, so I'm doing a pretty good job for me today. I'm not going to lie, but
I think you did great, Geoff.
My boy Matt, always a pleasure, man. Thanks for tuning in for us for Madden After Dark, and guys, thanks a lot for tuning in. See you tomorrow.